If you grew up in the 90s or 2000s, chances are you've roundhouse kicked the air in your living room to the sound of a frantic guitar riff. Everyone remembers the classic Power Rangers formula. High school teens, sparks flying with every punch, and rubber monsters getting wrecked by giant robots in the middle of cardboard cities. We look back on it with a lot of fondness, of course, but usually dismissing it as just a goofy show meant to sell toys. But what a lot of people didn't realize back then is that beneath the cheesy special effects, the so-called Zordon era hid one of the most epic, serialized narratives of our childhood. This wasn't just a random mishmash of standalone episodes. The show delivered real drama, alien empires tearing each other apart out of sheer ego, and incredible character development. The overarching story culminates in a universe-wide invasion, demanding a heartbreaking sacrifice. That's why today on the channel, we're covering the Power Rangers Zordon era, way beyond the colorful spandex, a true space epic. On the moon, astronauts open a space dumpster and free Rita Repulsa and her gang, Goldar, Squat, Babu, and Finster, who have been trapped for 10,000 years. Free at last, they decide to conquer Earth. In Angel Grove, 5 teenagers are hanging out at the youth center. Jason teaches karate to Zach, Billy is the brains, Kimberly focuses on gymnastics, and Trini on her breathing exercises. The local bullies, Bulk and Skull, try to cause trouble, but end up getting thrown to the floor. On the moon, Rita sets up her palace while Finster creates the Putty Patrollers. On Earth, an earthquake shakes the youth center, and the 5 friends are teleported by energy beams to a futuristic command center. There, they meet the robot Alpha 5 and Zordon, a giant floating head who chooses them to defend the planet. They receive power morphers infused with dinosaur powers. Jason becomes the Red Ranger, Zach the Black, Kimberly the Pink, Billy the Blue, and Trini the Yellow. Upon leaving, they are confronted by the Putty Patrollers. They use their morphers and destroy the monsters. Back in Angel Grove, Goldar appears, and Rita uses her magic to make him grow. Driven by automatic instinct, the heroes summon the Dino Zords, form the mighty Megazord, and force the villain to retreat. Accepting their new mission, Zordon lays down the golden rules. Never use their power for personal gain, never escalate a battle unless forced to, and always keep their identities a secret. The Power Rangers are born. The heroic routine continues. At the youth center, Trini confesses she is terrified of heights. Bulk tries to show off on the climbing rope and ends up bringing part of the ceiling down on his own head. Billy invents a wrist communicator that accidentally connects to the command center's system. Alpha 5 tries to make adjustments and suffers a slight short circuit. Meanwhile, Rita plans to trap the Rangers in a time warp and sends the skeletal monster Bones to Earth. The heroes investigate and are cornered by Putty Patrollers. Respecting Zordon's rule, Jason doesn't morph right away and splits the group up. Billy, still inexperienced, drops his morpher at the top of some rocks. Left with no choice, Trini swallows her fear of heights, sprints up the cliffside, and throws the enemy off the edge. At the park, Bones sucks the team into a parallel dimension full of skeletons. Outside, Rita's henchmen try to blow up the portal to trap them inside permanently. The Rangers destroy Bones, but the creature reassembles itself. Billy realizes its weakness is the head, tosses the skull to Trini, and she throws it straight into a magma pit. Furious, Rita summons a giant who pulls Jason out of the portal. The henchman's bomb explodes, freeing the rest of the team. Jason calls upon the Tyrannosaurus Dino Zord and incinerates the enemy. Later, Zach tests Trini by scaring her with a monster mask, and her immediate reflex is to climb the rope in a split second, proving she has completely overcome her fear of heights. Kimberly and Trini lead an environmental cleanup campaign in Angel Grove, putting Bulk and Skull in their place after they try to sabotage the project. Up on the moon, Rita despises cleanliness and decides to pollute the Earth. While the girls are organizing a dump cleanup, Putty Patrollers attack. At the command center, Zach teaches the robot Alpha 5 how to dance until the alarms suddenly go off. Finster creates the mighty Minotaur, who descends to Earth accompanied by Goldar and more foot soldiers. The fight doesn't go well. The beast hits hard, and the team takes a brutal beating. Rita throws her wand and turns the monster into a giant. Surprisingly, the Minotaur is too strong even for the Dino Zords. Seeing the team getting massacred, Zordon pulls everyone back and gives them an upgrade, the power weapons. Realizing that brute force isn't enough, the heroes return, combine all their weapons, and form the Power Blaster. They fire a massive energy blast, blowing up the Minotaur and proving that you can defeat giant monsters through teamwork. After the victory, the guys realize that the same lesson applies to real life and join the girls to help out with the cleanup. Meanwhile, poor Alpha 5 tries to replicate Zack's dance moves and ends up short-circuiting himself. Jason breaks a cold sweat at the juice bar trying to beat Bulk's bench press record, but he loses focus when Zack skates by, pops Kimberly's bubblegum, and makes Ernie lose count. Bulk and Skull show up to mock him, but Bulk gets tickled, steps on his rival's foot, and gets his pants pulled down by Skull right in the middle of the room. On the moon, Rita concludes that Jason is nothing without his team and sends King Sphinx. During the fight, the monster blows Kimberly and Zack away, sending them back to the juice bar, and teleports Jason to an isolated desert. Goldar jumps in to make it a 2-on-1 fight. At the command center, Zordon warns that the desert is sealed by an invisible barrier. The solution is to send the power crystals to Jason so he can pull the team back to his location. The plan works. The gang summons the Dinozords and forms the Megazord. King Sphinx and Goldar grow giant, but when the Power Sword enters the scene, the monster is turned to dust, and Goldar flees. Back in the real world, Jason finally breaks the record, and Bulk ends his day tripping over a weight and face-planting into a cake. Kimberly is teaching a dance class at the youth center, where Billy tries to follow along but ends up tumbling into a locker. We meet Melissa, Kimberly's deaf friend, who bumps into the snobby Beth and gets yelled at, while Zack challenges Bulk to a breakdance battle, which ends with Bulk face first in a plate of food. Rita demands a musical monster. The gnarly gnome uses an accordion to hypnotize girls at the mall and lead them into a cave. However, the plan has one glaring flaw. Melissa can't hear the music. Unaffected by the spell, she runs away, alerts the Rangers, and guides the team to the hideout. The gnome takes a beating from the Power Blaster, so Rita makes him grow. The Megazord enters the arena, and the beast bizarrely tries to hypnotize the giant robot. It doesn't work. The Power Sword nips the party in the bud, and the girls are rescued. To wrap things up, Beth realizes her mistake and apologizes for her tantrum, while Billy gets private dance lessons from Melissa. A food festival is underway to raise funds for a new playground. Bulk and Skull start a massive food fight, exhausting Principal Kaplan's patience, and the Rangers are left to clean up the mess. From space, Rita sends Pudgy Pig to devour Earth's food supply. The Rangers intercept him, but the beast swallows their power weapons and tosses them into a vortex that drops them in a park. While the team tries to find their bearings, the pig invades the youth center and devours absolutely everything. Trini notices that the monster ignored the spicy food. The team tracks him down to a factory, uses food as bait, and tricks him into swallowing a super spicy radish. The beast throws up everything, including the team's weapons, and is promptly obliterated by the Power Blaster. Zordon congratulates the team, and Alpha teleports them some sandwiches as a gift. Kaplan returns, having calmed down, apologizes, and announces that the money has been successfully raised. Trini sells him a sub for $20. Kaplan bites into the sandwich, finding a hidden spicy radish inside. Desperately searching for water, he accidentally splashes it all over his face, exposing his bald head. Kimberly and Trini are volunteering as big sisters for a young girl named Maria. Rita decides to steal the power eggs locked inside a chest that can only be opened by the touch of an innocent child. Finster creates the monster Chunky Chicken, and the Putties kidnap Maria. With their communicators and teleportation system offline, Kimberly and Trini use the Radbug, Billy's flying beetle, to find the guys and reach the command center. Using the vehicle, the Rangers charge at Goldar and the giant chicken. They recover the eggs and, taking a practical approach, simply toss them into the ocean, ending the threat. But Rita doesn't give up. She dangles Maria from a rope as a hostage and demands the eggs. The villain cuts the rope, but the Megazord steps in just in time to catch Maria in mid-air. They place the girl safely inside the remote-controlled Radbug and send her away. With the hostage secure, Chunky Chicken is quickly turned to dust by the heroes. Willie, Billy's prodigy friend, has built a virtual reality machine for the science fair. After dispatching putties in the park, the Rangers arrive at the event. The boy's high intellect attracts Rita, who summons Eye Guy, a monster made entirely of eyeballs focused on stealing intellect. Bulk and Skull cause chaos, getting Willy disqualified. Feeling wronged, he wanders off to the park, where the monster's main eye sucks him inside, leaving only his cap behind. The team finds the cap, connects the dots with Zordon, and heads into battle. The Rangers blow up Eye Guy with the power blaster, but the eyes simply reassemble. Zordon warns them that the main eye is hiding in the forest. Billy finds it and strikes it with his power lance, weakening the creature. Rita makes the monster grow. The Megazord enters the fight, and Eye Guy rebuilds himself once again. Only a strike from the power sword finally manages to kill him for good and free Willy. Back at the fair, the professor gets addicted to Willy's VR game, apologizes, and awards him first place. To close out the day, Bulk and Skull show up in towels, looking for their clothes inside the machine. Kimberly and Trini return their garments, which have been shrunk down to doll-sized clothes. During Hobby Week, Jason gives a bow staff demonstration, Zach talks about surfing, and Trini brings her doll collection, including the bizarre Mr. Ticklesneezer. Bulk and Skull steal the doll, accidentally trigger Billy's model volcano, and make a mess. That night, Squat sneaks into Trini's bedroom and turns Mr. Ticklesneezer into a life-sized creature. Brought before Rita, the villain forces the elf to use his power to suck things into his magic bottle. The next day, the giant version of the doll sucks up Trini and Billy's car, as well as trains and airplanes around the city. Zordon sounds the alarm. During a fight on the train tracks, the elf trips and drops a bottle. Goldar kicks it onto the tracks, but the Pink Ranger saves it at the very last second before a train passes, freeing Billy and Trini. Without the bottle, the elf refuses to fight. Rita loses her patience and makes him grow. The giant bottles up the Megazord, but the robot summons the power sword, shatters the glass, and breaks out. Using the empty bottle, the Megazord tries to suck Rita and her henchmen inside, forcing them to retreat. Trini wakes up with a jump. It was all a dream. She breathes a sigh of relief when she finds the doll lying harmlessly on the floor. The next day, Bulk and Skull present a flea circus, but the bugs end up escaping and swarming the teacher. The youth center is secretly being decorated for Zach's birthday. When Zach tries to fish for a happy birthday from Kimberly, she pretends it's actually her dog's birthday. Devastated and feeling forgotten, Zach walks off alone. On the moon, Rita sends down a special gift, the Nasty Knight. Babu and Squat forge a magic sword capable of cutting through any material, and the villain brings the knight to life. Zach is ambushed, but his power axe doesn't even leave a scratch on the sword. Zordon alerts the team, but all their weapons begin to corrode, and not even their blade blasters work. Rita makes the monster grow. In the middle of combat with the Megazord, Zach figures out the trick. The knight is simply reflecting the Ranger's energy. The solution is to return the reflected attack with an extra charge. The Megazord fires a freezing beam that locks the enemy's sword in place. The knight tries to break the ice, but the magic blade snaps in half, leaving him defenseless for the final blow. With the world safe, the team drags Zach back to the youth center, where he gets his long-awaited surprise party. The Rangers and Sylvia, Trini's cousin, are enjoying a day at the amusement park, unaware that the clowns are actually putty patrollers, disguised as part of Rita's trap. An entertainer named Pineapple lures Sylvia away and turns her into a cardboard cutout. Trini evacuates the park with the team, and they beat down the fake clowns. Trini rushes her 2D cousin to Billy's lab, while Pineapple reveals his grotesque true form, Penny Octopus. The team morphs, and Goldar arrives with reinforcements. In the lab, Alpha discovers the cure, throwing a bucket of water on Sylvia, which reverses the spell in seconds. On the battlefield, Penny Octopus tries to turn the Rangers into cardboard, but their suits block the magic dust. Frustrated, he attacks with vines, and Rita makes him grow. Trini joins the battle. Billy lassos the monster, and Zach uses the Mastodon's freezing breath to lock him down. Showing no mercy, the Megazord melts the villain with a direct laser blast from its cranial unit. The park reopens under proper human supervision, and Sylvia praises Trini as the best babysitter. During a volleyball game, Babu takes advantage of a putty attack to slip a potion into the team's drinks. Kimberly and Billy drink the water and turn into the most toxic punks in Angel Grove. In a fit of rage, they knock over the rest of the cups, inadvertently saving the rest of the team from the potion, capitalizing on the chaos. Rita has Finster prepare the Terror Toad. The next day, Kimberly and Billy arrive at school, spewing rebellion and even threatening the local bullies. Zordon isolates them in the command center and explains that the cure is the singing squash root from another dimension. Alpha travels to get the antidote while the gigantic Terror Toad lands on Earth. Trini, Zack, and Jason face the monster, but the beast turns Trini into energy and swallows her, displaying her helmet on its belly. Soon after, Zack is devoured too. Alpha returns and cures Billy and Kimberly. Zordon tells them they must cut off the monster's horn and target the weak spot below its neck. The duo arrives just as Jason is swallowed. They slice off the horn, but Billy gets reckless and is eaten as well. Only Kimberly is left. Babu tries to attack her, but she recovers, leaps into the air, and shoots arrows straight into the toad's throat. The beast spits out the 4 rangers, and Kimberly delivers the finishing shot to the monster's mouth, blowing it to pieces. Back at the volleyball game, Bulk and Skull trip and get completely tangled up in the court's net. While setting up for a dance at the youth center, Bulk gets tangled in a banner, is kicked into Ernie's cake, and ends up getting thrown out along with Skull. Billy bumps into a girl named Marge, returns her drop necklace, and the chemistry is instant. They arrange to meet at the park to discuss inventions. Rita orders Madame Woe to capture a ranger in the park, but the villain mistakenly kidnaps Marge, pulling her into another dimension. Billy arrives to find only the necklace and putty patrollers. The team morphs and faces Madame Woe, but they are all sucked into the same dimension as the girl. Inside, the villain controls the elements and is far too strong. The solution is to combine the power of their power coins and teleport Billy back to the real world for a one-on-one duel. Billy fights Madame Woe alone and tears the crown jewel from her forehead, completely shattering her dimensional power. With the team freed, the Rangers draw the power blaster and finish the job. At the dance, Billy returns Marge's necklace. Bulk and Skull try to sneak in disguised, but Ernie immediately recognizes the duo. Bulk pulls his hard-earned cash out of his sweaty sock, and the smell is so radioactive that Ernie passes out onto another cake. Kimberly goes flying with her Uncle Steve, but Rita spikes the pilot's drink with a sleeping potion to crash the plane. Bulk and Skull ask to tag along, and her uncle agrees. Mid-air, Steve passes out, and the bullies faint from sheer panic. Alone in the cockpit, Kimberly refuses Zordon's suggestion to morph and abandon the 3 passengers. She stays and pilots the aircraft using Alpha's instructions. Simultaneously, Rita sends down the monster Snizzard, and the rest of the team morphs to fight him. The battle is brutal. The monster's apple reflects their attacks, and he ties the heroes up with snakes that drain their energy. Kimberly finally lands the plane safely, just as Uncle Steve wakes up. As soon as the paramedics arrive, she runs off, morphs, and joins the battle. Arriving in style, the Pink Ranger fires a perfect arrow from her power bow straight into Snizzard's apple, destroying the monster once and for all. Later, Kimberly reaps the rewards of her heroic fame, while Zack trips trying to impress a girl and spills drinks all over Bulk.
Move it!
Uncle Howard, Trini's scientist relative, invents an invisibility formula, but accidentally leaves the vial on Ernie's counter. To help Billy deal with Bulk and Skull's bullying, Jason teaches him martial arts, and Howard gives him extra lessons in the forest. Rita wants the formula and sends the Dark Warrior. Goldar, Babu, and Squat raid the lab. Finding nothing, the henchmen drink random liquids and end up sick. Without the potion, Dark Warrior kidnaps Howard in the woods and ties him up in a cave rigged with explosives. Ernie hands Trini some bizarre black balloons, which pop to reveal a ransom note for the scientist. Plot twist: the vial is still sitting untouched on the counter. With Zordon's help, the team teleports, defeats the Pooties, and rescues Howard, who sneaks away. The Rangers face the Dark Warrior. Rita makes him grow, but the Megazord quickly eliminates the threat. Back at the youth center, Billy earns his yellow belt. Uncle Howard finally finds his vial, drinks the formula, and completely invisible, beats up Bulk and Skull to defend Billy. Squat sabotages Billy's mind-reading machine to distract the team while Rita prepares a magical genie's lamp. When Billy and Kimberly test the device, the machine short-circuits and they swap bodies. Bulk and Skull mess with the machine later and suffer the exact same fate. At school, disaster strikes. Billy, in Kimberly's body, blows up a souffle, and Kimberly, in Billy's body, fries a computer. They figure out they need to fix the generator to reverse the process. Meanwhile, Squat accidentally frees the genie. The Rangers face him, and Rita makes him a giant. The Megazord takes a heavy beating from the monster. Zordon's solution is risky. Teleport the lamp into the base and fry it with an energy overload. Jason deflects the Megazord's damage while Alpha hits the lamp with maximum power, wiping the genie from existence. Back at the garage, the machine is fixed, and everyone returns to normal, with Skull getting a well-deserved no when he tries to initiate another swap just to cheat on a test. At a martial arts expo, Jason ties with newcomer Tommy Oliver in a fiercely contested match. Kimberly takes an interest in him after he easily sends Bulk and Skull packing, but Rita Repulsa also sees the boy's potential. She sends putties to test him, and after Tommy thrashes them, she captures him. Through a magical wax brainwashing ritual, Tommy swears loyalty to the villain, receives the 6th power coin, and becomes the Green Ranger, solely focused on annihilating Zordon. He breaks into the command center, plants a virus in Alpha 5, and disconnects Zordon from their dimension. Without communication, the Rangers use the rad bug to reach the trashed base and find Alpha with his memory wiped. Rita turns Goldar into a giant to lure them out. The team forms the Megazord, but Goldar disappears, and the Green Ranger breaches the cockpit, kicking all 5 of them out. The intruder jumps down and hands the entire team a historic beatdown all by himself. The Rangers retreat in shock, realizing the true level of the threat without Zordon there to guide them. Billy and Trini manage to clear Alpha's virus, but Zordon is still missing. On Earth, Bulk and Skull try to intimidate Tommy, who shoots green sparks from his eyes and tosses them into the trash. Jason and Zach grow suspicious of the new kid, and Kimberly gets an ice-cold shoulder from him, noting his lethal demeanor. Rita gives Tommy the Sword of Darkness, which ensures the spell is permanent as long as the blade remains intact. Tommy beats up putties to prove his worth and fully embraces his villainy. At school, he crosses paths with Jason, teleports him to the dark dimension, and leaves him powerless at Goldar's mercy. Without their leader, Zach takes the team to the command center. Seeing the Green Ranger on the viewing globe, they decide to face him, but are easily dispatched by the Sword of Darkness. They are forced to summon the Megazord just to deflect the sword's energy attack and force the villain to retreat. Zordon sends a quick, static-filled signal asking them to defeat the enemy, while in the dark dimension, Goldar takes Jason down for good. Meanwhile, Rita frees Scorpina, a lethal warrior buried for 10,000 years. At the command center, the connection to Zordon drops again. Without communicators, Kimberly and Zach search for Jason. Bulk and Skull demand kisses in exchange for help, but Kimberly dodges, and Skull ends up kissing Bulk instead. Kim bumps into Tommy, who openly mocks her concern. Zach and Kim notice his venomous tone and follow him, but Rita sends putties to intercept them so Tommy can slip away. He reappears in the dark dimension, pins Jason down, and raises the Sword of Darkness for the finishing blow. With perfect timing, Billy fixes the communicators and teleports Jason back to the base, stealing the villain's victory.
He's teleporting now. Huh? What?
Frustrated, Rita sends Scorpina for a brief attack and retreat, merely setting the stage. She is preparing to launch a solar eclipse to drain the Megazord's power, while a giant Goldar begins to tear Angel Grove apart. With Goldar destroying the city, the command center suffers an overload, but Billy forcibly reconnects the power. Bulk and Skull hijack a bus, which Goldar pushes off a cliff, but the Megazord saves the vehicle just in time. At the base, Alpha tracks Zordon. However, the Green Ranger breaks in, shuts down the robot, and vows to banish Zordon forever. Fortunately, Alpha's backup reboots just in time to trap the intruder in a force field. On Earth, the Megazord fights, but the solar eclipse rapidly drains its power. Rita makes Scorpina grow and frees the Green Ranger from the trap, making him giant as well. 3 giants massacre a depowered Megazord. Scorpina electrocutes the robot, and a combined blast causes explosions that eject the team. A lava fissure swallows the deactivated Megazord. Defeated, the Rangers return to the base. However, the computer has processed the intruder's identity through the force field. The team goes into absolute shock upon seeing Tommy's face on the main screen. Denial hits hard. The Rangers are reluctant to believe the new student destroyed their main weapon, but Jason steps up, Tommy is under Rita's spell and needs to be saved. Kimberly corners him, revealing they know the truth. Cold and with glowing eyes, he calls her Pink Ranger and warns that the end is near. On the moon, Rita summons the Dragon Zord and hands the Dragon Dagger to Tommy, who takes command of the machine to lay waste to the city. The team tries to hold their ground despite the disadvantage, until Alpha pulls off a miracle. Zordon comes back online and restores the Dino Zords. The leader makes it clear, the spell can only be broken by destroying the Sword of Darkness. The Tyrannosaurus takes the front line, and the Megazord neutralizes the Dragon Zord. Dissatisfied, Tommy climbs down for a hand-to-hand duel with Jason. The Dragon Shield almost hands the Green Ranger the victory, but Jason hurls his power sword, disarming him, and pulverizes the Sword of Darkness with his Blade Blaster. The green energy evaporates. Consumed by guilt, Tommy collapses. Instead of seeking revenge, Jason offers his hand. Zordon officially inducts the 6th Ranger and teaches him how to combine the Dragon Zord with the other Zords. The series dynamic changes forever. While Rita takes a nap, Squat and Babu play scientists and create the monster Shellshock by mashing up a turtle, a bat, brass knuckles, and a cannon. On Earth, the Rangers play basketball until Tommy leaves for practice. Shellshock appears and shoots Trini with a green ray, forcing her into an involuntary running marathon. Then, he freezes the rest of the team with a red ray, except for Jason, who drives him off with blaster fire. Zordon advises that the cure is the Deandra flower. The mission falls into Trini's lap, who climbs the mountain without being able to stop running. Rita wakes up, loves the initiative, and makes the monster giant. Jason tries to hold the line with the Tyrannosaurus until Tommy arrives with the Dragon Zord to even the odds. Before the Zords are frozen, Trini throws the flower's pollen on the monster, breaking the spell. The freed team obliterates Shellshock. Routine returns to normal, complete with Billy surprising everyone with a perfect slam dunk on the court. Activism hits Angel Grove. Trini and Billy campaign to save the forest spirit statue. During the petition drive, Zach reveals his paralyzing fear of spiders. Capitalizing on the legend, Rita creates Spidertron. She steals the original monument and replaces it with a fake packed with sleep-inducing moths. While the team collects bugs in the forest, Zach teaches a hip-hop keto class, but the moths invade and knock out his students. The Black Ranger rushes to the statue and notices snakes instead of flowers in the figure's hair. He blasts the fake, revealing the spider monster, which Rita quickly makes grow. Zach's nightmare reaches gigantic proportions. The rest of the team arrives but gets trapped in webs. Zach forcibly frees them. The fight gets complicated, and the Megazord is immobilized. Tommy takes the lead with the Dragon Zord in battle mode, delivering a brutal finish by blasting a hole through the monster's chest with its tail staff. The city council backs down and preserves the statue. To celebrate, Tommy tosses a rubber spider at Zach, causing a panic until he catches the joke. Kimberly has built a perfect flower model for a peace parade, but putty patrollers attack her and Tommy, destroying the project just hours before the deadline. Seeing her cry adds real emotional weight to the scene. Tommy quietly gathers the wreckage as Zordon summons the team. Rita has mutated flowers into the Spitflower, a monster that spews energy-draining carnivorous plants. The aggressive swarm quickly exhausts the team. Rita makes the creature grow. Called in a hurry, Tommy attacks with the Dragon Zord, but even the mechanical giant is brought down. Zordon pulls everyone back and gives them the strategy: destroy the monster's spitting sac to stop the plant production. In round 2, Payback has a name. Kimberly draws her power bow, hits the weak spot dead on, and the team finishes it off with the power blaster. Back at the youth center, they watch the parade on TV. To Kimberly's emotional surprise, her float appears in life size. Tommy had spent the day rebuilding the project, solidifying his status as the coolest guy on the team. The gang decorates the youth center for Halloween. Alpha decides to enjoy the party in disguise and ends up surrounded by a fan club of girls. On the moon, Rita focuses on her Super Putty project and sends Frankenstein's monster to distract the team. The creature crashes the party, but everyone assumes it's just a highly realistic costume. Confused, the monster is dragged onto the dance floor, freaks out, and runs after Bulk and Skull. Billy realizes something is wrong and tracks the beast to a cave where grunts are mining the so-called super putty. He trips an alarm and morphs. The situation spirals out of control. Rita appears on Earth atop a giant ball of putty, and an earthquake strikes the city. While Tommy is delayed by putties on the street, the others face the giant Frankenstein. The Megazord can't handle it alone, but Tommy finally shows up. Together, they form the Dragon Zord in battle mode and finish off the creature. Back at the dance, the contest announces the grand prize winner, Alpha, who keeps the mystery of his costume alive and struts around with his fangirls. Jason and Tommy train for a tag team tournament, but their clash of egos plays out like an action movie scene. Trini drops the truth. They need teamwork. Noticing their lack of sync, Rita unleashes her super putties, who injure Trini and thrash the rest of the team, forcing a strategic retreat. Zordon notes that the only way out is an arsenal upgrade. He sends the two rivals to retrieve the new weapons, giving each half of a map. The tension remains high until they come face to face with Titanus, a giant Brachiosaurus carrier Zord guarding the gear. That's when it clicks. In a joint tactical move, Tommy passes his protective shield to Jason and draws Titanus's fire with his own weapons. The collaboration works, and Jason retrieves the Thunderslingers. Back on the battlefield, they wipe the super putties off the map. Zordon officially introduces Titanus as a new ally. At the tournament, Jason and Tommy apply the lesson learned and take home the trophy.
Yes, we did it, partner! Yeah, we make a great team! Let's go. Water for...
The gang rehearses for a school play, and Kimberly brings her grandmother's spinning wheel as a prop. Naturally, Bulk bumps into it and breaks the heirloom. While Tommy promises to fix it, Rita seizes the opportunity and sends Goldar to steal the object. She enchants the wheel and sends putties to tie Tommy to a tree in the park, ensuring he won't interfere. Zordon sounds the alarm, and the 5 Rangers clash with Goldar and Scorpina in a quarry. Things escalate quickly. The villains grow giant, pummel the Dinozords, and trap the Tyrannosaurus in a net. Meanwhile, Tommy snaps the frayed ropes against the trunk and rushes into battle. That's when the real heavy hitter steps in. The Megazord, the Dragon Zord, and the newly arrived Titanus combine into the unprecedented Ultrazord formation, a true intergalactic tank. They vaporize the threat and force the villains to retreat. As if by magic, the spinning wheel returns to the school intact. At the play, Bulk is shoved on stage, rips his pants, and Kimberly wraps up the show on a high note amid roaring laughter. Zack trains for a dance competition, but Bulk and Skull's taunts fill him with insecurity. Sensing his weakness, Rita summons Mutitus and Lokar, a floating spectral head. The plan is to banish the Rangers to the Island of Illusion, letting their own fears destroy them. As a storm hits the city, the Rangers are ambushed by Goldar and Scorpina and take a beating. Rita unleashes the giant Mutitus. The Rangers call the Megazord, but Lokar amplifies the monster's power. Not even Tommy's arrival in the Dragon Zord can prevent the disaster. Mutitus fires a toxic foam that shuts down the machines. The team evacuates, but Lokar opens a portal and sucks everyone into the Island of Illusion. There, without morphers or communication, they meet the bizarre Quagmire, who promptly vanishes. The psychological torture begins with the sky projecting illusory monsters. Zack panics when he hallucinates a giant python and physically starts fading away. Jason tries to snap him out of it, but the fear is too real and Goldar laughs, promising they will all cease to exist. With Zack fading away, desperation sets in. Quagmire reappears and warns that the spell feeds on insecurity. The cure is positive thinking. Zack recalls his victory over the nasty knight, regains his confidence, and his body returns to normal. But the island shows no mercy. Kimberly faints upon seeing bizarre illusions of Bulk and Skull. Tommy freaks out thinking his friends are putties and begins to fade. Trini faces her fear of heights, and Billy doubts his own intelligence. Guided by Quagmire's rhymes, one by one, they remember their victories and restore themselves. Finally, Jason nearly crumbles under the guilt of leading his team into a trap, but he regains his focus. With their confidence restored, their morphers reappear. Rita tries to destroy the island with an earthquake, but the Rangers escape at the last second. On Earth, the toxic foam melts away. They form the Mega Dragon Zord to obliterate Mutitus and use the Ultrazord to blast Lokar back into space. At the dance championship, Zack scores a perfect 10 and discovers that the party's DJ is Quagmire himself. On a scavenger hunt, Jason and his cousin Jeremy find the map to the Mirror of Destruction. decision. Rita wants the artifact and sends Scorpina and the monster Rockstar. Jason tells the kid to run, but gets crushed under a boulder attack. Zordon alerts the Rangers, who save their friend and intercept Scorpina. Meanwhile, Jeremy finds the mirror. When attacked by a putty, the boy accidentally opens the artifact, which fires a lethal beam that instantly disintegrates the minion. Rockstar shows up and meets the same fate. Terrified by its power, Jeremy tosses the mirror into the sand and flees. Scorpina gets to it first, and Rita makes her grow. The Rangers summon the Zords and adopt the unusual tactic of fighting with their eyes closed. Surprisingly, it works. Goldar tries to hold the Megazord, gets stepped on, and is almost vaporized by his ally. Fearing she'll kill her partner, Scorpina tosses the artifact away, giving the Rangers an opening to destroy it with the Power Sword.
Here's our chance! We need the Power Sword now!
At the end of the day, Jeremy won't stop praising the Red Ranger and asks where Jason was during the fight, forcing the leader to dodge the classic secret identity problem. A terrible day for Kimberly. Bad hair, ruined clothes, and a broken mirror. To make matters worse, Rita sends the monster, Samurai Fan Man. After arriving at school soaking wet, Kimberly confesses the bad luck started with a nightmare where Rita was her stepmother. In this moment of vulnerability, the monster attacks, sucks the girl into a giant magical jar, and severely injures Tommy. At the command center, Zordon warns that the jar's dimension will soon vanish, taking Kimberly with it. The others try to take on Goldar and the monster, but nearly get sucked in themselves if not for a rescue by Alpha. Without their friend, the Megazord is out of the question, and the team fights the giant villains hand-to-hand. Fortunately, Tommy recovers and enters the fray. The Dragon Zord in battle mode strikes the magic jar, freeing the Pink Ranger. From there on, it's payback time. The monster fights back with gusts of wind, but the Ultra Zord tears through and obliterates the threat, forcing Goldar to flee. At the end of the day, when the TV explodes in a short circuit, the accumulated stress turns into a fit of laughter. While Tommy and Bulk audition for a commercial, Rita calls in sick and leaves Goldar in charge. The bully receives sarcastic praise from the judges and walks away declaring victory. Far away, Scorpina ambushes the Rangers at the beach, trapping them in an impenetrable cocoon and tossing them off a cliff. Tommy, who left his communicator in his gym bag during the audition, is completely cut off. Luckily, Zordon summons the Zords and teleports the team into the cockpits right before impact. But Goldar unleashes the monster Babe Ruthless, who pummels the individual robots. Zordon reaches Tommy, who arrives with the Dragon Zord. The team initiates battle mode and, with the Tyrannosaurus on remote control, wipes the monster off the map. Scorpina returns with a giant insect and traps the Megazord in another cocoon, but the Dragon Zord uses its drill tail to cut them loose, and the Mega Dragon Zord finishes off the abomination. Rita discovers the failure and strips Goldar of his authority. At the commercial premiere, the result is cinema. Bulk becomes the bumbling loser who acts as the comedic foil to Tommy's real skills. Jason and Tommy prep a martial arts demonstration for the talent show, but Tommy forgets his belts and heads back to get them. On the moon, it's Rita's birthday, and she gets the monster Fang as a gift. The creature is dispatched, but Squad and Babu accidentally eat the rare eggs meant to be the monster's lunch. While Tommy is ambushed by putties and left in a net without his communicator, the rest of the team faces the creature. Goldar plays dirty, framing the Rangers for the missing eggs, and blasts the heroes off a cliff while the beast goes berserk. Rita makes the monster grow. Fang gains the upper hand against the Megazord and marches furiously to destroy a dam. At that moment, Tommy breaks free, recovers his gear, and arrives, forming the Dragon Zord in battle mode. As the monster remains relentless, the team summons the Ultra Zord and disintegrates Fang for good. With the dam saved, they return to the talent show just in time to deliver a flawless performance, leaving the musical humiliation to Bulk and Skull. Tommy's true challenge is working up the courage to ask Kimberly out. With Zach's help, he manages to do it, but the perfect vibe at the park lake is ruined when Goldar kidnaps him right in front of her. In the dark dimension, Rita reveals her twisted plan, a magic green candle. Because Tommy touched it while brainwashed, the wax is draining his energy. Once it burns out, the Green Ranger's powers will return to the villain. As the team tries to formulate a rescue, the alarm blares. The Dragon Zord is destroying the city. Zordon warns that it's an imposter, forcing the Megazord into a heavy brawl. In the other dimension, Tommy faces off against Goldar, steals his sword, and escapes by the skin of his teeth. Though weakened, he morphs, summons the real Dragon Zord, and exposes the fake as the monster Cyclops, who retreats before the final blow.
go, Tom.
The victory is brief, and the mood in the command center is tense. The candle keeps melting, and Tommy's time as a ranger is about to burn out. The clock is ticking, and the only way out is to enter the dark dimension to retrieve the candle. Jason takes the mission. As he preps, Bulk and Skull cause their usual chaos. On the moon, Rita unleashes Cyclops again. With the team occupied, Tommy pilots the Dragon Zord alone in a fierce fight against the creature, which shapeshifts to mimic their allies. Meanwhile, Jason breaches the enemy dimension, clashes with Goldar, and gets within inches of the candle. The dilemma hits when Zack warns that Tommy is losing his fight and needs backup right now. With a heavy heart, the leader turns his back on the candle to save his friend. Together, the Rangers form the Ultrazord and reduce Cyclops to dust. But the sacrifice takes its toll. The candle burns out. To prevent Rita from getting her hands on his powers, Tommy passes his power coin, the dagger, and the golden shield to Jason. He loses his powers, but at least while training in the park, Kimberly shows up, seals the mood with a kiss, and locks in their date for the dance. Life moves on, and Zack focuses on training young Cameron for a martial arts tournament. Rita steps up her game and sends the Hatchosaurus. At first glance, it looks generic and blows up fast, but Zordon warns that the monster houses Cardiatron, an internal computer that rebuilds it even stronger. To make matters worse, a spell from Rita traps the Dragon Zord in an invisible force field, and the Megazord takes a brutal beating. Realizing the key is destroying the core, Jason makes an insane call. He jumps straight into the Hatchosaurus's mouth. Inside, he faces Cardiatron and, in a desperate act, touches the Dragon Dagger. The manifested power of the Golden Shield shatters Rita's spell, freeing the Dragon Zord, which uses its tail to rip the monster open and spit Jason out. Armed with his sword and the dagger, the Red Ranger slices the computer, clearing the way for the Ultrazord to vaporize the threat for good. In the end, Zack makes it back in time to see Cameron win his fight, with the added bonus of Bulk taking a well-deserved kick to the leg. Bulk and Skull film a documentary about Bulk's supposed greatness, resulting in the usual fails and tumbles. Trini leads the gang with a presentation on pollution and starts a cleanup club. The project becomes an excuse for the Rangers to train by crushing recyclable cans with martial arts. On the moon, Rita, who hates nature, sends the monster Poluticorn, escorted by Goldar and Scorpina. The creature simply absorbs their attacks without a scratch, forcing Zordon to call the team back. The breakthrough comes from the base. Its invulnerability lies in its horn. Back in the field, Jason dons the Dragon Shield and cleanly slices the horn off. In desperation, Rita casts her classic growth spell, but the Megazord finishes the job with the Power Sword. The next day, the gang attends the premiere of Skull's video. Instead of praising Bulk, the tape is a chaotic compilation of all his blunders, making the room burst into laughter as the bully chases his own director. Rita's new strategy ditches brute force in favor of character assassination. She sends the monster Twin Man and 4 putties disguised as the Power Rangers. Acting like thugs, they terrorize students and fill the water fountain with soap. When the principal gets a face full of foam, the real teenagers walk through the door and end up taking the blame, stuck in detention with Bulk and Skull. There, they watch on TV as their doppelgangers trash the city. Getting out without blowing their secret identities requires some improvisation. Zack convinces the bullies to cover their eyes and ears for a magic trick. The 5 morph and teleport to the fight. It's Ranger versus Ranger. The original team takes down the copies one by one, exposing their clay forms, until Jason unmasks the leader, Twin Man. The Power Blaster disintegrates the monster. They beam back to the classroom milliseconds before the principal opens the door. Bulk is dumbfounded by their sudden disappearance and reappearance, and Jason wryly concludes it was done with mirrors. The city celebrates Power Ranger Day, but the festive mood is shattered when Rita lands her moon palace right downtown. With a snap of her fingers, she banishes the population to a dark dimension and awakens Cyclopsis, an ancient colossal warzord. The power gap is brutal. Neither the Megazord nor the Dragon Zord can handle the threat. The team summons Titanus and forms the Ultrazord. Their massive barrage destroys the enemy's body, leaving only the head intact, but victory slips away. Rita opens a giant crater beneath Titanus. The Rangers attempt a desperate rescue with the Mega Dragon Zord, but are repelled by a blast of Rita's energy. They watch helplessly as their massive ally is swallowed up and seemingly obliterated by the explosion. To twist the knife, Lokar is summoned, restoring Cyclopsis to full strength. With their Zord severely damaged, the team is forced to retreat. The weight of defeat is absolute. arrived. Civilians are gone. An irreplaceable ally has been lost, and Angel Grove has fallen. The situation is critical, and Jason makes the terrible call to take the Zords into battle running on half power, ignoring the warnings. The disaster is immediate. The Megazord loses an arm, the Dragon Zord loses its tail, and Lokar helps Rita overload their systems. The machines begin to fade, and the Rangers are ejected into the empty city, believing it's a total loss. Fortunately, it was just an extreme failsafe system. They rush to Billy's lab, who fixes their communicators before Rita's putties can surround them, while Alpha hacks the villain's system and discovers Cyclopsis's weak point. The monster short-circuits if the Zords change configurations too rapidly. Teleported back at full power with the return of Titanus, the counterattack is frantic. The team cycles through formations at lightning speed, overheating the enemy machine. The Dragon Zord dismembers the monster's arms, and the Ultra Zord disintegrates what's left. Rita blames Goldar and retreats to the moon. The population returns with no memory of the event. Even though Zordon offers them the option to give up this life of sacrifice, the five choose to keep protecting the Earth. Normal life demands attention, and the Rangers focus on a tree planting project. Bulk and Skull try to cheat with plastic trees, which ends with Bulk covered in green paint. Rita sends Squat to plant the seeds of the Octoplant, designed to wrap the Earth in its tentacles. Earthquakes shake Angel Grove. Jason investigates and finds the bulb protected by a force field, but the tentacles grab him and nearly choke him to death before the other Rangers arrive. To buy time, Rita deploys Goldar, Scorpina, and Putties. The distraction works, the Octoplant blooms, and the giant brawl kicks off. The Megazord gets immobilized, but the Power Sword slices through the tentacles. Then, the Octoplant catches its own reflection in a skyscraper and stops, admiring its own beauty. The Rangers don't forgive vanity and vaporize the monster in a single strike. Rita faints in disgust. At school, Bulk and Skull arrive covered in sewage after hiding in a toad porta-potty, and the smell is so toxic it makes the teacher pass out. On a pet adoption day, a suspicious old lady hands over a giant pig named Norman to the Rangers. Zack catches the old lady transforming into a putty patroller, defeats the creature, and confiscates its bizarre timer. Unaware of the danger, Bulk and Skull adopt the pig. While Billy studies the device and notices the countdown, the timer hits 0. At the youth center, Norman transforms into the infamous Pudgy Pig, sending Bulk and Skull running for their lives until Zack hands over a sandwich as a ransom. The monster escapes, creating an ethical dilemma. How can they destroy the threat without killing the little pig Norman? Zordon tracks the beast to a farm, where the Rangers catch the monster flirting with a regular female pig. Norman remains harmless beneath the surface. However, Zordon warns them that the pig was just a decoy. Rita made Goldar grow giant to wipe out Angel Grove. The Megazord is called into a brutal battle, but the general flees at the last second before being hit by the Power Sword. Back at the farm, Billy reverses the device's polarity and returns Norman to normal. The next day, upon seeing a real pig in the classroom, Bulk and Skull go into an absolute panic. The gang plans a scuba diving trip, but Kimberly refuses because of her hair, and Billy backs out due to a childhood trauma. A fish once bit his finger. Their picnic is interrupted by Bulk and Skull fishing for trash and a sudden putty patroller ambush. After the fight, Zordon calls them in. Exploiting the phobia, Rita unleashes the goo fish. With Jason, Zack, and Trini underwater and out of signal range, it's up to Kim and Billy. Rita casts a spell that turns Billy's fear into absolute panic, causing the Blue Ranger to freeze up completely. The rest of the team arrives just in time to drive the creature away. At the command center, Zordon issues an ultimatum. Billy must face his fear. In round 2, the monster spits a blue venom that paralyzes everyone except Billy. Swallowing his terror, he breaks the curse, saves his team, and Rita makes the monster grow. In the giant-sized clash, the Megazord is immobilized by the goo, but Zack suggests converting the slime into energy. The tactic works, and the monster is sliced by the Power Sword. In the end, Billy overcomes his trauma and agrees to go diving. To top it off, the lobster he caught pinches Bulk's nose. At the Oddball Games, the Rangers humiliate Bulk and Skull in tug of war and win the Noble Lion trophy. Rita spots the prize and decides to turn it into a monster. Bulk and Skull steal the trophy but bump into a squad of putties. The henchmen flee with the cup, and the spell creates Goton, a freakish half-goat, half-lion abomination that scares the bullies away. Meanwhile, Zack scores a movie date with Angela, ignoring the bizarre blizzard summoned by Goton. Zordon calls the team, but Zack pretends not to hear his communicator beep. Plagued by a guilty conscience, he bails on the date. The other Rangers take a beating from the monster, who traps them inside a cyclone. Zack arrives, forces Rita to make Gotan grow, and the Megazord steps into the fray. The monster freezes the giant robot, but Zack suggests spinning the Megazord like a top to break the ice. The tactic shatters the monster. Zack returns to the theater using popcorn as an excuse, but Angela dumps the bucket over his head. Bulk and Skull arrive covered in mud, find a frog in their clothes, knock over a ladder, and get drenched in freezing water. The Rangers head to Billy's uncle's cabin to study for a science test. Bulk and Skull, threatened with detention, disguise themselves as maids to copy their work and hide under the bed. On the moon, Goldar activates the Crystal of Nightmares to destroy the team's self-confidence. The Rangers share a nightmare where Zordon strips them of their powers, while Bulk and Skull dream they are catastrophically piloting the Megazord. The next day, the trauma paralyzes the heroes. When Jason finally answers his communicator, Zordon teleports them to the Crystal's cave. Intimidated by fear, they take a beating from mere putties. Acting on impulse, Jason breaks away from the fight, storms deeper into the cave, and encounters Goldar. Trembling, he kicks the Crystal of Nightmares, shattering their paranoia. With their courage restored, they wipe the floor with the putties. Rita makes Goldar and Scorpina grow, but the Megazord sends the duo packing back to space. At school, the Rangers ace their test. Bulk and Skull get an F and earn eternal detention with Principal Kaplan, who in a fit of rage, sneezes and blows his own toupee off. Ernie's juice bar is on the verge of bankruptcy, and Zack tries to raise funds. Jason shows up with a lost dog. Eyeing a hefty reward, Bulk and Skull trail Jason. Rita shrinks the fighting flea monster and drops it on the dog. As Jason and Kimberly walk the animal, the flea bites Jason, causing a debilitating itch. Putties set up an ambush, and one of them accidentally catches Jason's itch. Zordon warns that the infection will spread. The situation worsens when the flea returns to normal size. Jason, scratching furiously, can barely stand, leaving Kimberly alone in the fight. Billy and the team arrive, and the Blue Ranger sprays an antidote on Jason. Cured, he slices the monster with the power sword. Rita makes it grow, but the Megazord crushes the threat. The dog's owner hands the reward over to Ernie, saving the juice bar. Bulk and Skull end up infected with the itch, and Billy's solution is to make them wear flea collars for a week. The school is putting together a time capsule, and Miss Appleby includes a picture of the Power Rangers. With her unshakable ego, Rita demands to be immortalized and orders Finster to create the jellyfish. The plan: Goldar distracts the Rangers, while Babu and Squat steal the capsule to insert the villainess's photo. Incompetent as ever, the cronies panic when they see the Rangers and flee with nothing but one of Kimberly's sweaters. Frustrated, Rita unleashes the jellyfish. The monster fires a corrosive spray that melts the Rangers' suits, forcing them to retreat. Alpha 5 creates a protective coating. Back in the fight, the venom loses its effect, but the monster uses its umbrella to suck the team into a dark dimension, attacking them while intangible. Billy deciphers the pattern and tells Zack to fire the power axe, shattering the dimension. Back on Earth, the monster grows and faces the Zords. It blocks strikes with its umbrella, but the Mastodon freezes its tentacles, and the Megazord finishes it off. At the juice bar, Bulk and Skull try to show off a giant sub sandwich, but end up dumping the ingredients all over themselves. The Rangers toast to a future without wars. Trini learns the Mantis Kung Fu technique from Master Lee. Bulk and Skull try to cash in by inventing cockroach kung fu. Feeling insulted, Rita orders Finster to create a mantis monster to humiliate the Yellow Ranger. Trini investigates on her own and faces the beast. When the other Rangers arrive, the monster retreats, claiming that ganging up is dishonorable. Torn by her ethics, Trini falls for a trick. The monster sends a fake note in Master Lee's name, challenging her to a one-on-one duel. When she arrives, the mantis summons putties to ambush her. Suspicious, the other Rangers arrive at the quarry, fight off the henchmen, and even the odds. The monster grows, but the Megazord destroys it unceremoniously. Zordon praises Trini's integrity. Bulk and Skull try to sell cockroach kung fu lessons, but end up breaking a jar of live roaches all over themselves. It's Parents' Day at the youth center. Kimberly is distressed over her parents' divorce, but Trini comforts her. Rita decides to target the adults, sending the Drawmole monster and putties to distract the Rangers outside the building. Using the opening, Rita sucks the adults into the dark dimension. Arriving late, Billy inhales Drawmole's hypnotic toxic gas and loses his mind. The Blue Ranger infiltrates the command center, deactivates Alpha 5, and steals the Dragon Dagger. Zordon alerts the team, who teleport to the Dark Dimension just as Billy hands the dagger to Goldar. The villain flees with the prize and tells them that to save their parents, they must surrender their power coins. On Earth, the Dragon Zord tears through the city. The Megazord takes a brutal beating. With no way out, they hand their coins over to Goldar, who breaks his promise and vanishes. At the base, Zordon reveals the parents are alive as mindless captives in the Dark Dimension. Jason reveals an ace up his sleeve. He held on to Tommy's dragon coin. At that exact moment, a confused Tommy walks into the abandoned youth center. With only the dragon coin left, Alpha teleports Tommy to the base. Zordon proposes transferring his own life force to the boy, temporarily restoring his Green Ranger powers, a risky sacrifice for both of them. Tommy accepts the mission.
Whoa, this is amazing.
While the Dragon Zord demolishes the city, Zordon sacrifices himself, and Tommy sets off to face Goldar. The instability of the power causes intense pain, and Jason tells Alpha to inject extra energy from the base. After an intense battle, Tommy reclaims the Dragon Dagger and regains control of his Zord. Rita sends a giant Scorpina, but the villains leave the power coins unguarded. Pushed to his absolute limit, Tommy grabs the coins and is teleported to the base, collapsing from exhaustion. Billy and Alpha use the coins' energy to heal Zordon. Rita sends Draw Mole to the quarry, where its gas hypnotizes Jason, Zack, Billy, and Trini into attacking Kimberly. At the base, the coins revive Tommy like a defibrillator. He leaps back into action, paralyzes the monster, and frees his friends. Rita makes Draw Mole grow, but the Rangers form the Ultra Zord and disintegrate it. The civilians return to Earth unharmed. At the youth center, the relief turns into a chaotic food fight led by Bulk and Skull, eventually dragging even the adults into the mess. Billy's biggest drama is getting a B on a test, risking his spot in the Young Scientists Club. Seizing his frustration, Rita has Finster create the Grumblebee. Jason, Zack, and Kimberly are playing basketball when Goldar and the Putties trap them in a force field. At the command center, Alpha and Zordon detect the threat. Billy and Trini face Grumblebee, who fires venom at Billy and unleashes a deafening sonic attack, forcing them to retreat. Even weakened, Billy heads back to the fight. Alpha shatters the court's force field, and Jason, Zack, and Kimberly arrive. The monster uses another sonic blast, but Alpha sends a new gadget to Billy, who shoots a thick foam that glues the bug's wings shut. Rita casts her growth spell. The Megazord tanks the bee's strikes and finishes it off with the power sword. At the youth center, Tommy trains for a tournament, and Billy shares that he got his grade fixed and secured his club spot. Bulk and Skull, on the other hand, learn that if they don't get a C on their test, they'll be taking summer school with none other than the Rangers as their tutors. Jason and Tommy teach a self-defense class for a group of mothers, focusing on the rule of shouting for help. Kimberly and Trini demonstrate teamwork by taking down Tommy and Jason, emphasizing that two heads are better than one. On the moon, Rita takes the phrase literally, believing her monsters fail because they only have one head. She demands a two-headed creature from Finster. He presents the two-headed parrot, a bizarre monster with one head in the normal spot and another at the base of its body. Rita loves it. Back on Earth, the class ends. Bulk and Skull show up to participate, but get a reality check from Trini. The class was exclusively for women. Zack entertains kids with magic tricks, scaring off Bulk and Skull and earning a kiss from Angela. Jealous, Rita has Finster create the Pexter, a destructive monster. The other Rangers are ambushed at the mall by Putties, while Zack stays with Angela and the kids. Seeing Pexter's attack on the news, Zack uses Bulk in a disappearing act and rushes off to fight. The monster escapes, and Zordon tells Zack to return to the youth center to avoid blowing his cover. The Rangers defeat the Putties but take a beating from Pexter without Tommy. Zack reappears from his trick, sees his friends losing, and returns with balloons. He tricks Pexter into pecking a rubber ball, trapping its beak and nullifying its attack. Rita makes the bird grow, but the Megazord finishes it off. Excited for his romantic date, Zack discovers that Angela merely planned for them to take the kids to a 5-hour Woody Woodpecker marathon. Kimberly competes on a game show against Skull to win a brand new car. Rita plants rotten pumpkins in the park. On his way to a karate tournament, Tommy spots the patch, defeats the Putties, alerts Zordon, and moves on. Kimberly dominates the game, but duty calls. She fakes fainting to bail out of the show. The Rangers arrive at the park, and the pumpkins attack them, turning into pumpkin-headed Putties. The team finds the biggest pumpkin and drops a rap to wake it up. Enter the pumpkin rapper, who attacks with rhymes and electrified vines. The monster puts up such a fight that Zordon teleports Tommy in, pulling him from his tournament. The team immobilizes the monster and disintegrates it with the power blaster. Kimberly and Tommy accept their competitive losses, but Bulk and Skull lose the car due to cheating. The episode ends with Bulk spinning down the street in his underwear, stuck to the car door. Jason and Zach convince Ernie to hold a second soccer tryout for a rejected kid. Rita creates the Sockadillo, an energy-draining ball monster, to attack the Rangers while they practice. At school, Bulk kicks a ball that hits Miss Appleby, earning him detention. Tommy's communicator beeps, but the teacher confiscates it. At the park, soccer practice is interrupted by the cronies and the Sockadillo. The monster absorbs energy and becomes invincible, requiring Tommy's help. Stuck in detention, Tommy stealthily retrieves his communicator. He arrives morphed and turns the tide. Sockadillo grows. The Zords enter the fray, and with the power sword, the Megazord destroys it. Roger makes the team, and Bulk, trying to show off his skills, ends up with a ball glued to his hand and drenched in a milkshake. Jason and Tommy teach a martial arts class preaching defense and teamwork, which infuriates Rita. She sends putties with the slippery shark's magic boomerang. Jason and Tommy catch the cursed weapon and turn into bitter rivals, brawling in the school hallway. Bulk and Skull sell tickets to the fight, but Zach breaks it up. At the base, Zordon tells them that only by cooperating will they break the curse, and sends them to face the monster alone. The slippery shark defeats them individually. Realizing they must either cooperate or lose, they join forces, flush the beast out, and break the spell. The team arrives. Zach uses the power axe. Rita makes the shark grow, but Jason draws the power sword, slicing off the enemy's fin and ending the threat. In the end, the duo teaches that peace is the best path, leaving Bulk and Skull dealing with an angry mob demanding refunds. Kimberly's cousin Kelly wants to be a cheerleader but fears she can't live up to her cousin's legacy. Rita decides she needs a cheerleader of her own and orders Squat and Babu to kidnap Kelly while the new Lizzinator distracts the Rangers. At the park, the henchmen snatch Kelly. In the city, Jason takes a severe beating from the super metal Lizzinator. Upon learning of the kidnapping, Tommy joins the fight. In the cave, Kelly teaches cheer tactics by insulting Rita. Her exhausting cheers drive Squat and Babu insane, and they give up and leave. On the surface, Tommy knocks down the lizard, but Rita makes it grow. The monster nearly dismantles the Megazord, and the situation is only resolved when they form the Ultrazord, pulverizing the threat. The team rescues Kelly, who makes the squad the next day. Bulk tries to steal the spotlight with a jump, but only manages to rip his own pants. It's football tryout season. Jason is hyped, but Tommy feels insecure. Bulk and Skull bump into Principal Kaplan and get detention. Wanting to get in on the game, Rita sends the Rhino Blaster monster. Ernie trains Tommy, who fails by using karate techniques. At the park, the Rangers play until the Rhino Blaster appears and sucks Jason, Zach, Billy, Trini, and Kimberly into a multi-dimensional vortex. Zordon calls Tommy. With his Green Ranger powers fading, he faces the giant rhino but takes a beating. Feigning surrender, Tommy throws the Dragon Dagger into the vortex, freeing the team. They form the Mega Dragon Zord and dispatch Rhino Blaster. At school, the team roster includes Jason, Zach, Billy, Bulk, and their brand new star quarterback, Tommy. Miss Appleby asks the class to help a friend fix a character flaw, the target being Tommy's forgetfulness. Rita uses the Badges of Darkness on putties, creating clay mutant rangers. The pink and green clones attack Tommy and Kimberly. Later, Commander Crayfish and the rest of the pirate team appear on the beach. The Rangers rush into battle without Tommy, who forgot his communicator. When Tommy finally arrives, the clones use an evil power blaster, forcing a retreat. Zordon upgrades their weapons. The Rangers use their own power blaster, and they disintegrate the female clones. Rita makes Crayfish and the male mutants grow. They flee out of the Megazord's reach, but Titanus rolls in, and the Ultrazord sweeps the beach. Billy concludes that Tommy's flaws make him unique. Bulk and Skull hand Miss Appleby a maturity gift that explodes with confetti. Zach wants to buy pearl earrings for Angela, but is broke. Rita sends the Oysterizer to pollute the ocean and plants a henchman who sells the pearls of stillness to Zach on the cheap. On a double date at a restaurant, Angela puts the earrings on and the entire restaurant freezes in time. Zach and Tommy notice the chaos. Zordon tells them that breaking the Oysterizer's pearl will fix it. Zach finds the monster, takes an acid bath, but Tommy heals him with a dragon shield. Zach blasts the monster into the sea and the spell is broken. The earrings turn to dust, and a furious Angela storms off. The Rangers take the Megazord into the ocean to hunt Oysterizer, and the Dragon Zord fishes him out with its tail. On dry land, the Zord duo finishes him off. Zack realizes money can't buy love, serenades Angela, and they finally share a kiss. The Rangers participate in a charity ATV race, with Bulk and Skull bragging about their impending victory. But at the Moon Palace, a lightning storm strikes panic into the villains. Goldar quickly grasps the meaning. The dreaded Lord Zed has arrived. Zed is pure exposed muscle and twisted metal, transforming the place into his command chamber. Goldar swears loyalty and gets his wings back. Rita tries to kiss up, but Zed has lost his patience with her failures. He summons the Z-Putties, far more intimidating foot soldiers. Rita's fate, Zed strips her of her powers, shrinks her, locks her inside a miniature version of her original space dumpster, and hurls her into deep space. On Earth, the Z-Putties attack the Rangers, who realize the sheer strength of these new henchmen, while Tommy's powers falter. On instinct, Jason strikes the Z emblem on an enemy's chest, causing it to explode, their weak point. The team clears the area. Bulk and Skull witness the whole thing and decide on their new life mission, to uncover the heroes' secret identities. At the command center, the mood is heavy. Zed turns a piranha into the Piranti's head. With unstable powers, Tommy is benched. The monster attacks Angel Grove, forcing the team to call the Dino Zords, but the creature freezes the Mastodon, Pterodactyl, Triceratops, and Saber-toothed Tiger dead in their tracks. With almost all the robots frozen, only the Tyrannosaurus is left. The Rangers summon it, but Piranti's head takes control of the machine, turning it against its own team. Meanwhile, Zordon recharges Tommy, who arrives on the battlefield and summons the Dragon Zord. The clash between the giants is evenly matched, but the monster finds an opening and steals control of the Dragon Zord too. Now, the heroes are running from their own weapons. After a failed attempt to jump into the cockpits, the team is forced to retreat. At the command center, Zordon doesn't sugarcoat it. The classic Dino Zords aren't going to cut it anymore. He unveils Phase 2, the Thunder Zords: Red Dragon, Lion, Unicorn, Griffin, and Firebird. Tommy is left out of the upgrade due to his waning powers. To unlock the Thunder Zords, they need to regain control of the Dino Zords. Billy tries to build a signal jammer in his lab with Trini. The rest of the team returns to the racetrack to hold off new Z-Putties. There, Bulk and Skull steal ATVs, only to run into Piranti's head, who jinxes their vehicles to drive out of control in reverse. Focusing on his main attack, the monster commands the Tyrannosaurus and the Dragon Zord to finish the Rangers off once and for all. Billy and Trini activate the signal jammer, but nothing happens. With the Zords mere inches from crushing them, the team whips out the Power Blaster and, in a strategic misdirection, fires straight at Piranti's head. With the monster distracted, Billy finds the flaw, an upside-down battery. With the fix made, the jammer paralyzes the attacking Zords and awakens the frozen ones. This infuriates Zed, who sinks the Dino Zords underground, while Tommy sends the Dragon Zord back to the ocean to protect it. Zed throws a growth grenade, making Pirantis head giant. Alpha announces he's recovered enough energy from the Dino Zords to complete the transition. The Rangers summon the new machines, forming the mighty Thunder Megazord, earning a rare smile from Zordon. Pirantis' head binds the Megazord with chains, but the heroes break free and use the Thunder Saber to destroy the monster, handing Zed his first defeat. Zordon warns Tommy that the Dragon Zord's energy is limited and must be used with caution, but the team remains confident he will recover. At the base, everyone laughs at the sight of a bored Rita singing in her dumpster in space. Next, the Rangers use Billy's remote to save Bulk and Skull from the jinxed ATVs. Maintaining their tough guy facade, the duo swears they will unmask the heroes. The Rangers just laugh, give them a ride, and finish the race in dead last. The Rangers are enjoying a game of basketball until Zack shows up in a white gorilla suit. Zordon calls the team in. A planetary alignment will leave him powerless, handing control of the command center over to Alpha 5. Taking advantage of the power grid dropping, Zed turns Zack's discarded costume into the Primator, a monster that can shapeshift into any Ranger. Alpha sees a lost boy in the park and declares himself Ranger Alpha. On his way, he bumps into a copy of Billy, but his visor reflects the Primator's true form. To prevent the monster from stealing his memory, Alpha triggers his own self-destruct sequence. Frustrated, Primator shapeshifts into Zack and lures Kimberly and Trini into an ambush. After defeating the Z-Putties, they uncover the trick when they spot the real Zack. At the base, Zordon returns. The team has mere minutes to save Alpha, but the Primator is blocking the way. Since reflections break the illusion, they bring a mirror to the fight. The monster turns into Tommy and suggests they give up. Jason attacks him immediately, knowing the real Tommy would never say that. With the disguise shattered by Billy's mirror, Zed makes the monster grow. The Dragon Zord and the Thunder Megazord pulverize the Premator. Billy buys enough time to disarm Alpha's bomb, and the little droid gets a scolding from Zordon for abandoning the base. Zack finds a pair of goggles for the lab, and Lord Zed curses them. Whoever wears them will see the other Rangers as Z-Putties. Zack and Billy test the accessory out and end up attacking Jason, Kimberly, and Tommy at school, earning themselves detention. Meanwhile, Bulk spills food into the iguana tank, and Zed turns it into the Saliguana, a fire-breathing monster. The curse causes total chaos in the park. Z-Putties ambush Zack and Billy, and the rest of the team arriving only leads to friendly fire. The mess is finally sorted out at the command center. Zordon identifies the iguana, and the duo rigs a custom fire extinguisher. Alpha cracks the spell. The illusion only affects their civilian forms. Morphed, their vision is perfectly fine. The Saliguana attacks the beach. With his powers running low, Tommy stays behind. Billy's extinguisher fails at first, but with an extra microchip, the blast cools the monster down, and the Rangers hit it with the power blaster. Zed throws his grenade, turning the lizard giant. Jason pilots the Red Dragon Thunder Zord and calls in the rest. The Thunder Megazord gets tied up by the monster's tongue, but the Thunder Saber destroys the threat. Back at school, the iguana returns to normal. Zordon neutralizes the goggles, and Zack and Billy can finally see their friends normally again. At the school's club fair, Trini's volleyball booth is packed, while Kimberly's plant club attracts no one. Zed capitalizes on the drama. A disguised putty swaps Kimberly's cactus for a cursed one. Upon pricking her finger, her disappointment turns into an irrational jealousy. She accuses Trini, insults Bulk and Skull, and rejects Tommy. While Kimberly isolates herself, Zed transforms the cactus into the Bloom of Doom. Tommy insists on fighting despite his failing powers. Kimberly receives a new weapon from Alpha. In battle, the monster traps the guys in a fiery pollen. Kimberly uses her new ribbon weapon on the creature, but Trini accidentally cuts it. Kimberly completely snaps, and the monster sends her to another dimension. Trapped, she is taunted by the creature. Outside, the team figures out the plan, and Trini tears through space-time with her power daggers to rescue her friend. The spell is broken. The two make amends, and together with the guys, they disintegrate the monster with the power blaster.
Friends forever. All right then, let's chop this meat.
In the end, the empty booth was due to a misprint by Mr. Kaplan in the school paper. Kimberly gets members for her club, the friendship is restored, and Bulk and Skull's tape recorder jams, keeping the hero's secret safe. Tommy has been having nightmares about losing his powers. He knows his energy is running out. At the youth center, Billy's gadget creates interference with Bulk and Skull's ranger detector. Needing to focus on his studies, Tommy leaves alone. Bad idea. Zed sends down Z-Putties, who capture him. In a cave, Goldar demands he steal the power sword. When he refuses, Goldar uses magic to brainwash him. A drawing of a goat falls from the ranger's backpack, and Zed turns it into the monster Robo-Goat. Hypnotized, Tommy tricks the team into summoning the power sword and takes off with it. Upon handing it over to the monster, the spell is broken. Guilty, Tommy morphs and fights, even with his powers failing. The team arrives, but Robo-Goat opens a rift with the sword, swallowing Zack, Billy, and the girls. Jason fights alone, buying time for Zordon to teleport the sword back. Jason frees his friends, and Zed makes the monster grow. With the Thunder Megazord formed, Tommy tries to summon the Dragon Zord, but it doesn't even move, a sign that his time is up. The Megazord destroys Robo-Goat, but Zed celebrates. A heavy mood sets in, and Tommy knows that this time, the loss of his powers is final. During a cleanup drive covered by local TV, Bulk and Skull plot to use the station's equipment to film the Power Rangers unhelmeted. Zed creates the Octophantom, an octopus-elephant hybrid designed to capture the heroes in a jar and drain their powers. At the park, Z-Putties attack Tommy, Kimberly, and Jason, who fight back without noticing the camera recording them. The Octophantom steps in, sucks Tommy into the jar, and flees. Worse, Bulk and Skull grab the camera and take the incriminating tape. The monster returns to lure the team. Billy stays behind to observe and notices the creature stops mid-fight to admire its own reflection. Before he can act, the Octophantom captures Zack and the girls. While Jason takes a beating alone, Billy builds a mirror shield. Jason hypnotizes the monster with its reflection, and the team is freed. Tommy comes out so weak that his suit loses its color, and he immediately returns to the base. Zed makes the aberration grow, but it is defeated by the Thunder Megazord. At the cleanup drive party, Bulk and Skull screen the tape, but through quick teamwork, Jason and Zach swap the original tape for a blank one of Billy's. The TV shows cartoons, and the Rangers' identities remain safe. At the youth center, guys from Stone Canyon challenge the gang to a game of broomball. They put up a team poster featuring a beetle. Zed turns the image into the stag beetle monster, aimed at draining the Green Ranger's energy. At practice, Richie becomes the assistant coach and charms Trini. Meanwhile, Bulk and Skull use a sniffing contraption to track down the Rangers. In the park, Tommy and Kimberly are ambushed, and the stag beetle drains Tommy's energy. The team chases it off, but at the command center, Alpha makes it official. The Green Ranger's power is gone. Billy designs a device to reverse the energy drain. The monster resurfaces, using Tommy's powers against the team, forcing them to retreat. From the command center, Tommy rushes into battle, aims Billy's new machine, and reclaims his energy. The group uses the Power Blaster. Zed makes the creature giant, only for it to be crushed by the Thunder Megazord. Zed doesn't care, knowing Tommy's damage is irreversible. The broomball game is fiercely contested, and Tommy scores the winning point. Despite the celebration, the vibe is heavy. Tommy confesses, there's no running from reality anymore. The end of his days as a ranger is near. At the beach, Tommy, Kimberly, and Trini play with Hallie. Bulk and Skull disguise themselves as putties to lure the Rangers, but end up getting beat up by a little boy. Zed, hating the joke, sends real putties, and Goldar kidnaps Hallie. Zed demands to trade the girl's life for the Green Ranger on Venus Island. Using a balloon and a tracker, Billy locates the island. There, the invincible flytrap monster swallows 4 Rangers and demands Tommy's surrender. Even with Zordon ordering a retreat due to his failing powers, Tommy decides to give himself up. Alpha 5 discovers the monster hates heat. By combining their power coins, the Rangers create a heat wave, breaking free and blowing up the plant with the Power Blaster. Zed tries to sink the island, but Tommy rescues Hallie at the last second, becoming the armored hero she dreamed of. Later, Bulk and Skull use her romantic descriptions for a police sketch of the heroes, resulting only in a Renaissance-style drawing that becomes the butt of a joke at the juice bar. Zed wants to create a monster out of Kimberly's guitar, but his magic fails on wood. He uses a cicada to form Guitardo, who can control minds with music. At the park, Bulk and Skull fake a rescue dressed as a princess and a dragon, getting ignored by the Rangers. But the real Guitardo shows up chasing the duo, and Zordon sounds the alarm. With his powers almost gone, Tommy stays behind. The other 5 fight, but the monster makes Zach, Jason, Trini, and Billy float, hypnotized. Only Kimberly resists. Tommy can't stand waiting and joins the fight. He tries to use the dragon dagger, but the enemy's melody sinks him into the ground. Before he is fully buried, Kimberly modifies her power bow into a harp, breaking the spell. Firing the dagger with her bow, she destroys Guitardo. The picnic moves to the youth center. Kimberly plays her song, and the mood turns somber when Tommy confesses he will miss all of this. The team promises that, with or without powers, they will always stay united. Tommy's time is up. Zed wants to bleed the Green Ranger dry. Suddenly, an illusion of his future self warns him not to forget his communicator. At school, Bulk and Skull are thrown into trash cans by 5 new students, a typical 90s gang. Tommy, Zach, and Billy intervene, but the group promises to take over the town. Zed decides they will be his Dark Rangers. Zordon decrees. Tommy only has energy left for one final fight. At the beach, Zed abducts the 5 delinquents and uses Kimberly's seashell to create the giant Turban Shell. Knowing it's the end, Tommy goes into battle. Turban Shell knocks out both the Megazord and the Dragon Zord with a single blow. The monster retreats, but Zed sends him back to drain the Green Ranger. Tommy is transported and faces the monster alone, who drains his last drop of energy, leaving him completely human. The other Rangers are teleported to a cave and trapped in a force field. Zed and Goldar arrive triumphant with the stolen energy, introducing the Dark Rangers. The Green Ranger era is over. Tommy takes a brutal beating from Turban Shell. The rest of the team lives a nightmare. Zordon and Alpha are trapped in an imploding shield, and the Rangers, stripped of their morphers, are thrown into Angel Grove to watch the city's destruction. Billy takes them to his lab to try and make contact. In the Dark Dimension, Goldar shows Tommy his greatest moments as the Green Ranger. Instead of breaking him, it reminds him of his strength. Tommy steals the temporal device, contacts his past self, grabs his communicator, and escapes. Zordon warns Billy they need to destroy destroy the green crystal. Being stealthy since he emits no energy, Tommy infiltrates Zed's base and smashes the crystal, wiping out the Dark Ranger's powers. The Morphers return, and Tommy uses his residual charge. In battle, the Megazord is dismantled. Tommy hides in a crate of watermelons, gets swallowed by the monster, and blasts its stomach from the inside. Zack freezes the beast from the outside, and the thermal shock eliminates it. After making peace with the former Dark Rangers, the team says their goodbyes. Powerless, Tommy will spend some time away, leaving the group one member short, but with their spirits intact. Jason trains for the Golden Pipe tournament, but guilt over Tommy losing his powers eats away at him. Zed exploits this. He recycles Rita's plan and creates black, blue, yellow, and pink candles to drain the team and break Jason's spirit. Zack, Kimberly, Billy, and Trini go to the mountains to try and cheer Jason up, but they are ambushed. Goldar drags them to the Dimension of Doom and uses the green candle to light the new ones. The alarm sounds. Zed has turned the trophy into the monster Pipe Brain. It's a dilemma. Save his friends or the city. Zordon says that leading requires tough choices. Jason summons the Red Dragon Thunderzord and defeats the fake Pipe Brain. He immediately invades the Dimension of Doom. Striking Goldar, he knocks the villain into the candles, stopping them from burning. Jason recharges his friends, and they escape. At the base, Tommy sends a letter reassuring Jason and asking him to win. With a clear mind, the Red Ranger wins the tournament and dedicates the prize to Tommy. Bulk and Skull merely manage to photograph a bird's nest in the mountains. At the jazz festival, Zack lends a famous trumpet to Curtis. Zed turns the instrument into the centerpiece of his psychological attack. The Rangers run into Bulk and Skull, who are carrying cement to cast the hero's footprints. Putty's attack, creating a distraction to sabotage the trumpet with magic dust. Curtis's performance spreads the magic through the air, giving the Rangers headaches. The trumpet disappears, and while searching for it, the group faces past threats like Grumblebee and Rhino Blaster. In reality, they are hallucinations. The monster trumpet top is projecting them. Zordon pulls them into the command center to explain, leaving Bulk and Skull confused as they watch them fight the wind. Aware of the trick, the Rangers face the now giant trumpet top. During the Megazord fight, the monster disarms them, but charged with electricity, the sword returns to the robot's hand, finishing the monster in one strike. At the youth center, Curtis finds the trumpet in the hallway. Bulk and Skull demand footprint casts, but Zack asks Richie to play some music, and the stampeding crowd turns the cement to dust, ruining the duo's plan. Missing Tommy, Kimberly visits a fortune teller. Zed, feeling lonely, decides she will be his queen and sends Goldar. Goldar uses magic dust, knocks her out, and drags her to a cave to brainwash her into becoming his evil queen, wearing Rita Repulsa's outfit. However, her memory remains intact. Kimberly decides to act like Rita Repulsa, barking orders and throwing tantrums, making Goldar regret the idea. Billy and Trini infiltrate the cave, retrieve her morpher, and free her. Back in action, the team faces the monster Mirror Maniac. Zed makes it grow, but the Thunder Megazord annihilates the creature. Meanwhile, Bulk and Skull devour muffins they thought were free, ending up washing dishes at the youth center to pay off their debt. Kimberly receives a letter from Tommy announcing his return, and the team plans a party. Simultaneously, Zordon and Alpha go into stealth mode and lock themselves in a secret chamber. Zed takes advantage of a power outage, spelling a fist statue in the park to create the deadly Nimrod. A meteor containing Rita Repulsa's dumpster crashes near Bulk and Skull. Believing it holds the Rangers' secrets, they drag it to their garage. The Rangers head to the Dark Command Center after losing contact. While Billy tinkers with the systems, Tommy is suddenly abducted while swimming in a lake. Without investigating his disappearance, the team faces Nimrod. The battle with the Thunder Megazord is brutal, as the monster summons her assistants, AC and DC, severely damaging the robot. Desperate, Billy opens a door of light in the base. Peeking inside, he catches Zordon and Alpha creating a brand new Ranger. Billy warns the team. The systems come back online, and Zordon summons them to meet their new ally. The White Ranger emerges, and when he takes off his helmet, comes the shock. It's Tommy.
Guess who's back?
His new power is derived from the light of goodness, immune to dark magic. Now, he leads the team with the White Tiger Zord and the Talking Sword, Saba. Danger is imminent. Zed attacks with Nimrod while Bulk and Skull try to pry Rita's dumpster open. The team splits up. Billy and Trini repair the Zords. Jason, Zach, and Kimberly intercept the dumpster, and Tommy tests his powers on Nimrod. The fight gets complicated when AC and DC join Nimrod. However, the team deploys the Red Dragon Thunder Zord and forms the Mega Tiger Zord, annihilating the threat. Meanwhile, Rita escapes and scares Bulk and Skull. The Rangers shove her back into the dumpster and launch her into space. At the youth center, the highly anticipated party takes place. A miscalculated karate chop sends the cake flying into Bulk and Skull's faces. Everything is back to normal. Kimberly gets ready at the juice bar for a date with Tommy, using her mother's purse and Trini's lipstick. Bulk and Skull test a faulty Power Ranger detector. The date is ruined. Zed sends putties to attack them in the park. One escapes, taking the purse. Zed transforms the purse into the purse head monster and the lipstick into the villainous lip sinker. The purse monster freezes Tommy and Kimberly with a mirror. At the command center, they split up. Jason fights Lip Sinker, and Zach rushes to the park, only to be frozen as well. Jason wounds the female monster, who freaks out, grows, and nearly defeats the Red Dragon Thunder Zord. Billy and Trini fix the situation and free everyone in the park. Tommy draws Saba, fights Pursehead, and finishes him off. Focused, the Rangers summon the Thunder Zords, pulverizing Lip Sinker. Tommy returns the purse intact. Bulk and Skull, on the other hand, end up in a lake thanks to their faulty detector. Billy builds a polarization gauge for a solar storm and meets Laura, Kimberly's friend. She and Kimberly take the Wilderness Girls on a camping trip, while Billy heads to the park. Zed wants the magnetic energy and sends Goldar and putties. Billy is surrounded and loses his equipment. Zed turns it into Magnet Brain, inverting the polarity and gravity in Angel Grove. Chaos ensues. In the woods, the scouts panic and Bulk and Skull get magnetically stuck together while running from a bear. Zordon splits the team. Tommy goes to the woods to face Goldar, impressing the scouts. The others attack Magnet Brain. The monster attacks them with blasts, but the Rangers stand their ground and knock him down. Zed makes the creature giant, but the Thunder Megazord slices Magnet Brain and restores gravity. Kimberly and Laura award medals to the scouts. Billy gets his own prize. Laura approaches him, genuinely interested in him and his gadgets. The nerd wins. The Halloween spirit takes over the youth center as Kimberly organizes the chaperones for the kids. Zed decides to kidnap the White Ranger and sends putties disguised as mini Power Rangers, with Tommy chaperoning them. Bulk and Skull try to unmask them and get sprayed with foam. Out on the street, Goldar and the putties reveal their true forms and drag Tommy to the dark dimension. There, Doomstone, Robogoat, and Pumpkin Rapper ambush him and steal his morpher. Billy and Kimberly notice his disappearance, and Zordon sends them into the dimension. Billy recovers the morpher and tosses it to Tommy, who assumes the White Ranger form. Outnumbered by Doomstone's summons, Zordon sends a disguised Alpha to watch the kids, freeing Jason, Zach, and Trini. They arrive fully armed and even the odds. Zed makes Pumpkin Rapper grow. The Rangers summon the Thunder Zords and the Tiger Zord, and the Thunder Megazord slices the pumpkin in half with a Thunder Saber. Tommy returns unharmed, while Bulk and Skull end up with stomach aches. The Rangers are having a picnic when Rocky, Aisha, and Adam, while rollerblading, bump into Mr. Anderson and his baby Jacob. On TV, a commercial announces a ninja tournament. Zed watches, interested in recruiting the bullies who challenge the Stone Canyon crew. At the park, the bullies push Jacob's stroller down a hill, starting a frantic chase. Tommy, Billy, and Kimberly team up with the three newcomers. When the stroller heads straight for a cliff, the boys launch Kimberly and Aisha into the air to catch it. It's revealed that the newcomers are the fighters from Stone Canyon. At the tournament, Rocky's team steamrolls the bullies. Frustrated, Zed sends Goldar to capture the winners. With a spell, the general takes the trio and the teacher to the Cave of Despair. Jacob is left in the car, and Bulk and Skull take on their babysitting duties incredibly seriously. In the cave, Goldar tries to force the hostages to join Zed. When they refuse, Aisha uses the guard's distraction to pick her handcuffs with a hairpin. Billy rushes to track down the newcomers, but Zed sends Terror Blossom, whose petals freeze everything. Zordon splits the team. Jason, Trini, and Zach deal with the plant. Tommy, Kimberly, and Billy focus on the rescue. However, the villain summons the Hatchosaurus to delay them. The rescue team has to help in the fight, defeating the beast, which soon begins to regenerate thanks to the Cardiatron computer. In the cave, Aisha picks the padlock, and the three teenagers take down the Z-Putties, proving their martial arts skills. The joy is short-lived. Goldar paralyzes them, chains them up again, and unleashes a wooden snake that will turn real in an hour. One bite will turn them into Zed's servants. The Rangers destroy the Hatchosaurus for good, and Jason Jason, Trini, and Zack hunt down Terror Blossom, but are instantly frozen. Zordon orders Tommy, Billy, and Kimberly to prioritize their friends, teleporting them to the command center. Billy's device fails to unfreeze them. As time runs out, the wooden snake comes to life in the cave, slithering toward the newcomers. Terror Blossom threatens the city's power plant, while Bulk and Skull live a logistical nightmare using a bandana as a diaper for Jacob. At the command center, Billy overloads his device and manages to unfreeze Jason, Zack, and Trini. Zed makes his monster grow, and Jason and Zack take the Megazord, freeing the rest of the team for the cave. The snake is already coiled around Aisha when Trini blasts the chains and teleports the teacher away. Billy grabs the serpent. Outside, the newcomers beat up putties alongside Kimberly and Tommy. Jason and Zack finish off the giant plant. The chaos seems resolved until Tommy and Kim see Billy being suffocated by the snake. Tommy throws the beast off, and Kim disintegrates it, but Billy's neck was crushed. With no choice, they remove his helmet. Billy breathes, but Rocky, Adam, and Aisha see his face. Angel Grove's biggest secret is revealed. At the command center, Zordon welcomes the trio, who swear an oath to protect their identities. At the park, Mr. Anderson gets Jacob back, and Bulk and Skull flee in terror at the prospect of ever babysitting again. The youth center hosts a global teen summit with 6 ambassadors and a 4-headed statue. Bulk, Skull, and Lord Zed all come to the same wrong conclusion. The ambassadors are the Power Rangers. Zed plans to turn them into his Dark Rangers and demands the power coins as ransom. Learning from past traps, Tommy and the team hand over a box full of chocolate coins. After beating up the putties, the hostages are freed. Bulk and Skull find the chocolate and celebrate it as a victory. Without hostages, Zed turns the statue into the 4-head monster, who easily defeats the Red Dragon and Mega Tiger Zord. Zordon sends Tor the Shuttle Zord. The team merges into the Thunder Ultra Zord, rises into the sky, and crushes the monster by dropping onto it. The global summit ends with speeches about peace and teamwork. During the Stone Canyon Triathlon, where Rocky, Adam, and Aisha are competing, Kimberly reveals that one of them will be chosen for a peace conference in Switzerland. Zed attacks with Beamcaster, a radio DJ monster whose hypnotic waves turn citizens into zombies chanting, "Hail Lord Zed!" Jason, Zack, and Trini are immediately controlled. When Tommy, Billy, and Kimberly are attacked, the newcomers abandon the race to help. Zordon warns they need to reverse the frequency. Billy builds a device, but the hypnotized crowd tramples it. Soon after, the 3 remaining Rangers are also controlled. Alpha teleports the newcomers to the command center. Using her radio experience, Aisha fixes the crushed device. Zordon uses his mental energy to amplify the signal and free the team.
I'm not sure what happened here. Let's get back to the command center.
Back in action, Tommy plays hot potato with Beamcaster's bombs, and the group finishes him off. The hypnosis is broken, proving the unwavering loyalty of the trio of newcomers, who still managed to finish the triathlon. The departure for the peace conference is confirmed. Jason, Zack, and Trini will go to Switzerland, requiring urgent replacements. To perform the transfer, the entire team travels to the deserted planet in search of the mythical Sword of Light. The mission is intercepted by Zed and Goldar aboard the colossal Serpentera, which nearly crushes the original Zords. On Earth, Babu and Squat activate the sleep machine, putting Angel Grove to sleep to prevent Zordon from choosing the new heroes. Rocky, Adam, and Aisha inexplicably escape the spell, try to destroy the machine, but are captured by putties. On the deserted planet, the moment the Rangers find the Sword of Light is interrupted by Zed. Tired of fighting, he fires Serpentera's laser beam and obliterates most of the planet with the heroes still on the surface. About to be put to sleep by the sleep machine, Adam uses his soccer reflexes to kick and destroy the device. On the other side of the galaxy, the Rangers manage to pull the Sword of Light from the ground and teleport away milliseconds before Serpentera pulverizes the planet. In the command center, the power transfer takes place. Zordon bids farewell to Jason, Zack, and Trini, and grants the red, black, and yellow powers to Rocky, Adam, and Aisha. Grief gives way to urgent action, as Zed sends the monster Silver Horns and brings Serpentera to Earth. Fortunately, blowing up a planet and traveling through space drains the ship's colossal battery. Powerless, Zed is forced to retreat, foaming with rage. Without backup, Silverhorns is annihilated by the Thunder Ultrazord. With Earth safe, Jason, Zack, and Trini walk through the airport, while the veteran and new Rangers watch their silent goodbye through the viewing globe. On the eve of the school dance, Adam is downhearted for not having a date. Lord Zed ruins his approach with his crush, Sarah, by sending putties, clearing the way for a mysterious mysterious girl named Sabrina to ask him out. Aisha immediately distrusts the newcomer, who is extremely rude. Meanwhile, Bulk and Skull hunt for anonymous notes, thinking they reveal the Rangers' identities. At a park meetup, Aisha intervenes, confirming her instincts. Sabrina is Scorpina. Goldar appears, and they tie up Adam and Aisha as bait. At school, the team notices Sabrina isn't a student, and Zordon sounds the alarm. During a violent rescue in the park, Billy frees the newcomers. Seeing the plan fail, Zed throws his bomb, and Scorpina turns into a giant scorpion alongside Goldar. Alpha overloads the systems, and the Thunder Ultrazord fires lasers that incapacitate the generals, forcing them to retreat. The dance takes place with Adam dancing with Sarah. Bulk and Skull discover the mysterious notes were just from two punk girls, giving the team a good laugh. Rocky and Adam are now teaching martial arts. When a bully humiliates little Sean, the duo intervenes, teaching that a team without attitude isn't real. Adam confides to the boy that he was once the weakest, overcoming it with karate. From the moon, Zed decides to use the Mirror of Regret to reopen these traumas. Based on Sean's forgotten homework, the villain creates the monster Skellerina. While Adam trains with Sean in the park, Goldar attacks with the mirror. The Black Ranger beats up the putties without morphing, but Goldar projects his childhood memories of being rejected, paralyzing him with guilt and making his capture easy. The other Rangers set out to face Skellerina with Alpha's new weapon, the Power Cannon. The spell over Adam only breaks when Goldar's mistake shows the current image of Sean executing moves perfectly. Proud of his student, Adam breaks free, morphs, and the group uses the cannon to disintegrate the monster. In the end, the bully apologizes to Sean, and Bulk and Skull collapse exhausted after 5 minutes of trying to train like the heroes. Zed turns Adam's kaleidoscope into the monster Scatterbrain, whose rays erase the Rangers' memories. Tommy, Kimberly, and Billy are hit first, forgetting their lives and not believing Rocky, Adam, and Aisha. Investigating in camouflage, Bulk and Skull accidentally discover the team's identity and follow them to the desert. The situation worsens when Adam and Billy try to use prisms to deflect the ray, but they also fail, leaving all 6 heroes amnesiac. The impossible happens. Bulk and Skull step up to the front lines. The monster fires at them, but the two were hiding the prisms behind their backs. The ray bounces back, instantly restoring the Rangers' minds. The counterattack summons the Thunder Megazord, which destroys the giant Scatterbrain. The irony is heavy. The ray also erased Bulk and Skull's recent memory, making them forget the heroes' identities. Back at Ernie's, they narrate the adventure, but no one believes them. A pachinko machine at Ernie's juice bar becomes Rocky's downfall. Zed casts a spell that turns his interest into an uncontrollable addiction. The Red Ranger abandons his martial duties and refuses to fight Z-Putties, preferring to play in the park. While Skull develops an absurd theory that Ernie is an absent ranger, Zed summons the monster Pachinko Head. Without Rocky, the team is crushed, and almost all of them are turned into pachinko balls. Only Tommy survives, using a frisbee as a distraction. At the command center, Alpha neutralizes Rocky's addiction, allowing him to enter combat and restore the team. The Thunder Megazord crushes the monster, but the peace lasts seconds. Zed attacks with the colossal Serpentera and dismantles the Megazord with one shot. The Red Dragon takes shelter inside Tor and survives being crushed until Zed's ship runs out of battery and retreats. Rocky apologizes, and Ernie proves he never left the counter, destroying Skull's theory. The Rangers go on the Harvey Garvey talk show to promote education. Zed tries to create evil clones, but the team stops the putty so quickly that the plan fails. On stage, Kimberly and Billy explain how intelligence defeats brute strength. Backstage, Bulk and Skull try to drop sandbags to unmask the heroes, but the plan backfires. Frustrated, Zed sends the showbiz monster. The team leaves a final message before teleporting to the battle, while the clumsy duo crashes the live studio broadcast. In the park, Tommy scares off Goldar, and the Thunder Megazord finishes off showbiz. The episode ends in Miss Appleby's class celebrating the message's success, validated by a fax from their friends in Switzerland. Bulk and Skull try to reap the laurels of their television fame, but get a week of detention for being late. During Fire Safety Week, Aisha is named Fire Safety Captain and lets her ego go to her head, finding Ernie and annoying her friends. Zed takes advantage of the mood and creates Flamehead to turn the city into an inferno. When the monster attacks, Aisha's arrogance makes her try to fight Zed's putties alone. Unsuccessful, Zordon pulls the team back and gives her a reality check. Power Rangers only work together. Lesson learned, Aisha leads a brilliant strategy where they combine combine their energies into a shield to deflect the flames. The villain makes the beast grow, but the Thunder Megazord uses a blinding mist and finishes it off with the Thunder Saber. Aisha apologizes for her behavior. Bulk and Skull, who hid in a lake during the attack, are kicked out of the volunteer club and end the day throwing water on a surprise cake due to a phobia of candles. Divided into two teams, the Rangers participate in a school scavenger hunt, while Bulk and Skull waste money on a useless gypsy fortune teller to find the heroes' identities. Zed plans to banish the sextet to a lost dimension. The villain steals a toy cannon from Billy's cousin, turning it into the monster cannon top, capable of shooting the Rangers through interdimensional portals. Zordon sounds the alarm, and the united team tries to blow up the creature. Zed makes it grow, sparking a bold tactical battle. The Red Dragon mounts the White Tiger Zord to hold the monster back while the portal threatens to suck them in. Tommy summons Tor, forms the Mega Tiger Zord, and disintegrates Cannon Top with Firebird blasts. The team returns to the hunt and wins the grand prize exactly because they themselves are the picture of the Power Rangers required for the final item. While playing Frisbee, Billy, Adam, and Aisha are almost incinerated by Serpentera's blasts when a ship falls from the sky. Zed rages on the moon over the missed shots and his colossal ship's chronic lack of battery. Zordon shelters the friendly alien crew member, Bokala, whose ship is powered by a lightning diamond of infinite energy, Zed's ultimate prize. Aisha plans to trick the villain by fabricating a fake Bokala and a replica of the jewel. Zed counterattacks by creating the monster Weldo. The creature hurts the alien, enraging Billy to the point of destroying it single-handedly with his weapon. Shortly after, Goldar steals the fake diamond. Believing he has won, Zed attaches the jewel to Serpentera, while the real Bokala says goodbye by making it snow in California. In space, the ship dies again, and Zed flips out, turning the fake doll into a giant monster. The Thunder Megazord crushes the fraud, and the day ends with the Rangers emotionally reading a postcard from Switzerland. The visit of Aisha's possessive childhood friend, Shauna, creates friction with Kimberly. Seeing the perfect rift, Zed kidnaps the duo during a picnic and creates the Jaws of Destruction, hoping the Rangers will blame Aisha for the failure. In the cave, the hostages bond. Shauna vents about her father's abandonment, and Kimberly mirrors this with the pain of her parents' divorce. In the command center, the team reassures Aisha and marches against the Saw monster. Tommy detours to the cave and uses his sword to break the force field. With Shauna saved, Kimberly morphs and destroys her prison, rejoining the fight. While Tommy dispatches Goldar back to the moon in direct combat, the rest of the team summons the Thunder Megazord and slices the Jaws of Destruction in half. In the closing scene, Shauna and Kimberly tie in a gymnastics competition and peacefully share the trophy with Aisha. Rocky works as a lifeguard at the lake, where little Dougie hesitates to swim due to a fear of monsters. Taking advantage of the child's terror, Zed summons 4 classic aquatic creatures for an ambush, capitalizing on the fact that Tommy, Kimberly, and Adam are scuba diving, cut off from communications. Billy, Rocky, and Aisha suffer alone until Zordon restores the signal and alerts the divers. With the tide turning, Zed turns Bulk and Skull's giant inner tube into the tube monster, stranding the bullies. The new aberration immediately grows giant, requiring the Thunder Megazord, while Tommy massacres the lesser troops using his Saba sword. Overcoming his own fear, Dougie helps rescue Bulk and Skull, ending the episode with Bulk pulling a live lobster out of his swimsuit. A school assignment about childhood photos inspires Zed's most megalomaniacal plan yet. Use the Rock of Time to reverse Earth's orbit and turn back time in true Superman style. The spell works, turning the Rangers and the entire school into elementary kids, erasing their memories of being heroes. Zordon and Alpha panic and rush to build a molecular decoder. In the park, the kids' recess is interrupted by Z putties, but the kids instinctively discover that hitting the Z on the creature's chests disintegrates them, turning the battle into a dodgeball massacre. Furious at the humiliation, Zed brings a discarded Polaroid camera to life and summons the monster Photomare. In a cowardly attack, the monster uses its flash to permanently trap the young Rangers inside a photograph. Alpha 5 finishes the decoder, but the wind blows the photo of the young Rangers into Bulk and Skull's hands. Hunted by Goldar and Photomare, the duo flees to the school, where they get detention. Alpha freezes the villains in the park, tracks down the boys, puts them to sleep, and reverses the photograph, returning the heroes to their teenage forms. Chaos erupts. Photomare traps civilians and Zed makes it giant. Rocky's Red Dragon faces an evil clone while Tommy beats Goldar to the ground. The Thunder Megazord annihilates annihilates the clone and the camera monster. However, the Rock of Time threatens to destroy the planet. The team tracks down the rock and faces Goldar, along with recycled monsters. Wasting no time, they use their power weapons, force the general to retreat, and detonate the rock with the power cannon, stabilizing Earth's timeline once and for all. At school, Bulk and Skull silently serve their detention at the chalkboard. The Rangers win a trip to Australia. The timing is perfect. Lord Zed decides to take his centennial nap in the rejuvenation chamber, but the calm is short-lived. Rita Repulsa crash lands near the Lunar Palace and finds Finster, who restores her to normal size. Rita's plan is bizarre. Slip a love potion to the sleeping Zed, marry him, and ask for the Rangers' heads as a wedding gift. Finster ambushes Alpha 5 and inserts a corrupted disc into his system, creating a crazed robot loyal to the villains. Alpha sends the heroes to the abandoned Spectre Theater. Zordon tries to intervene, but Alpha cuts the communication, kicks the consoles, and sabotages the energy tube. Unaware, the Rangers teleport to the theater. The trap is perfect. A vortex neutralizes their powers. While Rita administers the potion to Zed and Finster resurrects 10 classic monsters, the team realizes they are cornered in the dark and defenseless. Powerless, the Rangers trade punches with the monsters in the Spectre Theater and retreat, trying to find a way out. In the command center, Alpha has embraced villainy. He confesses his grudge to Zordon, teleports Bulk and Skull to the Australian outback out of revenge, and shuts down the Mentor's energy tube, plunging the base into silence. On the moon, Rita's plan works. Zed wakes up in love and orders a desperate Goldar to organize a lavish wedding immediately. In the theater, the Rangers escape to the basement, but Zed sends grenades to make Pexter and Rhino Blaster grow. The team summons the Zords, but Alpha cuts the power at the last second. After they eject, the robot teleports them back inside. With the exits blocked by Z-Putties, the monsters head up to the moon for the party, leaving the heroes back at square one. Zed and Rita's wedding takes place over Goldar's silent protests. They dive into the party and take Serpentera for a honeymoon, where the main attraction is watching the Power Rangers die. Meanwhile, the Rangers escape through the theater's basement, dodge attacks, and reach the command center. Wasting no time, Billy yanks the corrupted disc out of Alpha, who returns to normal with no memory of his breakdown. Zordon is restored and gives the team their powers back. Zed and Rita decide to celebrate their nuptials by sending 6 giant monsters at once. The Rangers summon the Thunder Megazord and the White Tiger Zord in a veritable assembly line of destruction. Sacadillo, Eye-Guy, Draw-Mole, Robogoat, Salaguana, and Grumblebee fall one by one. With the victory won and the villains already bickering, the heroes are teleported to Australia. Alpha brings Bulk and Skull back, and Zordon reassures him. At school, the class discusses historical eras they'd like to live in. On the moon, Zed wants to banish the Rangers through time, but he needs the Wizard of Deception, who only obeys Rita. He swallows his pride, convinces his wife, and shifts the focus. Isolate Tommy. The wizard descends to Earth and hypnotizes Bulk and Skull to steal a lock of Tommy's hair. The plan fails, so the wizard himself attacks with Z-Putties. The team arrives to help, but the wizard cheats, knocks Tommy down, and cuts the tuft of hair. With the material, the villain travels to Australia and creates an evil clone named Tom. Using a fake communicator, Tom lures the 5 Rangers, and the wizard throws them into the Angel Grove of the 1700s. There, locals accuse them of witchcraft until young Marissa hides them in a barn. In the present, Tommy looks for his friends and bumps into his own copy, who makes a dramatic entrance. I am the Green Ranger.
Who are you? I'm the Green Ranger.
The wizard appears, and both Tommies morph. What follows is the White Ranger versus the Green Ranger, trading heavy blows in an intense fight. In the 1700s, guards, one of them identical to Skull, invade the barn. Billy and Adam escape with Marissa in her uncle's wagon, who looks exactly like Bulk. In the present, Tommy dominates the fight, but the wizard attacks from behind, forces him to demorph, and hands a green power coin to the clone, ordering him to attack the base. Meanwhile, on the moon, Zed decides he wants a baby, causing Rita to demand a potion from Finster to erase this idea. Tom invades the command center, confuses Alpha and Zordon, drops temporal clues, and flees. Alpha initiates a search. In the past, the wizard turns rats into giant beasts. Powerless, the team runs while the villain blows everything up. In the present, Tom summons the Dragon Zord from the bottom of the sea to cause chaos. While Zed and Rita argue on the moon and the Rangers flee from rats in the past, Tom uses the Dragon Zord to destroy the harbor. Tommy is exhausted, but he morphs to recharge his energy, defeats the Z-Putties, and summons the Tiger Zord to face his former Zord. The fight ends badly, and Tommy is ejected. The wizard and Tom demand surrender. Tommy feigns yielding, tricking the clone into revealing that his friends are 200 years in the past. With the location tracked, Tommy disarms the wizard, steals the magic wand, and travels through time. In the 1700s, the team returns to the present, where Tommy banishes the wizard, instantly breaking the control over Tom. The clone uses the dragon dagger to send the Zord back to the sea. With two Tommies in play, the clone decides to live in the past to help people, but not before transferring his energy, so the original returns to full strength. The team breathes a sigh of relief. Tommy and Kimberly compete amicably for student council president. Bulk runs just to access student files. Wanting to prove her wickedness, Rita orders Squat and Babu to hit the couple with a magic rope that turns them into machines of blind competitiveness. Rita lures Tommy to the park with Goldar and Z-Putties. The group arrives to help, but Tommy and Kimberly are more worried about arguing. Goldar knocks Kimberly out, steals the sword Saba, and forces the Rangers to retreat. In the command center, Zordon breaks the spell with the scent of 2 bouquets of roses, but the damage outside is done. Rita has activated the Tiger Zord in warrior mode. While the Thunder Megazord holds the line, Alpha builds an electromagnet. Tommy surprises Rita from behind, activates the magnet, and regains control of his Zord, cornering the villain, who flees to the moon. Free from spells, Tommy drops his candidacy and supports Kimberly, who wins. Bulk receives only his own vote. At the school book fair, Tommy buys a nostalgic children's tale for Kimberly, Grumble the Magic Elf. Taking advantage of Zed's slumber, Rita bewitches the book. When Kimberly, Tommy, and Rocky try to retrieve it from the trash, they are sucked into the pages. They meet Grumble, a cursed elf who needs to deliver toys to orphans, realizing they will only get out of there if they ensure the story's happy ending. Zed wakes up and decides to complicate things. He sends Z-Putties to steal the toys inside the book. In the real world, students return the copy to the sales table, leaving the Rangers vulnerable. While Bulk tries magic with a turkey recipe book, Billy, Adam, and Aisha locate the literary trap. Inside the story, the setting turns into a brutal winter with a snow monster. Their morphers freeze, and the team finds themselves buried by a lethal avalanche, totally powerless. Billy and Aisha find Grumble's book. Inside the tale, the trio is saved by the elf and marches to the wizard Mondo's castle. In the real world, Bulk messes up the magic and creates the monster Turkey Jerk, which Zed and Rita bring to life.
Yes, this my magnificent creature.
Billy, Aisha, and Adam intercept the giant turkey and pulverize it with the power cannon. In the book, Mondo refuses to help. Aisha has a brilliant idea. She draws toys with Alpha's help, who magically materializes them straight into the story for the elf. Rita helps Mondo escape from the book into the city, but the White Tiger Zord and the Thunder Megazord welcome him with 2 lethal blows, returning him to fiction. With the orphan children happy, the trio of Rangers breaks free. At the donation fair, Kimberly passes the book on to Bulk and Skull, but when the elf himself says hello from the pages, the duo gives up reading for good. Tommy gives Kimberly a rare cactus, but it disappears in a flash of lightning, and she is sucked into a time vortex. Lord Zed has turned the plant into the monster Needlenose, planning to erase the team from history by sending the creature into the past. Kimberly lands in the Wild West of 1880, where she witnesses classic versions of Bulk and Skull trying to rob Rocky and Adam's ancestors. The one who resolves everything is the White Stranger, identical to Tommy. She faints, wakes up in the saloon, and meets Billy and Aisha's ancestors. In the present, Goldar, Needlenose, and Z-Putties cross the time portal before the Rangers can intercept them. In 1880, Bulk and Skull's ancestors try to steal Kimberly's communicator and end up in jail after getting an electric shock. With the Putties invading the old town, Kimberly reveals the truth to her friends from the past, calling upon them to save the future. Goldar takes over the town. After fighting alone and retreating, Kimberly seeks out the command center of 1880. Zordon lends her the 5 original power coins, and Kimberly hands them to the ancestors, awakening the group's heroism. In the present, the team tunes into the feed, watching their own great-great-grandparents become Power Rangers. In the Wild West, the new heroes and the White Stranger ambush the villains. Kimberly leads a stylish morph, and the team dispatches the Putties and sends Goldar and Needlenose back to the future. In the 20th century, Zed makes the monster giant. Tommy and Rocky summon their Zords, but Needlenose's barrage of thorns requires the Mega Tiger Zord formation to annihilate him. Billy activates the communicators and rescues Kimberly safe and sound. In the past, while the ancestors toast, the white stranger exchanges glances with a young woman identical to Kimberly, proving that some things transcend time. In art class, Billy impresses with a hologram disc, and his classmate Violet sculpts a statue of him. Rita intercepts Zed's spell and turns the statue into an evil clone of the Blue Ranger. The fake Billy kidnaps the original to the Dark Dimension, takes his place, and steals the team's morphers, except for Tommy's, who is suspicious of the setup. In the Dark Dimension, the real Billy uses the hologram disc to reflect the ray of his prison and escape. Zed takes his anger out by turning Tommy's vase into the monster vase face. The real Billy appears in time to return the morphers, resulting in 2 identical Blue Rangers. Kimberly throws out bait, asking what the disc is. The imposter makes a mistake by calling it a mirror, and the Rangers strike him down. The Thunder Zords and the Tiger Zord destroy Vase Face. At school, Bulk and Skull unveil the statue they made, a golden Billy, but burst into laughter at the absurd idea of the nerd being a hero. At the command center, Alpha 5 receives a terrifying distress signal. Edenoi, his home planet, is under a massive attack, and King Lexian is missing. The robot desperately tries to find survivors. Back on Earth, Kimberly is taken down by a severe flu, leaving her bedridden. At the juice bar, Billy warns the other Rangers that something is wrong with Alpha, and the team rushes to the base. There, the robot pours his heart out about the imminent destruction of his home. Seeing their friend's anguish, the team decides not to just stand by. Without a second thought, Tommy, Rocky, Adam, Billy, and Aisha set off on an interplanetary rescue mission to Edenoi, taking the risk of leaving the feverish Kimberly and Earth behind. On Edenoi, the Rangers take shelter with the natives and the mysterious masked rider, who reveals himself to be Dex, King Lexian's grandson.
My name is Dex, Prince of Edenoi.
He explains that Count Dragon devastated the planet, but reassures Alpha by confirming that his grandfather is alive. On Earth, Bulk and Skull change their tactics and decide to pretend to be the Power Rangers. On the moon, Zed realizes Earth is unprotected and sends the monster Repelator to terrorize Angel Grove. Simultaneously, Dragon's forces ambush the hideout on Edenoi, sparking a violent battle. Back at the command center, Alpha panics when he realizes the signal with the team in space has been cut. Without the other 5 Rangers, Zordon makes a drastic decision and summons Kimberly. Feverish and barely able to stand, she morphs and heads out alone to face Repelator. Fighting with the flu is awful, but Kimberly sneezes so much on Repelator that the lunar lackey catches the human illness and retreats. On Edenoi, the team helps Dex fend off the invaders, while Zordon warns them that they urgently need to return to Earth. At the palace, Finster cures Zed's monster. On Earth, Bulk and Skull's charade falls apart when a cured giant Repelator ruins their dates. Kimberly is pushed to her absolute limit, but fortunately the other Rangers finish the battle on Edenoi and arrive just in time. The Thunder Megazord and Tiger Zord take over the fight and annihilate the minion. Furious, Count Dragon tracks the teen's teleportation and targets Earth as his next conquest, forcing King Lexian to dispatch Dex straight to our planet. During Zed and Rita's wedding anniversary, the party is crashed by Rito Revolto, Zed's insufferable brother-in-law. He brings mysterious eggs, annoys the villain by calling him Ed, and Rita orders Finster to recreate 4 heavy-hitting monsters. On Earth, while the teens celebrate a victory and Bulk drags Skull to the Junior Police Patrol Academy, Rito attacks the city. The command center systems collapse. Zed makes Rito grow into a giant. The Thunder Megazord and Tiger Zord dominate the brawl until the real trap is sprung. The 4 monsters grow simultaneously. The beatdown is cowardly and relentless. Tommy pushes the machine's power past their limits, causing a catastrophic feedback loop that blows up the command center and shatters the Zords to pieces. Powerless and without gear, the team is forced to flee. With the base in ruins, Zordon reveals one last hope, the Temple of Power, in the Desert of Despair, guarded by Ninjor. Expending his remaining energy, Zordon teleports the team into the middle of nowhere. Far away, Bulk forces Skull to face military-style police training. On the moon, the Tenga warriors and 1 vampirus egg hatch from Rito's eggs. Zed sends the bird creatures to attack the heroes and plants the egg near the temple. In the harsh desert, Kimberly triggers a fire trap. and Aisha nearly sinks into quicksand. Navigating blindly, the Tengas swoop down from the sky and corner the group in a rock formation. Adam opens a tunnel that leads to a dead end, but Tommy realizes it's an optical illusion and pulls the team through the wall, temporarily escaping the birds. Lost in the magical forest, the Rangers find the temple and a blue jar containing Ninjor. The grumpy guardian tells them all to leave, but Tommy wins him over with an unwavering speech about friendship. While Bulk and Skull suffer through police training with pathetic failures, Ninjor guides the teens on a spiritual journey. The outcome is absolute: new power coins, ninja suits, and the Ninja Zords. Zed, furious, orders Rito to attack the city again. The heroes intercept the Tengas and defeat the birds with extreme ease. Ninjor congratulates the team, who morph and return home victorious. However, back in the unguarded desert, the vampirus egg quietly begins to hatch, giving them no rest. Rito Revolto burns down Angel Grove, but the newly arrived Ninja Zords turn the tide. At the academy, after much suffering, Bulk and Skull finally take the obstacle course seriously. In the giant-sized brawl, the Rangers form the Ninja Megazord and Ninja Mega Falcon Zord. The sheer power annihilates Rito, who blasts off to the moon in pieces. While the base is being repaired, Vampirus hatches and attacks the temple. Zed makes it grow, and Ninjor grows to fight back. The Rangers fly back, and alongside Ninjor's battle mode, deliver the finishing blow to the monster.
When will they ever learn? Evil never triumphs.
With Ninjor pledging allegiance to the team, the gang attends Bulk and Skull's Junior Police Patrol graduation. They actually seem to have straightened out until Bulk trips and knocks the whole class down like human dominoes. Kimberly is devastated. Her mother is getting married and moving to Paris. The anxiety triggers a nightmare where her future stepfather turns into a mole monster and she loses her powers. Worse yet, Finster has invented a dream snooping machine. Zed and Rita watch and decide to materialize her fear. In the park, the Tengas ambush the team, and Rito and Finster extract the creature from the Ranger's mind. The artist mole comes to life and drains the colors and life energy from the city and the Rangers. Since it's a projection of Kimberly's subconscious, no one else can hurt it. After retrieving her communicator and getting advice from Zordon, Kimberly returns alone. Revitalized, she destroys the monster's palate and strikes its chest, returning the stolen energy. The Mega Falcon Zord and Ninjor finish off the giant version. In the end, Aisha's parents offer to let Kimberly live with them, solving the dilemma and keeping the heroine at home. Adam's family gives him a special paper lantern. He and Billy take the object to a Japanese garden, where Master Ko reveals his ancient mystical powers and asks them to protect the place. On the moon, Zed decides to steal this power and sends Babu, Squat, and Rito, along with Tengas, to distract the Rangers. In the chaos, Babu and Squat steal lanterns, but Rito thinks they grab too many and tosses exactly Adam's into the trash. At the command center, Adam is crushed. Zed, furious at the trio's incompetence, watches Rita turn the remaining lantern into the monster Lantera. On Earth, Bulk and Skull find Adam's lantern and are chased by the monster like in a slasher movie. The Rangers engage in combat, and Adam realizes the relic's true power, turning the tide. The villains enlarge the creature, but the Ninja Zords and Ninjor obliterate Lantera. Bulk and Skull return Adam's item, try to steal the credit, and end up slipping on a freshly mopped floor. Rocky takes part in the Teacher for a Day program, swapping places with the strict science teacher, Mr. Wilton. On the moon, Rito gets the idea to lead the evil empire, and Zed allows it just to watch him fail. At school, Bulk and Skull confiscate Rocky's materials thinking he's cheating, forcing him to improvise the class while Wilton suffers as a student. Leading the villains, Rito tries to make a clay monster and sends the Tengas to Earth. They attack Wilton simply because he's wearing a red shirt, mistaking him for the Ranger. Rocky tries to save him, but Rito fires Zed's staff backward, turning the teacher into the monster Marvo the Meanie. The creature turns the other Rangers into beakers of colorful liquid. Rocky flees to the command center. With his allies demanding extreme care, Rocky steps into his teacher role and guides a panicking Alpha 5 to restore them. In the giant battle, feeling guilty, Rocky refuses the Megazord and uses only the Red Ape Ninja Zord to beat down Marvo and save Wilton. Rito is sent to clean the lab as punishment, and at school, Rocky and Wilton develop develop a mutual respect. An accident caused by Alan in science class makes Mr. Wilton threaten to cut him from the football team. Rocky realizes Alan has the same learning block as his uncle, pro player Joe Haley. On the moon, Zed practices football, and Finster accidentally fuses a magical centipede with the ball, creating the monster Cenibac. Rito tries to catch the ball and turns into one, much to Zed's disappointment. Cenibac attacks the school field and turns civilians and rangers into footballs. Being the last man standing, Rocky retreats. Zordon explains that he needs to intercept the monster's passes using magic nullifying buckets. Ninjor is drafted into the game. In the snowy mountains, Rocky and Ninjor catch the passes perfectly, breaking the spell.
Here it comes! All right, yeah.
The villains enlarge the monster, but the heroes destroy Cenibac. Zed blames Finster for the defeat. At the youth center, Alan reveals he has dyslexia like his Uncle Joe, and Wilton agrees to help him without kicking him off the team. On the street, Lieutenant Stone chews out Bulk and Skull, who kick a ball that splatters fruit salad all over Bulk's uniform. The Angel Girls Club roster is posted, and Aisha is rejected for not having enough money, while Kimberly only got in as a legacy. Disgusted by the elitism, Kim quits the club to defend her friend. Meanwhile, Bulk and Skull hunt down a mysterious vandal who graffitied Ernie's cafe. On the moon, Finster creates the Hate Master, a monster made from evil seeds. For the spell to work, they need something touched by the Rangers, and Squat vacuums up dust from a battle. At home, Aisha's grandmother comforts her with a necklace, saying that love conquers hate. When the Hate Master tosses the magic dust on the heroes, Tommy, Billy, Rocky, Adam, and Kim are corrupted. They insult each other, renounce Zordon, and abandon the base. Only Aisha resists thanks to the necklace, becoming the sole hope before her friends destroy each other. Consumed by hate, Billy shuts down the command center's power, causing Zordon to vanish. Trapped in the base, Aisha watches Alpha sacrifice his internal battery to teleport her to the park, leaving the necklace with him to synthesize a cure. In Angel Grove, Aisha is ambushed by Tengus and the Hate Master. Without protection, she nearly succumbs but focuses on her grandmother's words, disintegrating the magic. She runs to the youth center and throws herself into the middle of a fight between Tommy and Adam. Her plea for friendship creates a breach in the spell, allowing Aisha to turn off Billy's device. The power returns. Zordon reappears, and Alpha fires a positive energy beam synthesized from the necklace, curing the team. With their minds restored, the heroes summon the Ninja Zords and Titanus, crushing the Hate Master. In the end, the girls expel the elitist leader from the club and invite Aisha and Kim. Bulk and Skull discover the graffiti artist was actually a sleepwalking skull and are awarded mops as a prize. During a museum visit, the Rangers learn the myth of the Face Stealer, a monster that stole faces on the 4th full moon of the year. Rita, keeping an eye on the calendar, dispatches Rito, Babu, and Squat to steal the monster's urn. The Rangers try to stop them, but Rito escapes with the artifact in the chaos. The Face Stealer is unleashed, instantly erasing the faces of Bulk, Skull, Adam, and Aisha. Billy remembers the ancient museum masks used to combat the creature. With the curator's permission, they use the pieces in combat. The masks reflect the monster's magic, releasing all the stolen faces at once. Frustrated, Rita and Zed enlarge the creature, which withstands the Ninja Mega Falcon Zord. Zordon orders them to call upon Titanus, and the Ninja Ultra Zord wipes the monster off the map, sealing it back into the urn. Kimberly asks Tommy to the dance, leaving Skull dead with jealousy. On the moon, Zed prepares the Serpentera ship for a honeymoon, leaving Goldar in charge. Finster creates the invisible monster Mischief using a love potion, but Rito accidentally makes the beast fall in love with him. The creature causes romantic chaos at school. Kim falls for Skull and Bulk for Aisha. Zed and Rita turn back because Rito didn't fuel the ship. Rito reveals to Goldar that Rita used this exact same potion in the past to force her marriage to Zed. Goldar orders Finster to create an antidote, curing the school. Mischief hits Rita, who falls in love with Goldar until Finster undoes the magic. Zed sends the creature to the park, but Tommy destroys it with the Ninja Mega Falcon Zord. Finster throws the antidote at Zed, hoping to cure him of the original spell, but nothing changes. Zed truly loves her. At the dance, Kim asks a depressed Skull for a friendly dance. Right in the Christmas spirit, Kimberly helps Aisha with the choir, but Bulk and Skull ruin her romantic moment with Tommy by dressing up as an awful Santa and elf. Lord Zed hates the holiday and sends Rito to the North Pole with a hypnotic spinning top. The plan is to force the elves to manufacture copies of the toy to control the world's children. Zordon contacts the heroes, warning them that the holiday magic will nullify their powers. Unable to morph, the Rangers use Home Alone-style traps, snowballs, ribbons, and marbles to tie up the villains and dispatch them to the moon. The team helps the elves wrap presents to save Christmas. At the Lunar Palace, Zed and Rita receive boxes of their own tops, while Rito gives Goldar a heartfelt gift.
Well, in keeping with the holiday spirit, I want you to have this.
In Angel Grove, Kimberly gets her long-awaited kiss under the mistletoe and reunites with her mother for the holidays. Aisha adopts an abandoned white cat, unaware that it's Rita's spy. Zed sends Rito to fend off intruders at the shelter, and the Rangers spring into action. During the commotion, the cat assumes human form, reverting to a feline just in time for Aisha to take her home and name her PC. Later, the cat slips away and reveals herself to be the young Cat. Driving a car made of magical scrap, Cat goes to the youth center and asks Tommy to fix the engine. The moment the hero test drives the vehicle, Rita opens a dimensional rift and teleports Tommy into a black hole. With the leader missing, Rito grows giant in Angel Grove. Zordon warns that the city is being destroyed and Tommy is trapped in another dimension, drastically splitting the team's forces. With Rito crushing Angel Grove, Alpha loses Tommy's signal, and Cat, in cat form, infiltrates the command center for the first time. Tommy is held hostage by Goldar using a signal jammer. Zordon orders the Rangers to focus on Rito, forcing him to retreat with the Megazord. When Tommy wakes up morphed, he fights Goldar, but Zed's force field prevents his rescue. Billy and Adam assemble a rescue device, while Rita turns the cat into Catastrophe to force the entire team into battle. Mid-fight, Billy finishes the device and pulls Tommy back, but the hero believes Cat is still a hostage. To keep up the charade, Zed sends a giant Catastrophe back down. The creature is destroyed by the Ninja Mega Falcon Zord with Ninjor's help, and shortly after, Cat miraculously reappears safe and sound, solidifying the success of the enemy's infiltration. Cat fakes a friendship with Kimberly and Aisha, but her spell triggers a sick jealousy over Kim's romance with Tommy. On the moon, Finster discovers dormant ancient Zords and plans to use ninja technology to activate them. To do so, Cat must steal a power coin. At the beach, Tengus attack, and Cat steals Kim's pink crane coin and a photo of Tommy. Stripped of her connection to the coin, Kimberly rapidly loses her life energy. Goldar attacks in giant form, and Tommy summons the Falcon Zord, but Cat teleports into the cockpit, knocks him out, and hands the machine over to Zed. The distraction costs them dearly. Ninjor is captured to be used as the battery for the new evil Zords. Zordon warns that if Kim doesn't recover her life force, she won't survive, while Cat tears the couple's photo, certain that Tommy will soon be hers. With Kimberly falling into a dangerous slumber, the team loses the Falcon Zord, Ninjor, and any immediate hope. On the moon, Zed needs to force the Rangers to pilot his new ancient Zords. He unleashes Incisorator on the city and sends Tengus to surround Cat. Even weakened and under Zordon's warning that the exertion could be fatal, Kim demands to be teleported in her ninja suit. Her body fails, and she faints. Goldar instantly kidnaps her, while Incisorator abandons the fight. Alpha discovers that Zed is draining Kim's energy to inject into the Zords. The villain then forces his teleportation into the command center. Materializing his throne in Zordon's sanctuary, Zed delivers a checkmate. Either the heroes become the pilots of his new evil fleet, or Kimberly doesn't survive. Tommy gives into the blackmail to save the girl. In the dark dimension, Cat watches the hostage, but her spell wavers under the weight of guilt. Billy recovers an old communicator portal and opens a rift. Tommy jumps into the abyss, faces Zed, and throws Saba, breaking the villain's staff. Zed retreats, and Kim is saved. On Earth, Rita sends the sea monster to force the use of the ancient Zords, but Billy hacks the control system with the power coins before the heroes even step into the cockpits. Renamed as the Shogun Zords, they form a new Megazord and vaporize the monster. Kimberly returns safely, but her coin remains with Rita. Her future as a ranger hangs by a thread, but Tommy assures her they will face it together. Looking for a coach for the Pan Global Games, Kimberly has her car stolen. Wasting no time, she commandeers a taxi with Bulk and Skull and starts a frantic chase. Finding it amusing, Zed and Rita turn the taxi into the monster Krabby Cabby, trapping the three inside the chassis. The team can't attack without vaporizing their friends. Kat goes through a crisis of conscience, and Rita casts a new spell to silence her. On Earth, Alpha invents a hostage extractor. Piloting the White Shogun Zord, Tommy rescues Kimberly, Bulk, and Skull from the trap. With the way clear, the Shogun Megazord turns the mutant taxi into scrap metal, recovering Kim's car so she can focus on her sport. Renowned coach Gunther Schmidt offers to train Kimberly for the Pan-Global Games, and Zordon encourages her. Rita decides to ruin the gymnast and launches simultaneous attacks spread across the city with Goldar, Rito, Tengus, Vampirus, and Artist Mole. Tommy is nearly slaughtered, and Kim must abandon her practice, frustrating her coach to save her boyfriend. The frantic battle exhausts Kimberly. Instead of resting, she forces herself to train alone and suffers a terrible fall from the balance beam, hitting her head. Kat had been watching everything. The accident awakens her own trauma from when her diving career was ruined, and the force of that memory completely shatters Rita's mind control. Free, Kat runs desperately to help the girl she'd been trying to destroy up until then. Relief washes over the hospital when Kim wakes up without permanent injuries. On the moon, Rita is furious to discover that Kat's selfless act broke the spell. Rito tries to stop Rocky, Adam, and Aisha from reaching the room, but Tommy and Billy handle the fight using their ninja powers. Kat confesses stealing the coin to the heroes, who forgive her immediately, but Kim announces she will quit gymnastics due to the trauma. Zed sends Garbage Mouth to punish Kat's betrayal, but she breaks free, and the Rangers pulverize the monster with the Shogun Megazord. Rita and Zed don't give up and issue a brutal ultimatum: either hand Kat over, or Ninjor will be thrown into the Sea of Sorrow forever. Kat reveals to Kim that she lost her diving career out of fear and decides to surrender to the villains to fix her mistakes. Tommy and Rocky veto this and come up with a plan using Billy's force field. At the park, Ninjor's cage is empty, and Rito kidnaps Kat by force. In the lunar prison, Kat gives Rito's skeleton a massage, steals the key and Kim's power coin, getting teleported by Billy at the very last second. She returns the coin and executes a perfect dive into the pool to prove that fears must be overcome. Inspired, Kimberly resumes her training and gets an invitation to Florida. She passes her communicator and coin to Kat, officially making her the new Pink Ranger, and says goodbye to follow her dream. Tommy convinces a student to eat healthy, which outrages Rita. She shrinks the monster Revenator and hides it in the White Ranger's food. Free from the spell but with telepathic residue, Kat eavesdrops on the villain's plans and destroys the Tengas sent to silence her. But it's too late. Tommy swallows the monster and becomes a black hole of hunger, ruining his moral standing with his student. An X-ray at the base reveals the problem. Since teleporting Tommy would destroy the base, Aisha creates a psychological torture plan. In the park, the hero has to resist a giant sundae. The effort makes Revenator lose its patience and climb out on its own. The Rangers form the Shogun Megazord and fry the monster, ensuring Tommy regains his standing with the student. Kat leads a housing construction project for the community. Rita sends Rito and the Tengas to sabotage the site, but the Rangers defeat them. Annoyed, Rita fires a blast at Kat to bring her evil side back, but misses and hits a wall, creating the Brick Bully. The monster traps the white, black, yellow, and red Rangers in brick blocks. Kat flees with Billy and uses chemical reagents to erode the mortar and free the team, while Billy lures the creature away, cutting off its supply of rubble. With the beast weakened and then enlarged by Rita, Billy summons the Blue Shogun Zord and defeats it in a head-to-head clash. Once back, the team is free, and the mayor presents Kat with a Community Achievement Award. Kat and Aisha teach sign language to Kelly the chimpanzee, which catches Zed's attention. Tengus and Finster attack, forcing Kat to fend them off, but Kelly escapes. The monkey is lured to a fruit stand by Bulk and Skull, who are investigating a fake banana theft. Zed fires his beam at the chimp and creates the sinister simian. Unable to destroy the creature, the Rangers immobilize it so Billy can pluck a tuft of hair to create a cure. Zed enlarges the monster. Tommy distracts the creature by imitating monkey movements with the White Shogun Zord, buying Billy time to fire the cure projectile and restore Kelly. In the end, the theft Bulk and Skull were investigating turns out to be just an employee who had stored the bananas in the freezer. The Rangers are enjoying a horseback ride until the earth shakes and the sky goes dark. Teleporting transported to a powered-down command center, they find Zordon and Alpha offline. The cause of this blackout? Master Vile, ruler of the M51 galaxy and Rita's father, has just arrived at the Moon Palace. When the power comes back, Zordon presents a preventive upgrade, the metallic armor. On the moon, the family dynamic is heating up. Vile despises Zed, who tries to defend himself by using Ninjor as a prisoner. However, Rito knocks over the prison jar, allowing Ninjor to escape. Vile focuses on his true target, the Zeo crystal, a relic hidden beneath the Moon Palace, protected by a force field that only the pure of heart can cross. Vile creates the monster Globber to hunt down Ninjor and pumps up the Tengas with performance enhancers. On Earth, the Rangers take a beating from the birds and summon Ninjor. The trap works. Globber appears, grabs Ninjor, and vanishes. Cornered, the heroes activate the metallic armor and defeat the birds. Zordon warns that they must destroy the Zeo crystal before the villain does. Tommy heads to the lunar caves, and Kat insists on tagging along. While the team faces the giant Globber in the city, who mercilessly drains the Zord's energy, Kat sneaks into the Moon Palace, faces Rita and Zed, and bluffs, claiming she wants to work for evil again. Globber drains all the energy from the Shogun Megazord, forcing the Rangers to fall back to the Ninja Megazord. Meanwhile, Kat is trapped in one of Zed's machines that drains goodness and injects evil. Zordon warns Tommy her only salvation is the Zeo crystal. Zed plays psychological mind games, saying the force field will destroy Tommy because of his dark past. In the Caves of Deception, Tommy faces illusions of Goldar and the Green Ranger. He ignores the theater, grabs the crystal, and the force field fries his mind with terrible memories of his days wreaking havoc. But the good memories with his team give him the mental strength to secure the relic. He storms the throne room, frees Kat, reclaims the Falcon Zord, and the two escape. On Earth, the Ninja Megazord takes a heavy beating. Tommy and Kat arrive to save the day with the Ninja Mega Falcon Zord, but Globber survives and turns into a copy of Ninjor. The Shogun Megazord joins the fight via remote control, but Vile plays dirty. He reveals that every punch the monster takes hurts the real Ninjor, who is tied up nearby. With their hands tied, the Rangers are ejected into the alleys. Vile steals the Zords and the crystal off-planet. Globber shrinks and drains the Rangers' powers. Resorting to the metallic armor, they take down the monster and flee. Vile invades the juice bar to throw the ultimate end-of-the-world party, leaving the Rangers in the command center watching the apocalypse unfold. The end-of-the-world party at the juice bar is in full swing, complete with a solar eclipse and hostages. Zordon taps into the Morphin grid to recharge the exhausted Rangers. Billy tracks the missing Zords to the distant M51 galaxy. The robots are left abandoned and rusted. The Rangers teleport, scrape off the rust, and sneak in through the emergency exit in the Ninja Megazord's big toe. Master Vile uses the Zeo crystal to control the machines and fire at Earth. The Rangers channel energy from their power coins directly into the crystal, regain control, and return to our planet. Zed points out the plan failed, and Globber returns as a multi-headed freak full of stolen energy, taking on all the Zords at once. Alpha uses the command center's power to cancel the eclipse. Sunlight hits Globber, and the magically evaporated energy frees Ninjor. Furious, Vile grows giant to handle things personally. Ninjor goes into battle mode. The Rangers dispatch Globber and form the Shogun Mega Falcon Zord, delivering a beatdown to Vile, who flees in his skull-shaped ship. With peace restored, the Rangers power down the metallic armor, and Tommy shatters the Zeo crystal into 5 pieces with Saba. Each piece is cast into a time hole, scattered through time and space, ensuring Vile can never put the puzzle back together. With the universe saved, the team finally goes on their delayed horseback ride. Back to normal life, Kat struggles to find the right pitch for a singing competition with Aisha. The bar isn't even high, considering Bulk and Skull nearly shatter the school windows with their own performance. On the moon, Master Vile summons Discordia, a monster who sings atrociously out of tune, to destroy Earth. Kat and Aisha hear the monster's dreadful voice and morph. Discordia's tactic is emitting a hypnotic sound wave that forces everyone to dance against their will in a forced flash mob. The other Rangers arrive and get caught in the choreography. The monster controls Tommy's mind, nearly forcing him to hand over his power coin and the Falcon Zord, but Alpha radios them to activate the metallic armor. The plating blocks the music's effect, and they take down the singer. Zed fires down lightning to make Discordia giant. The Rangers call the Megazords, and Ninjor shows up. Zed continuously heals her with lightning bolts every time she takes a hit. To cut off her lifeline, Tommy takes the Falcon Zord solo and disperses the storm clouds. The Shogun Ultra Zord enters the scene and finishes the monster off for good. In the end, Aisha and Kat take the stage, sing perfectly, and win the prize. The gang is planning Kat's surprise birthday party at the juice bar. On the moon, Master Vile reveals his foolproof plan, using the Orb of Doom to reverse Earth's rotation and turn the Rangers into defenseless children. Zed is skeptical, but Vile orders Rito to plant the orb anyway. At the park, the Rangers reveal Kat's surprise party. The piece lasts for 2 minutes before Zordon issues urgent orders to stop the villain's plan. They morph and find Rito, Goldar, and the Tengas surrounding the orb. The group splits up. Tommy, Rocky, and Kat try to stop the device, while Adam, Aisha, and Billy activate the metallic armor to protect the park. Rito plants the orb into the ground, and Vile invokes the magic. The Earth begins to spin backward. Everyone in Angel Grove shrinks and reverts to childhood, including the Rangers, Lieutenant Stone, Bulk, and Skull. Taking advantage of the chaos, Rita, Zed, Goldar, and Rito assume giant forms to destroy the city. The hero's worst nightmare comes true. Trapped in children's bodies, the young Rangers realize they no longer have access to their powers and cannot morph. With giants destroying the city and stripped of their powers, the mini-rangers try to walk to the command center. Out of nowhere, Master Vile shrinks the villains back down. Zed throws a temper tantrum, and his father-in-law sends everyone back to the moon as punishment. Rito, however, slips away with his own plan: steal the power coins from the vulnerable kids. Across town, our heroes bump into the kid versions of Bulk and Skull, who only recognize Billy. Billy realizes the coins shielded their minds, keeping their memories intact. Hunted by Rito and the Tengas, they improvise traps to fend off the birds, but the noise attracts the police, who throw the kids in the precinct for breaking curfew. To get the group out, Tommy and Kat stand on each other's shoulders, throw on a trench coat, and fool the police chief by pretending to be Billy's mom. Free, they brave a sandstorm to reach the command center, tailed by Rito and Goldar. Inside, Alpha fixes a blackout by plugging in a loose cable and teleports the kids inside. Zordon gives it to them straight. He can't restore their powers. If a child ranger falls in combat, Earth will never return to its correct time stream. The solution is to summon the alien rangers of Aquitar. Outside, Rito and Goldar light the fuse of a bomb underneath the building. The Power Rangers of Aquitar answer the call. Delphine, Corcus, Sestro, and Tidius assure Zordon they won't hesitate to protect Earth, even though they constantly need water to survive. They bring the Battleborgs, giant telepathically controlled robots created by Ninjor, while Zordon informs them the Shogun Zords are at their disposal. The alarm goes off, warning them about the bomb. Alpha disarms the device before the building gets blown sky high, and the kids are teleported to the beach to meet their new alien allies. Realizing the explosion failed, Master Vile dispatches Goldar, Rito, and the Tengas to eliminate the kids, but the alien rangers reveal their powers and force the villains to retreat. Vile bets on Professor Longnose, who leads a squad in the desert. The alien rangers morph and jump into the fight, but Longnose turns his group into giants. The Aquitians summon the Battleborgs, even the odds, and call upon the Shogun Megazord to finish off Longnose, sending the rest of the troops fleeing. On the moon, Vile throws himself on the floor, crying and complaining about everything, until even Rita feels secondhand embarrassment. Exhausted, he heads back to his galaxy, handing absolute control back to Lord Zed. On Earth, Zordon has no idea how to reverse the planet's age, but with the alien rangers on guard, Earth has bought some time. In the command center, Billy and the alien rangers create a regenerator to bring the team back to their normal age. Since Billy has to go to school, he leaves the aliens hiding. On the bus, Rito and Goldar try to pounce on the kids' power coins, but back off after getting bombarded with water balloons. At Billy's house, the regenerator is finished. Billy tests it on himself and perfectly reverts to a teenager. However, Rito and Goldar show up and steal the machine. Zed and Rita arrive personally and reduce the power coins to dust. With no powers or hope left, Rito smashes the regenerator to pieces on the floor. Meanwhile, the alien rangers start to dry out. The need for hydration forces them to drink from a public fountain, causing mass panic. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zed turns the remains of the regenerator into the monster Slotsky. Hydrated, the aliens morph and head to the square to fight. The city starts cheering on the battle, and with the help of the Battleborgs, the monster is destroyed, making the aliens local heroes. Despite the celebration, reality hits Billy hard. The coins are gone, his friends are still in kids' its bodies, and the alien rangers can't live on Earth forever. The situation has never looked this grim. Trying to solve their allies' hydration problem, Billy builds a giant water purifier for the Angel Grove Lake. Minnie, Tommy, and Kat guard the equipment while he runs off to find spare parts. At the lake, the alien rangers devour an ice cream truck's inventory, but upon seeing Minnie Bulk and Minnie Skull fishing for food, they are horrified and toss them into the water using magic. Using powers out in the open dries the team out quickly, forcing a retreat. Rito and Goldar show up to cause trouble, followed by the Barbaric Brothers, sent by Zed to pollute the lake with toxic waste. Right as the heroes enter the water, Rito activates a force field, trapping the team in the aquatic sludge. With the aliens weakening in the poison, the kids trick Rito with a game of tag, steal the remote, and shut down the barrier. Free but battered, the alien rangers morph. Zed makes the monsters grow, forcing them to summon the Shogun Megazord to dispatch the brothers. Ultimately, Billy's machine is completely ruined. With no safe water source, Delphine announces the team's return to Aquitar to recover. They promise to return at the next attack, but Earth is left unprotected. The gang goes to relax at the water park, where Billy adopts the persona of Tommy's uncle. Zordon informs them that the alien rangers arrive safely on Aquitar. On the moon, Zed and Rita order Rito and Goldar to deliver an antimatter explosive through the tunnels under the command center. The two leave the bomb back at the base, forcing Rita to deliver it personally. To make matters worse, Rito tears the mission map in half. To distract the team, Zed turns the grumpy Mini Bulk into the monster Brat Boy. Billy calls the alien rangers, who return to Earth. Zed makes the monster grow, and the Battleborgs start taking a beating. The kids then shout, reminding Brat Boy that he's Bulk, their friend. The kid's willpower breaks the spell, and he reverts to normal. While Rito accidentally burns Goldar's half of the map in the tunnels, things get serious at the command center. Zordon lays it out. Their only chance to save Earth is by reassembling the Zeo crystal. Since the pieces were scattered across time and space, the kids will have to embark alone on quests into the past connected to their ancestors. The fate of the planet lies in the hands of 5 children. The kids begin the Zeo quest to find the shards of the crystal. Billy and the alien rangers stay on Earth, while Zed blocks access to the Battleborgs with a shield and sends the monster Witchblade. Young Rocky lands in Mexico, bumps into a boy named Pablo, and discovers that the crystal is inside a volcano about to erupt. Lacking any self-preservation instinct, Rocky climbs the mountain right away. In the present, Sestro's chronic dehydration kicks in. Billy goes to the city aquarium to ask the fish for information about pure water. Upon reaching the fountain, Sestro is ambushed by Witchblade under a scorching sun. In the tunnels, Goldar leaves a trail of popcorn to mark their way back, but fails because Rito eats the entire trail. Without the Battleborgs, the alien rangers summon the Shogun Megazord and dispatch Witchblade. At the volcano, Rocky pulls out the subcrystal and saves the village. Discovering that the boy's grandfather was also named Pablo, he realizes the spiritual connection. With Zed's shield disabled by Alpha, Rocky returns home. With one crystal secured, Billy, Sestro, and Tidius focus on building the Zeo Crystal Transformer. Billy heads to the university to get a phase modulator, leaving the aliens in the lab. In the past, Adam arrives in Korea looking for the wise master Kyogi. Soon, an old man starts following him, mumbling things about the spirit of the frog. Adam, in a rush, practically ignores the elderly man. In the present, Chestro and Tidius search for hydration. Zed takes advantage and sends the monster Arachnophend along with Tengus after them. The chase ends in a car wash, where the aliens hydrate while the giant birds get a forced bath. Down in the tunnels, Goldar and Rito get distracted playing tic-tac-toe. At the university, Billy gets the modulator, but upon returning to the lab, he finds his friends missing. Arachnophend captures him and takes him underground. The Rangers fight the monster, who soon grows giant. Once again without the Battleborgs, the Shogun Megazord steps in to handle it with brute force. In Korea, the old man reveals himself to be Kyogi all along, teaching Adam not to overlook what is right in front of him. Adam retrieves the second crystal, and Billy's machine is completed.
He shoots. He scores. All right. That's 2 down, 3 to go.
In the tunnels, Goldar and Rito end up right back at the tunnel entrance. Only Tommy and Kat's pieces are left. The young leader lands in a Native American tribe and meets the wise True of Heart. The riddle is clear. Tommy must let go of who he is to embrace his true identity. Kat heads to the Australian outback and runs into Agatha, an older version of herself, who guides her in a jeep. Billy and Sestro try to solve the alien's thirst by building a weather modulator. Sestro mentions his arch-nemesis, Hydro Hog. Zed overhears and orders Finster to build a teleporter to bring the villain to Earth. Underground, Rito accidentally activates the explosive in the middle of a fight with Goldar. Billy's weather modulator works, but Tengus swoop down and destroy the machine. Zed powers up the teleporter, but Alpha 5 acts fast and blocks the signal, preventing Hydro Hog's arrival at the last second. In Australia, Kat chooses to help a lost elderly woman on the road against Agatha's advice. The old woman reveals herself as the guardian of the subcrystal and hands it to the girl. Tommy faces 3 identical crystals, trusts his own heart, and chooses the right stone. True of Heart congratulates him with half of an arrowhead. With 2 more pieces secured, the Zeo quest moves forward. Missing just 1 piece of the Zeo crystal, Aisha lands in Africa and comes face to face with a giant lion. She is saved by Tanya, a local girl who explains that the savannah animals are suffering from a plague making them confused and violent. On the moon, Zed sends Rita to tell Goldar and Rito to hold off the command center explosion until they steal the completed crystal. However, the bomb's timer is already ticking, and the 2 stooges don't know how to stop it. Zed throws out a fake decoy, distracts Alpha, and brings Hydro Hog to Earth. The monster drains the alien rangers' water, steals their swords, and dries up Angel Grove's lake in the blink of an eye. Alpha tries to teleport them to a pool to rehydrate, but Hydro Hog dries the place up before they even hit the ground. The alien rangers are left paralyzed, leaving Earth exposed. In Africa, Aisha tries to offer her expertise to cure the plague, but Tanya warns that they need a miracle. The 2 must race against the scorching sun to reach the village before the savannah turns into a nocturnal hunting ground. Down in the tunnels, Goldar and Rito just stare at the ticking time bomb, sweating cold and out of options. With Hydro Hog draining all the planet's water, Billy and Alpha assemble a hyper-ionization ray to force it to rain. In Africa, Aisha meets Ashala, who hands her the last piece of the Zeo crystal, claiming the ranger is the chosen one to heal their land. Aisha decides to stay behind and sends Tanya to the command center in her place with the crystal. Zordon accepts her choice. Billy's plan works. The rain falls, the alien rangers recover, and jump into the fight. Zed turns Hydro Hog into a Colossus. Billy grabs the Falconzord remote, forms the Shogun Mega Falconzord, and pulverizes the villain. With Tanya at the command center, the Zeo crystal is assembled. The Earth starts spinning forward again, and everyone returns to their normal age. Bulk and Skull, suddenly adults again, break the playground swings under their weight. The alien rangers return to Aquitar. Goldar and Rito invade the command center, grab the Zeo crystal, and vanish right as the timer hits 0. Zordon orders an evacuation. Alpha teleports the rangers and Tanya out, but Billy gets hurt trying to protect the robot. The team lands outside just in time to watch the command center get blown to pieces. The celebration at the Moon Palace is cut short by a colossal earthquake. The Machine Empire has just arrived in the neighborhood to conquer Earth and crush the competition. Zed and Rita pack their bags, flee to Serpentera, and beg to live with Master Vile in the M51 galaxy, leaving Goldar and Rito behind. On Earth, the Ranger situation is bleak. Digging through the smoking rubble of the base for Zordon and Alpha, they only find the Zeo crystal, which Goldar and Rito apparently dropped during the explosion. The 2 monsters are now wandering Angel Grove without memories or wings, digging through the trash. Shortly after retrieving the crystal, the ground collapses beneath the Rangers' feet, and they plunge into a dark tunnel. On the surface, the rocks and debris begin to reassemble themselves. Following the tunnel, the team walks through a green vortex and emerges in an absurdly high-tech facility. Alpha welcomes them to the power chamber, the new hub built for emergencies.
Hello, Rangers. Welcome home.
The relief is immense, but Tommy asks for Zordon. While in space, King Mondo gears up for the ultimate invasion. The base reconstructs itself as the brand new power chamber. Zordon and Alpha are safe, but the Machine Empire, led by King Mondo and Queen Machina, has arrived. Zed tries to stick around, but Rita drags him onto Serpentera toward Master Vile's house. Left behind, Goldar and Rito become Bulk and Skull's butlers. With the power coins destroyed, Zordon reveals that the Zeo crystal is their new power source. force. Since there are 5 crystals and 6 rangers, Billy steps down. He decides to act as the technical advisor, passing his spot to the newcomer, Tanya. The Cogs, the Machine Empire's new robotic soldiers, invade Earth. With the Zeonizers on their wrists, the team is reborn. Cat is pink, Tanya takes yellow, Rocky is blue, Adam is green, and Tommy is red. The new Power Rangers Zeo wipe the floor with the Cogs, leaving King Mondo intrigued by the challenge Earth has just become. The Machine Empire scours the Earth, searching for the hiding spot of the new Zords. At school, Tanya tries to help the baseball captain Sean study algebra, but the guy prefers to use a stolen cheat sheet. Frustrated, Tanya walks away. Bulk and Skull install rocket boosters on Lieutenant Stone's motorcycle. The contraption breaks down in the middle of nowhere, leaving the two surrounded by Cogs. Luckily, the robots are more focused on finding the Zord's base. Zordon tracks the enemy, and the team arrives in time to defeat the Cogs. King Mondo sends down the monster Staroid. Billy warns that the Zeo Zords haven't been fully tested and might be unstable, but Tommy and the team head into battle anyway. Staroid puts up a fight and nearly destroys Tommy's Zord, but the Rangers stabilize, form the Zeo Megazord, draw the Megazord saber, and slice the monster to dust. In the end, Sean returns the cheat sheet and asks Tanya for a second chance, ready to study properly. The arms race advances. King Mondo discovers that Orbus can make his creations grow. At school, Rocky flirts with Jennifer and manages to get the password for the science project. The fearsome alien emperor decides to steal this school password to program Silo, his new machine of destruction. Cogs ambush Rocky and Adam and steal the floppy disk. Silo is completed at the junkyard, scaring Bulk and Skull during their security patrol. At the power chamber, Billy puts the finishing touches on the new Zeo battle helmets. The Rangers spring into action, and Orbis turns Silo into a giant. The team summons the Zeo Megazord and uses Billy's new technology to turn the tide, pulverizing Mondo's creation once and for all. Back at school, Rocky faces Jennifer's fury, but hands over the safely retrieved disc intact. She turns down his dance invitation, but leaves the door open for the future. Bulk and Skull's rush ends with them falling face first onto Lieutenant Stone's desk, earning them the punishment of handing out textbooks. Tommy and Kat do a school assignment, pretending to be married with a real baby, Joey. As soon as the kid cries, the other Rangers bail. In space, King Mondo hears Joey and decides to turn the wailing into a weapon. He sends the monster Boo-Hoo the Clown to amplify the child's volume. When Rocky wakes Joey up in the lab, the sonic scream triggers a tremor registered in the power chamber. Boo-Hoo appears, and while the Rangers distract him, Cogs kidnap Joey, taking him to the power plant and planning to let him cry until the whole place explodes. The Rangers arrive just in time. Tommy catches Joey mid-air when he's thrown, and Billy teleports him to safety.
This is Billy. Joey's with me. He's gonna be helping me out in the chamber.
All right.
The team calls upon the Zeo Megazord, destroys the clown, and breaks the sonic spell. Joey returns to normal. Impressed by their parenting skills, the teacher assigns Tommy and Kat to babysit his twin boys for the weekend. Moving from babysitting to baseball, Tanya pitches so perfectly that she makes the team right away. Her boyfriend Sean, the self-proclaimed Sultan of SWAT, doesn't handle it well, feels threatened, and tells her she just got lucky. In space, Prince Sprocket sends a pitching machine monster that sucks whoever hits its balls right into its belly. Rocky and Adam are in the batting cages when the trap springs. Rocky hits the ball, gets swallowed, and the Cogs steal his Zeonizer. Adam immediately alerts the team. Knowing Rocky is trapped and powerless, Tommy makes a risky play. He lets himself get swallowed on purpose. Inside, he gives Rocky his Zeonizer back, and together, they reverse the beast's gears to escape. With the team at full strength, the Zeo Megazord rolls into action and scraps the machine. Back at the game, Angel Grove wins thanks to Tanya's flawless defense, but Sean only knows how to complain about one play. Realizing she doesn't need this negative energy, Tanya breaks up with him right on the field, earning Adam's full approval. With Sean out of the picture, the Rangers receive the Zeo Jet Cycles, new motorcycles from Billy's lab. Meanwhile, Kat introduces her civic project to Lieutenant Stone, Smokey, a search and rescue dog. Stone is so impressed he promotes the dog to sergeant, making Bulk and Skull his direct subordinates. The Machine Empire discovers a magma pocket under Angel Grove, and King Mondo sends the monster Digster to dig it up and turn the city into a barbecue. Smokey sniffs out the danger and runs into the woods. Kat chases after him and stumbles upon the monster's construction site. She morphs and summons her jet cycle but takes a hit. With a sprained ankle and a busted communicator, she attaches the broken piece to Smokey's collar and sends the dog for help. The dog runs to the youth center where the team instantly gets the message. Isolated, Kat gets her Zeonizer back from the cogs and fights Digster hand-to-hand until her ankle gives out. At the very last second, the team tears through the clearing on their bikes. Digster pushes his luck by growing giant, but the Zeo Megazord cuts down his magma cannon and ends the threat. At the police station, Smokey finds a stolen sandwich on Bulk, guaranteeing another punishment for the duo. At the youth center, Ernie hosts a show by Captain Pete and the Puppet Man. Annoyed by the childish joy, King Mondo decides to use the puppet itself to control the kids. While Bulk and Skull suffer as babysitters for Stone's hellion of a nephew, Arnie, the cogs install a device inside the dummy. Mondo's plan works. Puppet Man takes on an evil form and turns the young audience into an army of zombies that attack the adults. Tommy holds Rocky back so they don't endanger the little ones during a brawl, and the team retreats to the power chamber. Billy quickly figures out the mental hack, but when the Rangers return, the monster uses the kids as a human shield. Seeing the stalemate, Mondo sends the creature to the satellite relay station to hypnotize the entire city. In response, Billy and Alpha create the Defender Wheel, capable of breaking the spell. The team intercepts the puppet, and Tommy runs the villain over with the wheel via Zeozord 5, instantly freeing the children. The monster grows giant and shrugs off the Zeo Megazord's attacks. Salvation comes when Billy discovers the beast's nose has a direct connection to Mondo. Focusing their fire right at the villain's face, the Rangers destroy the puppet. Back at the youth center, Arnie shows his gratitude to the Power Rangers, only to end up with a pie in the face courtesy of Bulk and Skull. The gang takes a day off and lands gigs as extras in a sci-fi movie starring Biff Starr. Rocky inflates his own ego, swearing he could outact the leading man, while Bulk and Skull pretend to work security just to raid the craft services table. Up in the Machine Empire, Prince Sprocket decides to direct his own blockbuster and orders the cogs to steal the monster costumes from the studio. When Biff's co-star walks off set, the crew throws Rocky into the spot. During filming, cogs crash the scene. Rocky beats them up, thinking they are method actors, until the robots run off with the suits. The realization hits, he contacts the team, but they walk right into an ambush. A vulture monster with a camera teleports them into a surreal waiting room. Clank informs them they are hostages of Sprocket's script. Billy deduces that the only way out is to force an unscripted happy ending, causing the story's logic to collapse. Tommy and Tanya are pulled in to fight the leaky faucet costume. The team finds the perfect climax by saving passengers on a runaway bus on set, breaking the script's logic and snapping back to reality.
We're back to reality.
All the ingredients for a happy ending. Yes! Yeah!
Frustrated, Sprocket fuses the costumes into the giant bucket of bolts, which goes on a rampage like a runaway train, but the Zeo Megazord derails the threat. On set, Rocky's acting career is cut short. He's already been replaced by the new action star, Skull. At school, Mr. Kaplan hands Billy his diploma early due to his flawless academic record. Instead of celebrating, Billy falls into an existential crisis. His surprise party is interrupted by Skull, who finds a crashed ship in the park. Out steps Sestro of the Alien Rangers, bearing bad news. Aquitar is under attack by the Hydro Contaminators, who are poisoning the oceans and rendering the Battleborgs useless. He needs Earth's resident genius to finish a prototype purifier, with a launch window of only 2 hours. The crisis worsens when a contaminator arrives in Angel Grove, targeting the local water supply with the backing of Mondo's cogs. While Tommy and the team face the threat in the streets, Billy and Sestro rush to the base. Billy realizes that integrating the power weapons with the alien gear will create the Zeo Blaster, perfect for taking down the monster. However, calibrating it for Aquitar's environment is too complex for Sestro. Without hesitating, Billy decides to return the past favor and join the mission. After Alpha accidentally steps on his contact lenses, his old wireframe glasses save the day, allowing him to finish the weapon. The Zeo Blaster is sent to the Rangers and vaporizes the contaminator on Earth. Time runs out, and the team reaches the park just in time to see the ship take off, leaving behind Billy's chemistry book, a perfect symbol of a hero departing for his new purpose. In the school greenhouse, Rocky plays botanist and creates a metal-eating hybrid plant. Before it can be taken to Alpha for analysis, Bulk and Skull metal and steal a clipping of it. In space, King Mondo sees the plant's weaponized potential and sends his cogs to steal the cuttings, turning them into the monsters Pollinator and Adrian. The Rangers head to a junkyard to face the threat, but the two creatures are so incompetent they fight each other. Mondo is forced to teleport them back out of sheer secondhand embarrassment. When only Pollinator returns, Rocky tries to play the lone hero and ends up infected by the pollen, slowly turning into a plant inside the power chamber. While the rest of the team takes a beating in the city, Rocky has a moment of scientific clarity. If plants breathe carbon dioxide, the cure is pure oxygen. Alpha blasts him with oxygen, instantly reversing the mutation. Back in the fight, Rocky shares the strategy. The Rangers adjust their Zeo laser pistols to fire pure oxygen, and Pollinator is vaporized. Nothing beats basic science when it comes to saving the day. The school hallways are swept by a melody played by a hooded pianist. For Queen Machina's birthday, King Mondo decides the perfect gift is to kidnap the musician. After the cogs fail to catch the slippery kid, Mondo resorts to turning the school's own piano into the monster Fortissimodo. The robotic piano corners the pianist at the symphony hall, but Adam intervenes and frees him. The fight escalates to giant size, with Fortissimodo trying to crush the team with sound waves. Tommy lands a direct hit on the monster with the defender wheel, and the Zeo Megazord slices through the musical mutant. With the threat handled, Adam corners the pianist and pulls off his disguise. It's Skull. He's been studying piano since he was 3, but hid his talent for fear of being mocked by Bulk. That night, at the high school recital, Skull takes the stage dressed as Mozart and delivers an awe-inspiring performance of Chopin. Bulk, who was making fun of the event just moments prior, is left speechless. In a rare moment of maturity, he apologizes to his friend and admits it was the most beautiful thing he's ever heard.
What's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard?
In the computer lab, Tanya accidentally downloads a virus that nearly fries the school's systems, but her classmate Raymond saves the day with a makeshift antivirus. The glitch inspires Prince Sprocket, and King Mondo sends down the monster Mean Screen. The beast hacks into the city's network and uploads a brutal virus into the power chamber, corrupting the Zeozord's computers and rendering the team's weapons useless. The Rangers get battered in the streets, and when the monster grows giant, the Zeo Megazord is completely inoperable. Remembering the incident from earlier, Adam rushes to the lab and grabs Raymond's untested antivirus. Alpha transfers the code into the Zord's network, and it works perfectly. The system is purged and firewalled against further attacks. With the Zeo Megazord assembled, the fight turns into a one-sided slaughter for the heroes, who crack Mean Screen's display and finish it off with a saber strike. Zordon praises Adam, but the celebration is cut short when Billy appears on the main viewing globe. He announces that the mission on Aquitar was a success, and he is heading home. The problem is, King Mondo intercepts the message and prepares his own welcoming committee. Bulk and Skull take part in a disastrous wilderness orienteering exercise. While in the power chamber, the mood is one of relief as Billy's ship approaches, but the peace is short-lived. King Mondo wants Billy as a prisoner and opens fire on the ship. The impact throws Billy into the airspace of the enemy base, with his oxygen dropping rapidly. The Rangers set up a tractor beam, but Mondo strikes again, overloading the base and altering the ship's course toward a direct collision with the sun. Zordon sends the team to the university warehouse to fetch a replacement part, warning them it's a trap. There, Clank, Cogs, and the monster mechanizer are waiting. The building turns into a blazing inferno, but Tommy leaps from the rubble with the power cell in hand. Back at the base, the beam's antenna has snapped. Under fire from enemy fighters on the edge of a cliff, Tommy manually fixes the dish at the very last second. The beam fires and locks onto Billy's ship. His safe return is celebrated with smoothies, while Bulk and Skull flee from the cab they hired to survive the woods. The mood at the youth center plummets when Tommy receives a letter from Kimberly. She met someone else and is breaking things off, leaving the Red Ranger devastated. Taking advantage of his vulnerability, King Mondo sends Robo-Cupid, a monster that makes people fall in love with machines, rendering them incapable of destroying the Tin Can Army. Trying to cheer Tommy up, Kat and Billy take him to the snowy mountains, where they meet snowboarding star Heather. In Angel Grove, the ridiculous spell works. Bulk and Skull swear their love to their motorcycle, and Lieutenant Stone woos an arcade cabinet. Noticing the team is divided, Mondo dispatches Cogs to the mountain. Kat spots the robots and skis down, catching up to them just in time to see them tearing down danger signs near a cliff. She morphs, thrashes the enemies, and warns her friends. Tommy and Billy manage to break at the edge, but Heather isn't as lucky and plummets straight into the abyss. Hanging from a branch on the cliff face, Heather fights for her life. With a crowd of onlookers around, Tommy resorts to improvisation. He ties everyone's jackets together to create a makeshift rope. Anchored by Billy, he manages to hoist the athlete to safety. Meanwhile, Rocky, Adam, and Tanya hold the line against RoboCupid in the city. Tommy and Kat morph and rush to help. After striking the monster with the Defender wheel, Clank makes it grow. The Zeo Megazord steps in, delivers a tactical headbutt, and finishes the love machine with its saber, breaking the citywide spell. But the Machine Empire gives no quarter. Queen Machina sends the monster Defoliator, generating a suffocating heat wave in the dead of winter. Up on the mountain, the vibe between Tommy and Heather almost leads to a kiss, but his ranger instincts kick in when he notices the snow melting too fast. When Zordon summons the team, Tommy is forced to cancel their dinner date, leaving the girl frustrated by his secret double life.
Right. Oh, man, I'm gone.
You're leaving? What about...
Listen, Heather, we gotta go. I'm sorry.
Defoliator's heat becomes unbearable and starts melting even the power chamber shields. In the city, Lieutenant Stone tasks Bulk and Skull with tending to his garden for a contest, and they quickly kill all the flowers under the extreme weather. At the ski lodge, the goodbye between Tommy and Heather is brief and melancholic. Realizing her friend is still hurting from the breakup, Kat decides to give him a little push. The Rangers face the monster with the Zeo Megazord, deliver a heavy shot, and turn their backs. Classic mistake. The beast survives and shrinks back to normal size. To help out, Kat sets up a surprise romantic dinner for Tommy and Heather. The peace doesn't last. Kat and Tanya run into Defoliator, forcing the team to interrupt Tommy's date. The fight gets tough, and Billy gets the brilliant idea to channel the base's extreme heat straight into the Zeo Blaster. The blast disintegrates the monster for good. In the end, Stone is disqualified for using plastic flowers. Tommy returns to an empty dinner table, but with the heavy mood gone, he asks Kat to dance, thanking her for her genuine friendship. Tommy's past catches up with him in the form of nightmares, where the Rangers are crushed inside the Zeo Megazord, mixed with visions of the Native American man who gave him half an arrowhead during the Zeo quest. At an art exhibit, Tommy runs into the man himself, Sam Trueheart. He speaks in riddles about the journey and vanishes into thin air. Wasting no time, Mondo unleashes the monster main drain to siphon the city's energy. The Rangers form the Megazord, but the beast fakes a surrender, springs a trap, and drains the robot's power, leaving it battered and out of commission for days. As Plan B, Zordon reveals the Red Battlezord, an experimental robot linked to Tommy's brainwaves, which requires a completely peaceful state of mind. With Tommy in crisis mode, the machine goes haywire and is pinned down by main drain. A vision of Sam makes Tommy realize he needs to flow with the machine. He sinks his mind, regains control, and blasts the monster to pieces. With the Megazord in the shop, the Red Battlezord is Earth's only defense. Looking for answers, Tommy heads back to the desert and encounters a mysterious horseback rider. In the desert, the rider vanishes, but Sam Trueheart reappears, guiding Tommy on a spiritual journey led by a falcon to understand the arrowhead. Far from the Zen peace, Adam is boxing training and becomes the target of Prince Sprocket, who unleashes the monster Punch-a-Bunch. Fighting dirty, he shrinks the Green Ranger, turning him into a desk trophy. When the beast grows giant, Tommy pauses his retreat to fight it with the Red Battlezord. After the monster breaks its own glove and retreats, Sprocket issues an ultimatum, a rematch in 30 minutes with Adam's freedom on the line. In an electrified ring and fighting dirty, the monster freezes the Zord. Kat breaks the rules and destroys the ring's generator. Using the opening, Tommy knocks out the heavyweight and brings Adam back to normal. Back in the desert, Tommy saves the rider from a rock slide. The stranger pulls out the other half of the arrowhead and drops a bombshell. His name is David, and he is Tommy's brother. Tommy and David put all their cards on the table. Adopted by Sam, David needed to be sure Tommy was his brother before opening up about the arrowhead. They promised to never lose touch again, but Prince Sprocket overhears everything. Tommy introduces David to the team. The two spar on the mat, but Tommy wins, and David storms out in frustration to cool his head. The Cogs seize the chance and kidnap him. King Mondo plans to demand the arrowhead as ransom, but Queen Machina sends down the monster Maceface first. The creature's shell shrugs off the Zord's attacks. Billy tries to combine the Megazord and the Red Battlezord, but this requires Tommy's absolute focus. With his brother kidnapped, the combination fails miserably. The team splits up. The others hold off the monster while Tommy hunts for David. In the cave, Mondo demands the arrowhead in exchange for the hostage's life. Tommy hands over the artifact, but Mondo breaks the deal and leaves the Ranger's brother behind. Boiling with rage over the betrayal, Tommy vows to get his brother out of there, but Zordon warns him that the team is taking a beating from Maceface. Swallowing the dilemma, he leaves to help them. Focused on the mission of protecting the city, the mental synchronization finally works. The robots merge into the Zeo Mega Battle Battlezord, and the indestructible shell is turned to dust. Meanwhile, Mondo uses the arrowhead to activate the stone that controls the ancient monster, Autochthon. David escapes by hitching a ride on Clank's teleportation, and the team arrives to the rescue. Worried about his brother's safety, David tries to protect him, forcing Tommy to take off his helmet and reveal his secret identity. The Red Ranger reclaims the arrowhead, and when Autochthon grows to giant size, the Zeo Mega Battlezord obliterates the ancient threat. With everything settled, Tommy returns the arrowhead to David and they make amends. Hilariously, Bulk and Skull pass a police psychological exam because the test shows they only think about monsters, which in Angel Grove is a clean bill of mental health. Rocky tries to help Penny, a skilled blind martial artist, but she firmly rejects his pity. In the Machine Empire, tired of useless cogs, Mondo creates Defector, a Trojan horse-style scrap robot designed to gain the Ranger's trust. Defector pretends to get beaten up by the cogs and saves a dog, luring in the heroes. While Tommy and Adam are suspicious, Rocky buys into the robot's redemption. When Zordon warns them that Defector is under attack, Rocky rushes in alone, only to be betrayed when the machine's mask comes off. The others arrive to the rescue, but Rocky insists on fixing his own mistake single-handedly. Catching the Defender wheel from Tommy, he turns the traitor into scrap metal, proving that recycled trash doesn't win wars. Later, he reconnects with Penny with a more sincere approach, building mutual respect. During a classic thunderstorm, Adam falls asleep while studying and watching monster movies. He wakes up with a start, coming face to face with Rita and Zed, who claim that the Machine Empire has won. The team has been brainwashed, and Adam must fetch 4 macabre items for the sorcerer Zordonicus. Thrown into a bizarre black and white world, he tricks traditional monsters into giving up a vampire's cape, a werewolf's fur, mummy bandages, and a witch's necklace. Upon delivering them all, Zordonicus demands he summon a friend to fight the drill monster. Adam thinks, what would Tommy do? And the Red Ranger appears to destroy the threat. Zordonicus then reveals himself to be Mondo in disguise, surrounding Adam with freaks. Just as he is about to be caught, Adam is shaken awake by his friends. It was all a nightmare caused by school stress. When they invite him to go see a horror movie, he immediately declines. On the streets, Bulk and Skull chase Billy's out-of-control RC car, which was testing a magnetic part. At the police station, Lieutenant Stone introduces Connie, the captain's daughter. Trying to impress the girl, Bulk follows Skull's terrible advice, putting on absurd poetic performances. The chaos involving chickens and a desk fan gets Stone fired by the captain, and in an act of loyalty, Bulk and Skull turn in their badges as well. In space, Sprocket gets the giant robot Googleheimer as a gift. The monster descends to Earth, beats up the team, and traps the Zeo Megazord in unbreakable candy goo. After Billy uses the magnetic RC car to fry smaller cogs, Tommy summons the Red Battlezord to form the Zeo Mega Battlezord and blow up the threat. At night, during the Decade's charity dance, Tommy shows up dressed as Rocky. Stone announces he will open a detective agency with Bulk and Skull, and Bulk, dropping the axe, finally gets a dance with Connie. Watching Tanya's new music video directed by Adam, the team spots a cog hidden in the background. Despite the espionage paranoia, they focus on Tanya's evening show at Ernie's Club. For Sprocket's birthday, cogs descend to Earth to steal supplies from a bakery. The Rangers intercept, and the fight turns into a classic pie-in-the-face war that humiliates the tin can robots. Meanwhile, Stone's new detective agency investigates fake music producers. When a real producer offers Tanya a $1 million contract, Bulk and Skull treat him as suspect number 1. Mondo unleashes the Wrecking Ball monster right at showtime. Tommy signals Tanya to keep singing and handles the problem solo, destroying Sprocket's gift with the Red Battlezord. In the end, Tanya turns down stardom to keep fighting alongside her friends, while Bulk and Skull chase the producer's car, begging for forgiveness over the misunderstanding. In the woods, the Rangers help Adam train for a kung fu tournament. During practice, he finds a Machine Empire medallion. On the moon, King Mondo assembles an invasion fleet under Prince Sprocket's command. Meanwhile, Tanya gets an unwanted visit from her ex-boyfriend Sean, who shows off a secret weapon for the tournament. But Tanya fires back that Adam's only weapon is his honor. Bulk and Skull, investigating missing trees, find another medallion but are captured by cogs led by Admiral Abominator. At the base, Billy discovers the medallion is a cloaking device. He tracks the signal, revealing the ships and the detectives. The Rangers rescue the duo, disable the cloaking with a pulse, and the Zeo Mega Battlezord turns Abominator into scrap metal. At the tournament, Sean gives up on cheating with the artifact, loses fairly to Adam, and swallows his pride to apologize. King Mondo sets bait and splits the Rangers up up. It's a perfect trap. Wolfbane and Cogs surround them, completely shrugging off the power weapons. Suddenly, the power chamber detects a giant flying pyramid entering the atmosphere. Mondo panics and retreats his troops. At the base, Billy notes that the pyramid's energy signature is identical to the Zeo crystals, and subtly mentions how the team used to have 6 people. The break is short-lived, and Wolfbane corners the group again. All seems lost until a brand new Gold Ranger appears. He humiliates the Cogs in hand-to-hand combat and wipes the floor with Wolfbane. Orbis makes the monster grow. The Rangers form the Megazords, but take a heavy beating. To save the day, the hero summons Pyramidas, disintegrates the monster, and vanishes. Billy, who disappeared during the fight, returns claiming he was tracking the ship, but his acting doesn't convince anyone. Tommy and Kat collect desert samples for a terrarium, proving the classic "what could go wrong" rule. The punishment comes quickly. Mondo and Sprocket test a shrink ray that reduces the duo to action figure size and drops them into their own terrarium with a giant tarantula. In the same desert, Bulk and Skull think they've struck gold, but are chased off by Sprocket. When all seems lost, the Gold Ranger appears, rescues the two from the glass, defeats the Cogs, and vanishes. At the base, Billy uses a molecular respacer to return his friends to their normal size. Peace doesn't last, as Mondo unleashes the giant Tarantobot. The Megazords get trapped in its webs, but Pyramidas enters the scene. The Gold Ranger sends instructions. They form the absurdly powerful Zeo Ultrazord and disintegrate the monster. In the end, Bulk and Skull find out the hard way that their mine was just fool's gold. A grandfather tells his grandson a Christmas story, recalling when the Rangers threw a multicultural holiday party. In space, King Mondo hates the idea and sends Prince Sprocket with a bias blaster to force people to care only about their own traditions. Even Zordon and Alpha get into the holiday spirit. The blast hits the youth center, causing absolute chaos. Tommy demands a Christmas tree, Rocky accuses everyone of stealing, and Adam is left completely confused. Zordon warns they must break the spell themselves, but Mondo steals the decorations. What saves the day is the highly effective cliché of a little girl singing, which softens their hearts. Concurrently, Bulk and Skull solve the theft of hard fruitcakes. Goldar and Rito use them to build a giant cake. In the present, the reveal hits fast. The grandfather is Tommy.
No stories for tonight, Tom. It's getting late. Aww.
Married to Kat. The grandson's communicator beeps, and the boy runs off. It runs in the family. During a surfing competition with Kat, King Mondo strikes at humanity's weakest point. He sends Leaky Faucet to pump toxic cog oil into Angel Grove's plumbing, spreading green goo through the city. Adam and Tanya try to stop the poison from dumping into the ocean, but the toxic slick reaches the tournament area. Tommy and his brother David swim against the clock and rescue Kat by a hair. With the crisis underway, Zordon summons the team, and David conveniently vanishes without a trace. At the water treatment plant, the Rangers face Leaky Faucet, who liquefies his body to dodge everything. The Gold Ranger appears to hold off the Cogs, allowing them to lure the monster into a Freon pipe, freezing him. Mondo makes him grow, but the Zeo Ultrazord vaporizes him. David reappears with a generic excuse. Kat loses the trophy, but the ocean is safe. The daily grind exhausts the team, who fight Cogs like zombies until the Gold Ranger steps in. Billy is also acting strangely and dodging questions, raising strong suspicions from Rocky. Noticing the general fatigue, Mondo sends Somnobot, whose lullabies knock the team out mid-battle. The Gold Ranger drives the monster away, but Mondo rebuilds it and hijacks a truck Bulk and Skull were chasing to use as an extra battery, putting the detectives to sleep. In round 2, the spell is so heavy that even the Gold Ranger falls asleep. At the base, Billy deduces that an energy pulse would break the spell and vanishes right after sharing the idea. Alpha sends the pulse at the last possible second, waking up the Gold Ranger, who trashes Somnobot. The monster grows, and the team forms the Zeo Ultrazord to knock it out. The next day, Rocky accuses Billy of being the Gold Ranger. He firmly denies it, but suspicion lingers in the air. Tommy and Adam are mountain biking in the canyons when the ground shakes. It's Pyramidas landing cloaked for the Gold Ranger's repairs. At the base, the team tries to track the ship, and Billy slips away, claiming he has casual errands to run. King Mondo sends Cogs and the bounty hunter Borax after the hero. Tommy and Adam are ambushed until the Gold Ranger intervenes. The team demands answers, but he refuses. If he reveals his identity, he loses his powers. Borax attacks and wounds him. The Rangers fight back with the Zeo cannon and destroy the giant version of the mercenary with an underground strike. Far away, Bulk and Skull fail to find a missing dog and become janitors, completely completely oblivious to Rito and Goldar hiding in a closet. In the power chamber, the Gold Ranger recovers, calls Zordon and Alpha by their names, and flees. Shortly after, Billy walks in feigning confusion, but everyone already knows there's more to the story. The Verox fleet shoots down Pyramidas, which crashes on the planet Aquitar. Shestro rescues the Gold Ranger, who is revealed to be Trey, Lord of Triforia. Losing control of his body, he urgently needs Zordon. Mondo activates a force field to kill Trey during teleportation, forcing a detour to an Angel Grove beach. Tommy pulls him from the ocean, but Trey short-circuits and splits into 3 identical copies. Running out of time, the Golden Energy needs a successor, and the team chooses Billy. While the Rangers hold off Mondo's royal family at the beach, Billy takes down the force field. Meanwhile, Bulk and Skull trigger a hologram of Rita and Zed, ordering Rito and Goldar to return. At the base, the ritual begins, but Billy's body rejects the power due to negative protons from the old command center explosion. The clock is ticking and Tommy smiles confidently, knowing exactly who to call. At the base, time is running out. On the streets, Tommy escorts a hooded figure and dodges Cogs at the last possible second. The hood comes down. It's Jason, the original Red Ranger. Jason and the Trays quickly complete the transfer.
Thank you for trusting me with it.
Now, Jason.
On the villainous side, Rita and Zed invade Goldar and Rito's dreams. They regain their memories, steal Bulk and Skull's sidecar motorcycle, and return to the side of evil. The Machine Empire sends Silo, equipped with indestructible Neo-Plutonium armor. The Rangers take a heavy beating until Jason shows up, shining as the Gold Ranger, and turns the tide. Silo grows, and the old Zords can't cut it. The Trays hand over the Super Zeo gems, which summon the Super Zeo Zords, slicing through Silo and his backup fleet. In the end, Jason and Tommy spar at the youth center. Jason makes it clear he's not looking to steal the leadership, reaffirming their mutual respect. King Mondo unearths the unstable sword of Damocles. On Earth, Jason's return sparks intense jealousy in Rocky. Bulk and Skull, hunting a criminal, mistake Jason for their target and steal his communicator. On the moon, Goldar and Rito reunite with Rita and Zed in an unusual space motorhome. When Mondo attacks, Jason is unreachable. Desperate to prove himself, Rocky takes on the giant villain alone with his Super Zeo Zord. The result is a massacre, and Mondo wrecks the city. At the base, Rocky confesses his irrational jealousy. The team deploys the Super Zeo Megazord. Jason finds an energy thruster in a junkyard. Billy teleports it, and the piece forms twin swords. With a single strike, they destroy the Sword of Damocles and slice Mondo in half. Ernie is revealed to be the actual criminal Bulk and Skull were after, and Rocky makes peace with Jason, while Rita and Zed set their sights on the empty throne. Jason helps Emily after she is harassed by a biker gang. In space, Zed and Rita launch a missile at the Machine Empire to avoid being tracked. Rito drops the remote, and the missile crashes blindly on the moon, creating the robot Louis Kaboom. Louis falls in love at first sight with Queen Machina and decides to destroy the Rangers to impress her. At the beach, Jason finds the lost remote control. Louis shows up demanding the device and transforms Emily's necklace into the monster Tough Tusks. Jason holds the line as the Gold Ranger, but Cogs smash the remote. Billy quickly patches it up at the base. While the Super Zeo Megazord handles the giant elephant monster, Billy activates the remote and forcibly yanks Louis back to the moon. Ernie's Hawaiian Club opens peacefully, and in the motorhome, Zed punishes Rito and Goldar's incompetence by dressing them as French maids. The youth center has a fashion show disaster on its hands, courtesy of Rocky and Skull. In space, Louis Kaboom reprograms himself, rendering Zed's remote useless. Teaming up with Machina and Sprocket, he unleashes Stenchy, a skunk monster, on Earth. The odor is so overwhelmingly dense that it damages the Rangers' suits, forcing a retreat. Concurrently, Zed throws a fit of rage in the motorhome thanks to Rito's non-stop talking. Trey sends the Warrior Wheel as a temporary rental since Pyramidas is broken. At the beach, Emily distracts the villains, and Jason jumps into the fight. Louis makes Stenchy grow, but the Rangers summon the Super Zeo Megazord alongside the Warrior Wheel. Their combined power vaporizes the skunk, clearing the city's air and saving the fashion show from imminent catastrophe. On Mysterio Island, Tanya's parents are ambushed, and Cogs steal the tiki of Auric for Louis Kaboom. Receiving Receiving the statue's key in the mail via Aisha, Tanya heads to the island to rescue them. The problem is, Louis realizes he needs the key and steals it from Jason. He unlocks Auric the Conqueror, who refuses to help villains until Sprocket tricks him, convincing him the Rangers are evil. Tanya is pulled back to the base, and the team tries to reason with him, but Auric attacks the Zords. Peace is only made when they mention working for Zordon. Auric realizes he's been manipulated and blows the villains away. Meanwhile, Zed and Rita try to fish Louis out with a giant magnet, but Rito misses and abducts Lieutenant Stone's car instead. With the key recovered, Tanya saves her parents just in time to escape a cave-in on the island. The team rehearses the play of King Midas, relying on Bulk and Skull to pick up the props. In space, Zed and Rita get a flat tire on the motorhome, and Louis Kaboom imprisons Machina and Sprocket to usurp the throne, sending the Midas Hound to Earth. The golden creature attacks, hitting Jason and paralyzing the Super Zeo Zords with its spell. At the base, Billy and Alpha perform a technological miracle, curing the Gold Ranger.
Chase, are you alright?
Yeah.
Jason deploys Pyramidas and shatters the monster's shell. Tommy steps in with the Red Battle Zord, destroys the creature's battery, and frees the team. The villain chains up the Zords, but the Zeo Ultra Zord cuts the chains and finishes the threat. Zed hits another rock and pops the motorhome's tires again, and at the youth center, the lack of props forces Bulk and Skull to improvise on stage, guaranteeing the comedy. Bulk and Skull face off against dirty rival detectives to protect the new student, Robert. In space, Zed's patience runs out, and he kicks Rito and Goldar out of the motorhome. The runaway duo crashes into the arrival of Prince Gasket and Princess Archerina, family rivals. Archerina shoots Louis Kaboom with a love arrow, sending the robot down as cannon fodder against Earth. While Kat and Tanya expose the fake rival detectives, Zordon deploys the Rangers. Louis is fatally love-struck, fighting fiercely until he is blown to pieces by the Super Zeo Megazord. Archerina doesn't even care, and Zed delights in the kill made by the heroes. Bulk and Skull cash in with their boss, but Skull ends up with fake spring-loaded snakes in his face while celebrating. Tommy's downtime is cut short when Gasket makes him vanish. Jason and Kat arrive at the base, and Zordon warns that their leader is no longer on Earth. Alpha builds a scanner, but Cogs intercept the test in the worst way possible, smashing the tracker. Making matters worse, Gasket curses Stone's Wave Runner, creating the monster Cruel Chrome. After saving civilians, the team finds out Tommy is sorely missed in the Zords, but Alpha remedies this with a spatial remote control. The Zeo Ultra Zord shreds the villainous machine. Kat and Jason pick up their friend's signal, but the waves are chaotic. Zordon's warning chills the room. Tommy's mind has been corrupted, and the group must be prepared for the most devastating scenario possible when rescuing him. The team gives in to paranoia, and Jason relives the trauma of having failed his leader. Far away, Gasket extracts data from Tommy's mind and manipulates him with false projections, convincing him that he is the king of the Machine Empire and the Rangers are terrorists. The charade works. Gasket lures Jason, and accidentally Bulk and Skull, using a hologram of Tommy. In the machine arena, the prince broadcasts Jason fighting the monster Altor Livep, while the rest of the Shock team watches from the base. Jason destroys Altor, but the victory comes at a steep cost. Gasket unleashes the main course, a furious, heavily brainwashed Tommy, armed and relentlessly lethal against his own friend. Zed watches the fight in the machine arena and deduces, if the Empire wins, the Rangers fall, and the Earth becomes theirs. For his own sake, Zed uses what little energy he has left to teleport the remaining Rangers to the arena. Amidst the chaos, Kat takes the biggest risk by demorphing. The sight of her face shatters Tommy's brainwashing, bringing him back to his senses. Gasket reacts by sealing the arena with a force field and nullifying Ranger energy. Ironically, salvation comes from Bulk and Skull, who team up with the alien in their cell and accidentally destroy the enemy shield generator. With their powers restored, Jason terrorizes Gasket and the team escapes. Back on Earth, Bulk and Skull brag about their deeds, and despite the Rangers' genuine gratitude, they feel rejected once again. Everything is going smoothly at school until Gasket sends the monster Chronosapios to reset the day in a chaotic time loop. Mundane events repeat, but the trauma of the brainwashing has left enough Tommy sensitive to space-time rifts. After heavy bouts of deja vu, the leader pulls the team together. Zordon warns them of the danger, and the group begins the hunt. Gasket throws Protectron as bait, stalling their attempts. Tommy focuses the strategy and crushes the Master of Time, Chronosapios. With the loops gone, Protectron grows but turns to dust against the Zord's offensive. Returning to the cafeteria, silly events repeat themselves. Tommy fears another glitch, but Adam ensures his peace of mind, reminding him that some of Bulk and Skull's disasters are just universal constants. A blackout during a murder mystery party takes the real Lieutenant Stone. Arch Arena, harboring a deep hatred for the Pink Ranger's colors, isolates Kat from the group, sending her plummeting into Gasket's magic dungeon. In the woods, Arch Arena delivers a cruel beatdown to the Pink Ranger, forcing Gasket to summon Nuclefier. Auric is called in from the base but quickly succumbs. The tables turn when communications are restored. The dungeon prisoners teleport out and shatter the enemy's defense with intense Zeo spin punches. The villain grows. The Super Zeo Megazord struggles without the Gold Ranger, but Auric recovers and grows to giant size, slicing the monster. Arch Arena flees, vowing bitter revenge. And back at the mansion, the lights turn on to reveal Stone, the accidental culprit of the mystery. The Machine Empire ramps up the weirdness. Queen Machina curses Tommy and Tanya to sing everything opera style. The strategic problem is that Tommy needs to give voice commands to the Battle Zord, and giant robots don't take sung orders. While Stone takes Bulk and Skull fishing, Gasket conveniently turns their mechanical lure, the Mech-Caterpillar, into a giant monster to attack Earth. The fight starts as a disaster. Tommy, Tanya, and Rocky hold the line in the Super Zeo Megazord. Adam pulls off the miracle of piloting the Red Battle Zord in Tommy's place, while Jason stays in the bay protecting the other Zords from cogs. The Mech-Caterpillar fires a bizarre beam that makes the Zords dance. Out of control, the Rangers eject and pull out their terrestrial weapons, as Gasket and Arch Arena enter the arena. The situation is resolved when Jason shows up with the colossal Pyramidas, wiping the Mech-Caterpillar off the map and ending the unplanned musical. The vocals return to normal, but the victory is bittersweet. In the cold halls of the Machine Empire, King Mondo has been rebuilt and is back. Kat laments making the ugliest purse in art class, right until Jason announces an emergency. At the power chamber, a shock. Billy is now an old man. The regenerator used against Master Vile's magic has caused a side effect, making him age 1 year per minute. Meanwhile, on the lunar base, King Mondo returns from maintenance ready to put his house in order, prompting Gasket and Arch Arena to sneak away to avoid punishment. Rita tries to hex Kat with a new staff, but a brawl between Rito and Goldar misdirects the blast, hitting Kat's purse and creating the bizarre impersonator. Not to be outdone, Mondo launches his monster, Cog Changer. The alien rangers of Aquitar arrive to try and save Billy, but their equipment fails, requiring fresh water. Jason goes to get it, but Cog Changer sabotages the fleet and plants an evil cog in the Zeo Megazord. In the giant fight, Impersonator is immune to everything. Out of sheer spite, Mondo teleports Rita's monster away just to mess with her. The worst part? Billy decides to investigate the Zeo Megazord from the inside. The cog is activated, and he gets trapped in the robot as it takes off on its own. With the Zeo Megazord going rogue and Billy trapped inside, the team uses the Super Zeo Megazord to hold the rebel down and teleport their friend back out. Mission accomplished, but Alpha calculates that Billy will turn 100 in the next hour. Impersonator returns to Earth, hijacks the Super Zeo Megazord, ejects the Rangers, and attacks Cog Changer. The monsters stole the team's robots to drag race through Angel Grove. As the city crumbles, Bulk and Skull take their detective exam, and mistaking the tremors for a concentration test, ignore everything. Without Megazords, Jason summons Auric, who attempts diplomacy and is swiftly banished. The tide turns when Kat notices that Impersonator is easily distracted. The team taunts the monster, recovers the robots, and destroys the corrupted part. In the power chamber, water from Aquitar's Eternal Falls temporarily stabilizes Billy, but he needs intensive treatment on the aquatic planet. On Earth, the Zeo and Aquitar Rangers fight side by side in an all-out battle. Rita and Mondo enlarge their monsters, and Sprocket suggests fusing them. The Cog Impersonator demands the entire Ranger fleet, which finally destroys it with the Warrior Wheel. Bulk and Skull pass their exam for not fleeing the attack. In the power chamber, Billy sends a message from Aquitar, restored to his normal age, announcing he will stay there. It is the definitive end of an era for the last original Ranger. During an ambush by Gasket and Arch Arena, Jason loses his strength and gets beaten by Cogs, only to be saved by the Rangers at the last second. At the base, he collapses without energy. Zordon and Alpha confess the harsh truth. Jason's human physiology cannot handle the power drain of the Gold Ranger. Meanwhile, Ernie decides to throw a luau. Tommy works up the courage to ask Kat out. With their agency going under, Bulk and Skull beg to do security for the event. Ernie agrees, asking for themed attire, but the duo shows up in offensive Native American caricatures and are fired on the spot. The luau is going well, but Cogs invade the beach and ruin the romance. Sprocket, wanting to eliminate his brother, convinces Gasket and Archerina to grow giant. Jason enters the arena with Pura Midas, but the Zeo Ultrazord shrinks them back to normal size. Humiliated, Gasket and Archerina discover Sprocket's betrayal. Before they can retaliate, King Mondo descends furiously to punish the usurper. The duo flees the planet, never to return.
Archerina and I have to be somewhere else, forever! Bye-bye!
Well, I hope you've learned something.
After the chaos, Tommy and Kat make up for the interruption. Bulk and Skull, however, find out the hard way that the paint on their faces is permanent. Worry sets in when Jason misses karate practice. In the forest, he runs for his life. The Gold Ranger power is consuming his life force and causing uncontrollable transformations. The Machine Empire and the duo Rita and Zed sense Jason's weakness and surround him. But, in a fit of pure ego, King Mondo and Lord Zed argue and order their foot soldiers to fight each other. Jason takes advantage of the chaos between Cogs and Tenga warriors and escapes. Zordon's diagnosis is brutal. The only salvation is an intergalactic beam to return the powers to Trey of Triforia. Trey's fragments arrive, and the team rushes to the desert to begin the ritual. The Machine Empire tries to sabotage everything, but the beam works. Trey becomes a single being again and reclaims the Golden Power Staff, saving the life of Jason, who is now fully human again. King Mondo grows giant. Trey uses his powers to make the Rangers grow to Megazord size, delivering a beatdown and reducing Mondo to scrap metal. Rita and Zed watch the victory sipping drinks, and Zed sends a farewell gift to the machines, a bomb. The robotic royalty is blown to pieces, while Zed announces his triumphant return. The dust settles, and Jason has a heart-to-heart with Tommy about losing his powers before moving on. Furious that the Rangers ruined her wedding, the space pirate Divatox gathers her bizarre crew, including her nephew Elgar, and sets course for Earth seeking revenge. In Angel Grove, the winds of change are blowing. Kat, Tanya, and Adam are gearing up for graduation. Tommy is working at the auto shop. Rocky focuses on his karate school and retires his suit, and young Justin aces his school tests. Bulk and Skull are handing out fake parking tickets until Lieutenant Stone gives them one last chance doing security at the power plant. Ironically, while they get scolded, Divatox's massive submarine emerges in the lake completely unnoticed. At the power chamber, Zordon and Alpha set up for the graduation party, but Divatox sends Elgar to the power plant with a detonator to wipe out the city. Bulk and Skull try to intervene, but Elgar's laser turns them into chimpanzees, whose screeches echo in the power chamber. Justin investigates on his own, finds the panicked monkeys, and catches Elgar arming the bomb, charging straight into a fight. Justin holds his own against Elgar, but an invasion of Piranatrons forces him to morph. At the school, the graduation march plays, but Zordon warns them about the bomb, forcing the team to ditch the ceremony. In the parking lot, Divatox sends Piranatrons to stall them. Adam holds off the horde while the others help Justin. Elgar flees, leaving the ticking time bomb hidden. Instead of searching blindly, Justin heads back to the power chamber and modifies the turbo navigator to track alien tech. During an ambush, they find the detonator with no off switch. Tommy grabs the bomb and sprints into the street, while Zordon sends the turbo ram to safely carry the explosive away before it detonates. The city is saved. The Rangers arrive at school just in time to hear their names called, and the whole team, including Rocky, graduates. At the youth center, Stone shows up carrying the Bulk and Skull monkeys, who throw ice cream in his face. Back at the power chamber, Zordon and Alpha watch the wizard Larigo open a wormhole to the planet Eltar. Divatox also observes the event. With the smirk of someone who just had a terrible idea, Justin gets his test results. He's officially a prodigy and will be skipping straight to high school. In the power chamber, Zordon drops a bombshell. He's returning to the planet Eltar with Alpha to live with his family. A sense of abandonment sets in, but Zordon assures them he has arranged for replacements. Divatox tries to attack during the farewell, but changes her mind and sends the monster Amphibitor to seal the portal. The goodbye is cut short by an attack from Elgar's fleet of cars. The Rangers morph, summon the Turbozords, crush the fleet, and scare the villain away. The emotional farewell takes place, and Zordon and Alpha vanish into the portal.
Goodbye, Alpha.
Immediately, the alarm blares. A device of Divatox's is collapsing the wormhole. Amphibitor guards the machine and grows giant. The Turbo Megazord destroys him with a spinning attack, securing Zordon's safe travels. Back at the base, the silence is broken by Alpha 6, who brings in Demetria of Inquirus, a commanding woman who speaks only in questions. The news reaches Divatox, who foams at the mouth in rage and swears to destroy the Mentor. The adjustment isn't easy. Tommy tries to get answers from Demetria and just gets more questions in return. Alpha 6 explains the custom, but Socratic philosophy doesn't help much during kidnappings. Divatox sends Shadow Chromite, who plants a solar detonator and intercepts the morphing sequences of Adam, Tanya, and Kat, creating evil shadow clones that capture the heroes. Justin also gets cloned and captured. Isolated, Tommy uses logic. If the villains are reflected light, he just needs to turn off the light. Without morphing, Tommy takes on the brawl and throws the shadows into the unlit areas of the cave, evaporating them and freeing his friends. To stop the solar detonator, they form the Turbo Megazord and use the robot's giant shadow to eclipse the villain and the bomb. Deprived of light, the threat melts away. Tommy and Justin track down the town's missing belongings and find the culprits at the youth center, the monkey's bulk and skull. The surprise is that Ernie left everything behind to go to the Amazon, and Lieutenant Stone is the new owner of the juice bar. A ship broadcasts a signal to the radio station where Tanya works. The contact is from Visceron, a friend of Demetria, bringing urgent news. Divatox intercepts the open signal, orders a detonator planted at the radio tower, and shoots down the ship. Captured, Visceron refuses to talk. Porto tries to force him with a spray that mutates him into a big-headed creature obsessed with mopping the submarine's floor. Locked in the radio station, Tanya improvises a song mentioning "I need help" and the bomb. Adam and Kat catch the hint and rush over, finding Tommy and Justin fighting Piranatrons. The mutated Visceron joins the fray to protect the detonator from the enemies, latching onto the bomb as it explodes in his face. The blast reverses the mutation. The team takes the agonizing Visceron to the power chamber, where Demetria uses her own energy to save him. He reveals his secret: the records on Inquirus were forged, and Demetria has a twin sister. Meanwhile, the radio station gains a massive audience when the Bulk and Skull monkeys hit the mic, and the manager thinks the performance is brilliant. At the soapbox derby, the bully Warren plays dirty, wrecks Justin's racer, and belittles him. On the sub, Divatox demands a detonator. Porto quits, exhausted from the yelling, and flees with a torpedo, leaving the clumsy Elgar to hide the bomb. He goes to the race and stashes the detonator right in Warren's soapbox car. Justin works an overnight miracle and rebuilds his car. In the city, the enraged Porto accidentally triggers the torpedo and grows giant. The Rangers charge into battle in their turbo carts, facing the monster without the Megazord. Porto humiliates them, but Divatox shrinks him down and rescues him before the embarrassment worsens. Justin returns to the race just in time to see Warren's car lose its brakes due to the bomb. Justin speeds up, pulls in front of his rival, and hits the brakes hard on both cars, averting tragedy. Warren swallows his pride and the two shake hands. Monkey's Bulk and Skull steal a soapbox car and cause a crash, giving Lieutenant Stone a papaya bath. At the youth center, rival actors Rob and Jordan ignore Adam's warnings and decide to settle a romantic rivalry with a real-life street race. Divatox sends Demon Racer to plant a detonator at the race. Adam spots it, morphs, and beats him in a frantic turbo kart chase. Porto quickly sends a backup Demon Racer and fires torpedoes to make him giant. Tommy hands the lead over to Adam in the Turbo Megazord, who destroys the monster in no time. The detonator remains hidden, but Tanya solves one of Demetria's riddles. The bomb is at Angel's Bluff, the site of the illegal drag race. At the cliff, Rob and Jordan accelerate toward the edge. Bulk and Skull, stowed away in the cars, panic and block the driver's views. The cars plummet, but the Turbo Megazord catches them. Adam teleports into the car, finds the bomb inside Fuzzy Dice, and hurls it far away. The racers give up their rivalry, while Divatox takes her fury out on her terrified crew. On his birthday, Justin is saddened by his father's absence, and figures the bike he found on the street was a forgotten gift. But the bicycle was jinxed by Divatox's monster, Big Burps. When Justin hops on, it takes off, defying the laws of physics, and a countdown on the dashboard threatens to blow up the bike when it hits zero. Unable to brake brake or jump off, Justin's desperation grows. Tommy pulls up alongside him in the massive Red Lightning Turbo Zord and rescues the boy milliseconds before the explosion. The monster reappears and grows giant. Frustrated over his ruined present, Justin takes command of the Turbo Megazord and mercilessly destroys it with the Saber's spinning attack. At the garage, Justin gets his party and his real present. His dad shows up, making the day unforgettable. On the sub, a needy Divatox laments that no one has ever celebrated her birthday. The team is working at a car wash when Porto uses the distraction to plant a detonator in a bucket. Justin catches him but gets hit by the monster mouthpiece's ray of deception. The spell causes Justin to summon a Piranhatron every time he lies. When asked if he saw anything strange, he lies, and a horde appears, delaying the team. Tanya tells Justin to keep his mouth shut, but Mouthpiece strikes the rest of the Rangers. Tommy, Adam, and Tanya also lie, multiplying the enemy army. Advised by Demetria, Justin breaks the spell with a paradox. He confesses he doesn't know if he can lie, since everything he says is a lie. The trick frees the others. The monster grows and is slaughtered by the Turbo Megazord. In a stroke of luck, Monkey's bulk and skull knock the bucket with the detonator into a puddle of soapy water, neutralizing it. Justin swears never to lie again and proceeds to trash talk Lieutenant Stone's undrinkable new juice. Watching an Egyptian-themed stunt show, Divatox reminisces about her ex-fiancé Pharaoh, who left her at the altar. She summons him, forcing him to plant a detonator before tossing him aside. Pharaoh hides the pyramid-shaped bomb on the stage. Adam mistakes the monster's staff for a prop and takes it home, causing the words around Angel Grove to turn into hieroglyphics. When ambushed by Piranhatrons, Adam realizes his mistake. The show's director returns an identical staff, and the group deduces that the real artifact on stage is the bomb, which zaps Justin when he tries to grab it. Pharaoh grows giant. During the Zord battle, the monster gets distracted dreaming about ruling Earth alone and ditching the villainous. The daydream costs him his staff and his life in a single strike from the Turbo Megazord. The show's director throws the bomb into the air after a scare, and Adam blows it up with a cannon blast. While Divatox wallows in heartbreak amidst her crew's jokes, Monkey's bulk and skull become abstract art geniuses by drawing hieroglyphics to explain their curse. After a road rage incident between Elgar and Rygog, the submarine crashes into cliffs. Furious, Divatox decides to sink the entire city. At a ballet audition, Kat wins the lead role, but the mean comments from Myrtle get into her head, causing her to stop eating. Divatox sends Numbor to plant a detonator to accelerate the tide. The monster intercepts Kat and zeroes out her weight, making her float like a helium balloon. The team goes to fight the monster, who reverses the attack, making Adam, Tommy, and Tanya so heavy they sink, paralyzed, into the sand. At the power chamber, Demetria gives a speech about self-worth. Realizing that appearances don't define her strength, Kat breaks the curse, morphs, and joins the fight. Her presence reverses the spell on the others. Numbor grows and bizarrely throws an inflatable duck at the Megazord. Kat takes control, destroys the freak with the saber, and disarms the bomb.
Good job, Cat.
In the end, she crushes her performance and puts her rival to shame. Justin tells on the school bully Reggie for pulling the fire alarm, and he swears revenge. Divatox does the same, spreading false alarms across the city to tire out the Rangers. Reggie corners Justin, who climbs a tree and escapes a fatal fall by teleporting to the power chamber. Alpha detects a fast-moving mobile detonator in the city. The detonator attaches itself to a fire truck. The timer hits 0, and the explosion mutates the truck into a giant incendiary monster. The beast flies around, shooting at buildings. After fighting off Divatox's goons, the Rangers combine the power of their blasters to take down the machine and rescue the firefighters. On the sub, Divatox orders Elgar to be fried for making a joke about the destroyed monster. Reggie tries to intimidate Justin, but the Ranger reveals he no longer lives with his parents. The shared trauma brings the two closer, and Justin offers to help him study. The power chamber tracks an interdimensional ship that breaks apart in the atmosphere. Divatox finds the wreckage and orders the survivor activated, a robot named the Blue Centurion, bearing a message from the future for Demetria. He is tricked by the villainous's voice imitation. The Centurion projects the Millennium message. In the year 2000, Rita, Zed, the Machine Empire, and Divatox unite to conquer the universe. Desperate, the villainous reprograms him to believe the Rangers are enemies and installs a detonator on him. The Centurion attacks Tommy, places him under arrest, and then flees. The team discovers the bomb, but when they try to hold him down, the robot shoots Cat. Divatox seizes the opening and unleashes Terrortooth. The team bypasses the circuit, the message plays, and Tommy reboots the Centurion, who goes after the monster. Terrortooth grows, but the Turbo Megazord holds him until the cop from the future summons the Robo Racer, decimating the creature. Alpha 6 disarms the detonator at the base, but the damaged chip leaves the Rangers in the dark about the apocalyptic future. Adam coaches the high school soccer team, dealing with arrogant star player Carlos. Divatox attacks the practice with Piranhatrons, and Carlos and Ashley decide to help Adam fight. Noticing the distraction, Adam alerts the team. On game day, Divatox plants a detonator to blow when Angel Grove scores its 4th goal, banking on Carlos's selfishness. To keep the heroes busy, she sends Electrovolt. While Carlos scores goals, the Rangers take Electrovolt's shocks. Adam breaks the electric barrier. The monster grows by absorbing motorcycles, forcing the team to summon the Turbo Megazord and Robo Racer to annihilate him. With the monster destroyed, the game is tied. The tracker points to the scoreboard, and Carlos races toward the decisive goal, but his conscience kicks in and he decides to cross the ball instead of shooting. The pass secures the victory while Justin disarms the bomb from behind the scoreboard at the last second. Carlos and Ashley make up, and Adam proves to be an excellent coach. Ginny, Lieutenant Stone's rebellious niece, steals the spotlight and the spot in a dance audition at the Royal Academy, walking out with an arrogant attitude and stepping on Cat. Piranhatrons ambush Kat and Tanya on the street, so Elgar can plant a detonator in the studio, but the Blue Centurion drives them off. Divatox orders the monster, Wolfgang Amadeus Griller, to control a fleet of enraged cars to stall the Rangers. The heroes face the vehicles and stun the monster with the turbo ram cannon. Divatox orders torpedoes fired, but her goons forgot to reload the polished weapons. The Blue Centurion blows up Wolfgang, resuming his search. Tommy finds the radio bomb just as it's about to explode. Kat runs in, throws the device into the air, and escapes. Arrogance takes its toll, and Jenny loses the dance spot to Kat, who still gives her a lesson in confidence. Bulk and Skull clear up a misunderstanding with Stone, and peace reigns. A trash cleanup project in Angel Grove draws the whole town to the park, and Divatox sees the perfect chance to wreak havoc. She sends Elgar to attack Adam and Justin's group, knowing the Rangers won't morph in front of kids. Adam tries to protect them in civilian form, but the Blue Centurion has to intervene. Frustrated, Divatox resorts to Shrinkasect, a fly monster. He tries to sneak a detonator disguised as a soda can into the youth center, but hits a door and drops the item. Bulk and Skull, who stole Stone's car to collect trash and prove they're still human, pick up the can, forcing Stone to buy a kid's bike to chase them. The fly enters the Blue Centurion's head, causing a short circuit. The Rangers extract the insect, but Shrinkasect shrinks Tommy's shield, the Centurion, and 4 Rangers. Elgar almost crushes them. Justin finds the deserted park, and the mini Centurion warns him about the capture. Far away, Divatox shakes the box containing the 4 shrunken Rangers, who are now growing insect wings on their backs. On the sub, the Rangers tear a hole in the box and escape down a pearl necklace. Divatox shoots out a giant frog tongue to swallow Tanya, but Tommy blasts it. The Rangers slide down a pipe, fight shrunken Piranhatrons, and deal with their own insect mutations. Using Elgar's toy car, they reach the torpedo bay. Since the missiles make monsters grow, the radiation might restore their size. They pull the launch key, mount the projectiles, and fire. Justin figures out the strategy and takes the mini Centurion to the beach where the torpedoes will land, the exact spot where Bulk and Skull are with the detonator. When the torpedoes explode, the energy restores the heroes to their normal size, fully curing their mutations. The impact turns Shrinkasect into a giant. The Turbo Megazord and Robo Racer pulverize the monster. Justin hurls the explosive can far away. The detonation hits Bulk and Skull head-on, transforming them from monkeys to completely invisible. Mama D visits Divatox in the subcraft, demanding the end of the Power Rangers under the threat of sending her daughter to work in the family factory. Her golden piece of advice is, cut off the head of the leader. Tommy and Kat are taking a road trip. On a bus, TJ and Cassie meet. She is moving to pursue a music career, and he wants to play baseball. Mama D's strategy is set in motion. Piranhatrons on motorcycles chase down Tommy and Kat's pickup truck. Kat jumps out of the moving vehicle but drops her turbo key. Tommy's truck explodes, knocking him unconscious. TJ hears the explosion and runs to help, followed by Cassie. At the campsite, Divatox sends Flamite and hatching Putropods. Adam and Tanya fight a monster hatching right in their hammock. TJ and Cassie find Kat surrounded by Piranhatrons and, even without powers, manage to fight off the foot soldiers. However, a Putropod hatches nearby and drags the unconscious Tommy away. Down in her cave, Divatox celebrates the capture of the leader. Back at the campsite, Flamite deflects the Rangers' attacks, but flees after Adam dumps a bucket of water on him. The trio then regroups with Kat. Divatox dangles Tommy over the vortex of doom by a rope smeared with peanut butter, leaving it for rats to chew through. In the power chamber, Alpha 6 is unable to track Tommy, Flamite attacks the city, and Demetria warns that time is running out. The Rangers focus on evacuation, recruiting students Carlos and Ashley to help. In the desert, TJ and Cassie follow a trail of slime leading to Divatox's cave. They fight off the Piranhatrons, and TJ grabs the rope a split second before it snaps, saving Tommy. With their leader back, the Rangers summon the Turbo Megazord and dispatch Flamite. Divatox faces her mother's wrath over yet another failure. With their time coming to an end, the Rangers meet with Zordon and Alpha 5. In a power transfer ceremony, Tommy, Tanya, Kat, and Adam pass their mantles to a new generation. TJ, Ashley, Cassie, and Carlos. Only Justin remains on the team, carrying on the legacy. Fashion designer Delisha convinces Ashley to sell her a jacket design she sewed. Delisha is in fact one of Divatox's monsters. Down at the beach, the now invisible Bulk and Skull are stealing picnic lunches.
Baloney, huh? That mustard?
The Piranhatrons mass-produce the jackets, lacing them with a potion that causes extreme rage and a shopping obsession. Soon, everyone at the beach is wearing the jacket, and TJ, Cassie, Carlos, and Justin turn into complete jerks. With almost all the Rangers neutralized, Divatox targets a shipment of precious gems. Ashley, the only one still in her right mind, manipulates Elgar, locking him and Rygog out of the delivery area. Delisha manages to slip a jacket onto the Blue Centurion, but Ashley convinces the Rangers to take off the cursed garments, breaking the spell. The Blue Centurion summons the Robo Racer, which also ends up wearing a giant jacket. TJ breaches the Megazord to rip the clothing off it. Together, they blow up the giant version of Delisha. Bulk and Skull's invisibility finally wears off mid-theft, much to the delight of Lieutenant Stone, who is happy to have them back. Elgar shows off stolen treasures to Divatox, including a star map that reveals two powerful vehicles, Lightning Cruiser and Storm Blaster. Dreadfeather searches for the cars in the asteroid belt, but they fly off toward Earth. TJ and Justin spot them in Angel Grove. Dreadfeather and Elgar attack, but the wild cars nearly run over the Rangers. Dreadfeather then teleports Stormblaster away, taking Justin along with it. TJ tries to tame Lightning Cruiser, driving it through a construction site and launching Bulk and Skull into wet cement. The car finally trusts TJ and releases its seatbelt. At the power chamber, the sensors locate Justin in a warehouse. Justin morphs, TJ flies in, the cars team up, and the duo escapes. Divatox lends her own evil car to her henchmen. During a high-speed chase, turbo emblems glow on the Rangers' cars, sealing their bond. The Rangers destroy the villain's vehicle and pulverize Dreadfeather. Bulk and Skull end their day fired and covered in cement. Porto shows off his new teleportation ray. Divatox pushes the buttons without reading the manual, and the beam zaps her to Angel Grove, wiping her memory. Starving, she eats at Mad Mike's Pizza, but having no money, is forced to wash dishes to pay off her debt. Porto goes to pick up a pizza in disguise, finds his boss, and panics when he sees Carlos and Justin in the pizzeria. To create a distraction, he shoots the mascot on the pizza box, creating the monster Mad Mike. Elgar tries to drag Divatox away, but she shoots lasers from her eyes that bounce off a pizza pan and restore her memory. The Rangers receive the new turbine laser and face the chef monster. Mad Mike bakes pizzas onto the wheels of their cars and tosses the Rangers into a giant oven. The Blue Centurion uses a traffic light to neutralize the pizzas and free the team. Using the new laser in their Megazords, the chef is defeated. Divatox tests the teleporter again, sending Elgar to swim with a shark. Justin's friend, Nico, discovers a spaceship hidden in the woods. Having no time for child's play, Divatox orders Elgar and Rygog to rob the bank, which is being guarded by Bulk and Skull. Before they can act, an invisible force beats them up. Cassie notices a shimmering silhouette. Divatox attacks a gold mine, and once again, the invisible warrior wrecks the villains. Cassie spots the armored figure in the reflection of a truck. He claims to be a friend and vanishes. Demetria reveals that the Phantom Ranger hails from Eltar. Justin connects the dots and rushes to the park. Rygog plants a detonator on Nico's ship. The Phantom Ranger throws the explosive away, but Divatox fires torpedoes. Rygog takes Nico hostage. The Phantom Ranger lowers his guard and watches his ship explode to save the boy. However, the ship had merely engaged stealth mode. The cloaked hero boards it, gives TJ a salute, and blasts off into the stars. Carlos, TJ, and Justin are playing basketball when the hoop and the players suddenly evaporate. Justin knows Divatox is behind it. The monster Translucitor wipes the youth center off the map, including Bulk and Skull dressed in bunny suits. Only Cassie and Ashley are left. The power chamber also turns invisible. Following their tracker, the team takes a beating from invisible Piranatrons, but the Phantom Ranger appears and saves them.
So it was you all along.
The monster traps TJ, Carlos, and Justin on a rocket. Cassie and Ashley track him down, get some help from the Phantom Ranger, and find the boys. Working together, Ashley and TJ break the invisibility spell with a precision shot. Divatox makes the monster grow. The Turbo Megazord and Robo Racer finish off Translucitor in style. Cassie tries to hide her crush on the Phantom Ranger, while Bulk and Skull tear off their superhero costumes in the middle of the youth center. TJ catches Elgar loading the freeze key into a missile aimed at the sun. With the Phantom Ranger's help, the Rangers take down the missile. Divatox deploys the monster Clockster, who rewinds time to before the launch. Divatox calls off the operation at the launch site. The freeze key is removed, drastically cooling down the Earth. Clockster touches the key, causing a disaster. Time freezes completely. Divatox is stuck, and the Rangers are frozen inside their Turbozords. Justin and Carlos attempt a rescue using armor that grants temporary immunity, but they freeze too. The Phantom Ranger steps in, takes the key from Clockster, and restores the flow of time. Elgar and Clockster are intercepted. The fight turns into a time-warping mess until Clockster grows giant. The Turbo Megazord dismantles the monster. The freeze key is turned into a popsicle machine at the juice bar, just in time for Bulk and Skull to vacuum Lieutenant Stone's clothes off with a giant vacuum cleaner. Elgar tries to bury TJ and Cassie under rubble, but the sentient cars rescue them. Divatox receives a call from her brother, General Havoc, who has spent 100 years building a space base for her. On a monster tour, Bulk and Skull completely miss the alien ship in the lake. Havoc introduces his Chromite troopers and the Metallosaurus, a heavily armored giant robot, delivering an ultimatum to Earth. The Rangers confront him at the docks. The Chromites attack, and Havoc boards the Metallosaurus. The turbine laser fails miserably. The Turbo Megazord attempts to fight, but the Metallosaurus shatters its saber, electrocutes the controls, and the Chromites eject the team. Havoc steals the Turbo Megazord and takes it into space, leaving the Rangers beaten and humiliated. The Phantom Ranger emerges from the shadows, tells them there is still hope, and promises that all will be revealed in time before vanishing. In space, the Chromites upgrade the Metallosaurus using the Turbo Megazord's technology. Porto discovers that the Phantom Ranger's life source is the power ruby on his chest. On Earth, the Rangers face the Metallosaurus during Bulk and Skull's monster tour. TJ and Ashley attempt an aerial strike, but Divatox blasts them with her new neutron laser. The Phantom Ranger appears and guides the team into an underground tunnel while the city crumbles. He summons Artillatron, gifting the Rangers the mighty rescue Zords. The new Zords throw the Metallosaurus off balance. TJ shoves a gas tank under the monster and blows it up, forcing the robot to retreat into space. Bulk and Skull decide to wear helmets on their next tour, while Divatox and Havoc plot their revenge. Divatox's obsession with the power ruby makes Cassie an easy target. She is kidnapped by Havoc, who issues a warning to the power chamber. Hand over the Phantom Ranger, or Cassie will be turned to stone. The team traces the call, walks into an ambush, and watches as Rygog petrifies Cassie. The Phantom Ranger shows up and uses the ruby to restore the Pink Ranger. However, the girl is actually Havoc in disguise. In a tactical move, the villain grabs the hero and vanishes. Aboard the space base, the Phantom throws his communicator to the real Cassie, allowing her to escape. but he is left behind, severely weakened. Havoc attacks Angel Grove with the Metallosaurus, parading the Phantom Ranger as a trophy in the monster's claw. The Rangers summon the rescue Megazord, save their ally, and reduce the robot to scrap metal with a missile barrage. Havoc retreats, but Divatox still has the Turbo Megazord and the Power Ruby. The Phantom Ranger staggers away, his life hanging by a thread. Without the Power Ruby, the Phantom Ranger won't survive. The gem is now powering the stolen Turbo Megazord. TJ attempts to use a giant magnet to pull the space base down to Earth, but Divatox deploys Crosspatch. The magnet is destroyed, and the evil-controlled Turbo Megazord lands in Angel Grove. The evil Megazord drains its battery power, leading to a bizarre, hours-long standoff with the Rangers. When Alpha locates the gem, TJ breaches the Turbo Megazord's cockpit with Lightning Cruiser, kicks out the Chromites, and defeats Crosspatch. He rips the Ruby out, and the Megazord's eyes turn back to yellow. They have reclaimed their machine. Crosspatch grows giant, but is quickly wiped out by the team. The Ruby is returned to the Phantom Ranger, who wakes up, says his goodbyes, and makes it clear that Earth is in good hands. Justin suspects Ashley is a robot after spotting wires on her wrist and witnessing her abnormal strength during tennis class. Divatox sends Flashhead to turn people into rolls of film. Justin fears Ashley won't be able to morph, but she transforms perfectly, and the rescue Megazord destroys the monster. The paranoia escalates when Justin sees wires on TJ, and during an attack by the monster Voltmeister, Carlos's mask breaks, revealing a fully robotic face. TJ takes everyone to the power chamber, where the panic subsides as the real Rangers show up. Demetria explains that Zordon created clones on Eltar to test artificial intelligence, and Justin's robot was programmed to be unaware that he was a machine. The real Rangers destroy Voltmeister, and the clones head off into space, leaving the originals with a very bizarre story. Justin drops a special coin into a wishing well, wishing for his dad to move back to town. The monster Wicked Wisher steals the coins, bringing 3 back to Divatox. Frustrated by only having 3, Divatox flips out when Elgar wastes one on a new head of hair. She uses the second wish to turn the Blue Centurion into an evil machine. He attacks the Rangers ruthlessly. At the power chamber, Demetria warns them of the coin's extreme danger. Divatox loses the last coin when Elgar bumps into her, sending the object plummeting to Earth straight into the plumbing where Bulk and Skull are working. They find it and get fired for ruining the pipes. While the Rangers take a beating from the Centurion and the monster, Bulk and Skull decide to use the most powerful magical artifact in the universe to play pinball. The pinball machine starts smoking from the magic coin. Lieutenant Stone hands the coin back to Bulk and Skull and sends them off to work at a plant nursery. Divatox sends Wild Weeder to retrieve the wish. He scatters seeds that turn people into hypnotized zombies. The Blue Centurion, still corrupted, adds to the chaos and summons his Robo-Racer to crush the team. The Rangers summon the rescue Zords. Justin tracks down Bulk and Skull at the nursery, gets the coin back, and makes a tough call. He wishes for the Blue Centurion to return to normal. Backed by their recovered ally, the rescue Megazord and the Robo-Racer turn the giant plant monster into compost. Justin returns to the well, sad that he couldn't reunite his family, but his dad surprises him, announcing he got a job in Angel Grove and is home to stay. TJ tests the new booster fuel with Lightning Cruiser, and Divatox decides she wants the vehicle. The monster Torch Tiger tries to prove his worth by promising to use his fire breath, but only lets out a pathetic puff of smoke. Bulk and Skull get jobs as forest fire lookouts. Torch Tiger tries to ambush the Rangers and steals the booster fuel. He drinks the special gas, gaining super speed and real firepower, and sets the forest ablaze. The rescue Zords are forced to put out the flames. TJ flies to the watchtower to rescue Bulk and Skull, and ends up in a dogfight against Divatox, who was test driving her own souped-up car until the tank ran dry. Torch Tiger gets run over by the team's cars, and grows giant. The rescue Megazord grabs him by the head, lands a devastating punch, and finishes him off with heavy artillery. Bulk and Skull end up covered in wet paint after trying to sell a fake story of heroism. Ashley's car breaks down, and Bulk and Skull's tow truck accidentally smashes her headlight. Elgar and the Piranhatrons show up, strip the car, and steal the parts. Divatox hires the monster maniac mechanic to build a battle wagon out of those parts. Disguised as a student in the school's auto shop, the monster steals Ashley's wrench and finishes his new toy. When the Rangers find out, he flees, triggering a car chase. He turns Ashley's wrench into a weapon weapon and modifies the battle wagon on the go, shooting down Lightning Cruiser and damaging Stormblaster. Ashley fixes Stormblaster's engine by herself, jumps onto the moving battle wagon, electrocutes the monster, gets her wrench back, and blows up the enemy car. The monster grows, but the rescue Megazord steals his giant wrenches and destroys him. Ashley repairs Bulk and Skull's tow truck right after they get fired over the phone. In the woods, a mysterious boy named Eraton uses magical powers to scare off teenagers littering the area. TJ is picking up trash when Eraton introduces himself as a forest spirit. Divatox deploys Lord Litter, a garbage monster. TJ is attacked, but Eraton summons a gust of wind that sweeps the villain away. Elgar and Lord Litter manage to trap Eraton in a net. Cassie blasts the net apart, but Lord Litter traps the team in giant trash cans. Eraton strikes the monster with a massive lightning bolt. The Rangers break free and blow Lord Litter up with the turbine laser. Divatox makes the monster grow. To protect the weakened Eraton, the heroes summon their rescue Zords in high stance mode and obliterate Lord Litter. Eraton says he will be fine as long as there are people willing to protect nature, and vanishes. Bulk and Skull celebrate a flawless paper route, only to be fired because they forgot to collect the subscription money. Cassie and Vicky take the stage at the juice bar, inspiring Divatox to become a music producer. The girls hold auditions, and Crash shows up with his band, The Creeps. They play their absolute hit, Confusion, but Crash demands Cassie join the band and cuts Vicky. The song literally brainwashes Angel Grove. While on patrol, Justin and Carlos can't stop dancing. Crash and The Creeps are actually Divatox's monsters. During a concert by the lake, their musical domination plan peaks. The Rangers step in and realize they need to target the instruments. TJ destroys Crash's guitar, breaking the trance. On the beach, the band assumes their true monster forms. The Rangers use the turbo ram cannon and blast them away. Frustrated, Divatox makes Crash grow, but the turbo Megazord permanently cancels him with a spinning attack. Cassie apologizes to Vicky, and they form a duo, staying far away from alien guitars. Carlos competes against Owen for the spot of soccer team captain. During practice, he makes an aggressive tackle, and Owen injures his ankle, taking him out for the season. Guilt eats Carlos alive, and he decides to quit the sport. Divatox rubs salt in the wound. She sends Piranhatrons disguised as Owen's friends to accuse Carlos of ruining the boy's life. The Rangers blow their cover, but Carlos remains shattered. On the space base, Divatox builds the Terror Sword. Elgar steals the machine before Porto can install a crucial safety pin. The Blue Centurion tries to intercept the robot but gets captured. Using the rescue Megazord, the Rangers face a cowardly game. Elgar cloaks the Terror Sword and uses the Centurion's vehicle as a shield. Carlos and TJ hesitate to hurt their ally. Salvation comes through Elgar's sheer incompetence. When he forces an attack, the Terror Sword's arm falls off due to the missing pin. Weaponless, he retreats. At school, Owen admits he tripped before the tackle happened. With a clear conscience, Carlos gets back in the game. Cassie is playing frisbee by the lake with her dog, Jetson. The piece ends when Divatox sends Mr. Gorific, who shoots out a goo that turns objects into animals. Jetson attacks the monster, gets hit, and rolls down a hill. The effect works in reverse on him. Jetson turns human. He puts on some discarded clothes and adopts the name Jethro. Cassie thinks her dog ran away and panics. Jethro joins the search party looking for himself. He orders burgers piled high with cheese and catches a frisbee mid-air with his teeth. Cassie finds him eccentric, but brushes it off. Soon, the effect begins to wear off, and Jethro's hand turns back into a paw. He runs off and finishes transforming and hiding. When Jetson reappears wagging his tail, the Rangers are busy fighting Mr. Gorific and the fully repaired Terror Sword. The rescue Megazord snatches the tube of goo and fires it at the Terror Sword, turning it into a camel. Without backup, Mr. Gorific is annihilated. Cassie tries to connect the dots between Jethro and her dog, but decides to just let it go. TJ and Carlos are playing baseball when Heath, an arrogant newcomer, humiliates TJ with a curveball strikeout. The Rangers battle Piranhatrons trying to steal Stormblaster, but TJ's real mental hurdle remains Heath's technique. Divatox sends down Strikeout, a pitcher monster who knocks the heroes down with his curveballs. Meanwhile, Heath challenges TJ to a dirt bike race, falls off a cliff, and is saved by the Ranger. Grateful, Heath teaches him the secret to his curveball: watch the pitcher's fingers. Having mastered the technique, TJ returns to the battlefield with a red bat and hits the monster's best pitch straight into space. Divatox makes Strikeout grow, but the Turbo Megazord bats away all his pitches, destroying him. Heath learns some humility and teaches his technique to the team. Trying to chalk the field lines, Bulk and Skull create a chaotic zigzag and end up covered in white powder. The youth center hosts a vampire film festival put on by Bulk and Skull. Carlos complains about the fake fangs. Divatox overhears and turns a lunar bat into Count Nocturne just to spite him. Piranhatrons hold Carlos down while the vampire bites him. The next day, Carlos shows up wearing all black and sunglasses. Justin notices that garlic hurts him and pieces it together. Panic sets in, and the Rangers find Carlos inches away from biting Ashley's neck. She freaks out when she realizes he has no reflection, and Carlos flies away as a bat. In the power chamber, Alpha administers a temporary antidote, but breaking the curse requires destroying the monster. Count Nocturne ties up the rescue Megazord and nearly tears the Turbo Megazord apart. To fix his mess, Carlos combines the intact parts of both robots, forming the unprecedented Rescue Turbo Megazord. Packed with heavy firepower, they finish off the vampire, and Carlos returns to normal. Justin wants to join the track team, but his size is holding him back. Meanwhile, as Bulk and Skull work as clueless exterminators at an anthill, an ant bites Justin, granting him super strength. Back at the tryouts, Justin leaps entirely over the sandbox and throws the shot put completely out of the stadium. Divatox sends Piranhatrons to capture the boy, but he effortlessly beats them all up using brute strength without morphing. Demetria and Alpha warn him that super strength is incompatible with the Ranger powers. He must either take the antidote or give up being a hero. The highly anticipated Divazord attacks the city, and Justin chooses to remain a Ranger. He takes the antidote and summons the rescue Megazord. The Divazord lifts them up, but begins spinning out of control because Porto let Elgar mess with the control panel, forcing Divatox to retreat. Without his superpowers, Justin accepts his limitations and becomes the track team's strategist. While Porto prepares the Shark Sword for Divatox, down on Earth, Ashley and Cassie fight over the same new boy Bobby in a war of egos. During a game, they actively sabotage each other. The Rangers battle Elgar, and TJ quickly handles the situation with the Lightning Cruiser. The next day, the Shark Sword drags the rescue Megazord to the bottom of the ocean, draining its energy. Even after forming the rescue Turbo Megazord, power levels keep dropping. The Blue Centurion draws enemy fire, providing the perfect opening for the Rangers to blow up Porto's Zord. At school, Bobby invites their friend Glenda to the dance. Realizing they've made fools of themselves, Ashley and Cassie apologize to one another, though both end up without dates. Justin saves the night like a true gentleman, offering to take both girls to the dance. Bulk and Skull's boss accuses them of being daylight robbers after packages go missing during their shifts. TJ decides to investigate to clear their names. During a stakeout, the duo steps out to buy coffee, and TJ gets ambushed by Piranhatrons. The packages are actually being stolen by Divatox, who uses the parts to build 3 Divazords on the moon. When the Zords land on Earth, the Rangers summon the Turbo and Rescue Megazords. TJ incinerates the Eagle with a flamethrower. The Rescue Megazord deflects the Shark's attack, and the Cat Zord is obliterated by the spin attack. Bulk and Skull's boss is already calling the cops when the Rangers teleport into the diner as witnesses. They leave a robotic piece behind as evidence, put the blame on Divatox, and vanish. Minutes later, TJ returns in civilian clothes and is emotionally embraced by Bulk. Justin's father gets a job out of town and asks his son to go with him. Soon after, Demetria receives a distress call. Eltar is under attack. Zordon orders the Rangers to protect Earth just as the transmission cuts out. Divatox deploys the formidable Goldgoyle. The monster absorbs the rescue Megazord's blasts and knocks it out. TJ locks the robot onto the monster and triggers its self-destruct, but Goldgoyle emerges unscathed and paralyzes the Turbo Megazord. In desperation, TJ summons the Turbo Ram, engages the Lightning Cruiser's jet mode, and rams it straight down the monster's throat, destroying it. Unbeknownst to them, Elgar tracks the team's signal. Demetria leaves for Eltar with the Blue Centurion. Left alone, the Rangers watch on the monitors as Divatox's army surrounds the power chamber. Without Zords or mentors, TJ orders the doors to be opened, and they march out for the battle of their lives. The base is under absolute siege, and the sentient vehicles are captured by the Piranhatrons. The Rangers retreat into the power chamber, but the invasion forces soon breach the doors. Brutally outnumbered, they can barely protect Alpha. Elgar shatters Zordon's plasma tube, preventing the Mentor's return, and Divatox blows up the power chamber. Her celebration is cut short when a messenger announces that Zordon has been captured by Dark Spectre, ordering Divatox to the Cimmerian planet. She pulls her troops back. In the rubble, the team survives, but their turbo powers are gone. Alpha finds a space decoder. Justin sneaks into the Nasada base and whispers Eltar to Commander Norquist, who clears a space shuttle for launch. The team boards, but Justin decides to stay on Earth with his father. The former Blue Ranger watches the shuttle take off into the unknown to save Zordon. On the Sumerian planet, the elite of villains celebrate Eltar's fall. Divatox arrives with taunts and nearly gets into a brawl with Rita Repulsa, but Astronema intercepts their magic. The host, Dark Spectre, reveals he holds Zordon hostage, draining his energy with lava. One guest refuses to join a macabre toast. Astronema accuses him of being a spy. Goldar rips off his cloak, revealing a Red Ranger who escapes on a galaxy glider. Dark Spectre orders Astronema to hunt him down. Meanwhile, the former team travels aimlessly in the Nasada shuttle. The ship is pulled in by the tractor beam of the abandoned Astro megaship. The Red Ranger breaks in, mistakes the Earthlings for enemies, and attacks them. Astronema bombards the megaship, forcing an emergency landing. On the ground, an army of Quantrons attacks, and the X-Rangers join the fight to help their reluctant new ally. The mysterious hero reveals himself as Andros from KO-35. He repairs Alpha's circuits, restoring his voice, but declares he will hunt for Zordon alone. The group returns to the Nasada shuttle, while Alpha stays on the megaship to reason with him. On the surface, Astronema surrounds the X-Rangers and orders their execution for refusing to hand over Andros. At the last second, the Astro megaship tears across the sky, blasting the enemies. Andros realizes the team's value and hands them the Astro Morphers. They assume their new identities as Space Rangers. Astronema's Sphinx ship launches a heavy assault. Alpha decodes Earth's black box, docking the shuttle with the megaship to form the Astro Megazord, which destroys the enemy vessel. Running low on supplies, the Rangers convince a reluctant Andros to refuel on Earth, but Astronema follows closely behind, willing to do whatever it takes. The former Turbo Rangers return to Earth. Bulk and Skull pass out at the sight of the Dark Fortress, and Divatox lends Elgar to Astronema. The old youth center is now the surf spot, where Andros secretly uses his telekinesis against Bulk. The comedic duo teams up with Professor Phenomenus to investigate aliens. While shopping for parts for the megaship, the Rangers are ambushed by Ecliptor at Nasada. Ecliptor thrashes Andros, who fights back with the Spiral Saber. The fortress bombards the base, and the team flees in the mega shuttle amid explosions. They form the Astro Megazord and face a giant Ecliptor who casts illusions. Using Ashley's visor, they locate the real one and blast him. Andros finally admits to his mental powers to the team, while Astronema summons the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in the sewers of New York. Astronema casts a mind control spell on the Ninja Turtles and hires them to destroy the Power Rangers. The Turtles show up in Angel Grove, destroy a monster, and the heroes invite them aboard the megaship. Andros suspects their sudden friendship and is proven right. The mutants hack into Deca and hijack the ship. Astronema breaches the vessel, captures Alpha, and ties up the Rangers. Only Andros escapes. He uses his telekinesis to free his friends, and they flee in the mega shuttle through a reverse magnetic field. The mega ship pursues them, but the field breaks the turtles' brainwashing. Astronema activates the self-destruct sequence, but Donatello fixes the system just in time. Rangers and turtles join forces to beat down the Quantrons. Astronema flees, and the mutants bid farewell by taking a well-deserved joyride through space on Galaxy gliders. Carlos catches Andros watching a video of his sister Coroni being abducted as a child. When Deca detects signals on the planet KO-35, Andros sneaks off alone. Ecliptor is waiting to spring a brutal ambush. Carlos arrives to save him, gets injured, and forces Andros to fall back. The team tries to show their support in the infirmary, but Andros returns to the planet alone to face a giant Ecliptor. He is nearly killed until the Rangers descend on Galaxy gliders, and Alpha fires the mega lasers, forcing the villain to retreat. Andros realizes Ecliptor manipulated him with a fake signal. Back on the megaship, Carlos promises that the team will help him find Corone, making Andros finally feel supported. On Earth, Professor Phenomenus and his assistants smash watermelons over their own heads, convinced they were alien pods. Astronema orders Elgar to shoot down a Nasada satellite loaded with Calderon research data. The Rangers' mission is to retrieve the data. After dodging velocifighters, they land in a volcanic desert. Elgar tries to fight, but Astronema touches down, fires a wave of magic, and ties the team to stakes to be fed to the monster clawhammer. The incompetent Elgar drops the data discs. In space, Alpha dispatches the Astro Megazord. Andros remembers his telekinetic abilities, pulls a detonator to them, and frees everyone. The team boards the Megazord and severely beats the monster. Frustrated by the loss of the data, Astronema tosses Elgar as a snack for her pet. The Rangers send the files back to Nasada, but a corrupted disc gives Alpha hope that Zordon's location might be on it. Andros bumps into a trio tinkering with a car. The leader, Chuck, lies and says he locked his keys inside, so Andros uses telekinesis to unlock it, unknowingly helping them steal the vehicle. He gets taken in by the boys until he sees one of them steal an elderly woman's purse. Realizing his mistake, Andros returns the purse and turns down the reward. Phenomenus, Bulk, and Skull search for aliens but stumble upon the Voltage Hog, which is draining Angel Grove's electrical power. Andros scolds the boys, saves them from the Voltage Hog, and is brutally beaten by the newly reconstructed Ecliptor. The team arrives with the Quadro Blaster, forcing Ecliptor to retreat. Astronema makes the Voltage Hog grow, but the Rangers form the Astro Megazord, turn the monster's electrical tentacles against it, and finish it off.
Fire!
Chuck is arrested, but the others confess the theft to Adele, who gives them a second chance doing delivery runs. Cassie loses her diary at the surf spot. George finds it and blackmails her into going on a date with his friend Lenny. Meanwhile, Professor Phenomenus showcases unstable plutonium to the press and nearly drops it. Astronema takes notes. Cassie and Lenny's date takes place at a rooftop restaurant on the lab's building. Astronema sends the Elephant Titan to bash the base of the building, making the tower sway. Lenny tries to evacuate the patrons, but is knocked out. Cassie is trapped with the overheating plutonium, but Andros and Ashley break in with the megatank, defuse the bomb, and rescue them both. Elephant Titan grows, and the heroes summon the Astro Megazord to take it down. Lenny returns the diary to Cassie entirely unread. She forgives him and agrees to a second date, dragging Ashley along to pair up with George so they can share the experience. While Ashley and TJ train in the megaship's Simu deck, a lightning strike causes a system glitch. The Craterite holograms become real and crash into Angel Grove. A boy named Patrick, known for crying wolf, tries to warn everyone, but nobody believes him. Cassie and Carlos find him, teach him a lesson about lying, and promise to protect him. Andros, Ashley, and TJ discover the monsters are using disguises. In the woods, Carlos tosses Andros a modified spiral saber, which forces the Craterites to merge into a giant. The Astro Megazord struggles, but Ashley spots the leader glowing on its chest as a weak point. Andros fires at it, blowing up the giant. Patrick apologizes to the local authorities. To end the day, Phenomenus's invention short circuits, blowing Bulk and Skull's clothes right off. Waspicable, a gentle monster, is bullied by Sting King into joining the villainous ranks. Phenomenus and his crew run from bees and bump into him. Cassie arrives. The monster steals her weapon, but he hesitates and freezes. Cassie realizes he has a good heart and defends him from the other Rangers. Later, Waspicable is mesmerized by a children's birthday party. Ecliptor corners him and orders him to execute Cassie, but he misses on purpose. When Sting King moves in to finish the Ranger off, Waspicable throws himself in the line of fire to save her. Furious, Cassie morphs, and the team goes after Sting King, who grows but is ultimately annihilated by the Astro Megazord. Astronema gives up on creating insect monsters. Waspicable survives, retrieves the birthday girl's lost balloons, and departs in peace. On the planet Hercuron, Divatox drags Zordon's energy tube, which is glitching due to Dark Spectre's lava. Hiding in the shadows, the Phantom Ranger records an emergency message is discovered, and fights off Piranhatrons just long enough to launch his communicator into space. The Astro Megaship intercepts the signal. The Rangers head to Hercuron, but the rescue fails when Astronema and her Quantrons arrive. Zordon is carried into Divatox's ship right in front of Phantom. The Rangers touch down just in time to save Phantom from Ecliptor. To make matters worse, Dark Spectre sends the monster Crocodile to Earth, forcing the heroes to abandon their search for Zordon to protect their home planet. Phantom then hands Andros a disc to activate the Delta Megaship. In Angel Grove, the Astro Megazord battles Crocodile, who splits into two and begins tearing the robot apart. Meanwhile, Andros boards the Delta Megaship. After a scare thinking he activated the self-destruct, the reader boots up. He obtains the Battleizer, gains full control, and the ship tears through the atmosphere, transforming into the Delta Megazord and landing in the nick of time. Together, the Megazords pulverize the Crocodiles. The team returns to Hercuron, but the Phantom Ranger is gone. A hologram promises he will continue looking for Zordon, leaving a final message assuring Cassie they will see each other again soon. Professor Phenomenus creates a device that gives attitude to inanimate objects. He aims it at Skull's toy car on evil mode. It comes to life and starts hunting them through Angel Grove. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ecliptor steals the device. On the Dark Fortress, Astronema tests the machine by shooting Ashley's glider, which goes rogue and nearly crashes her before Andros saves the day. Convinced of its potential, the villainess decides to take it a step further. She deploys the monster Destructipede and, catching the Rangers off guard, beams 4 more monsters into the arena. Destructipede grows giant, and Andros calls upon the Delta Megazord. Astronema then fires the ray at the Delta Megazord, corrupting its artificial intelligence. The robot ignores Andros and attacks both the city and the Rangers. They summon the Astro Megazord, but the Delta delivers a brutal beating. Alpha 6 discovers the solution. Andros must use the Battleizer Gauntlet to reboot the system. The Astro Megazord strikes the Delta with full force, breaking the spell and destroying the ray. Back to normal, the robots combine into the Astro Delta Megazord and obliterate all 5 monsters with a devastating flying punch. Peace is restored, except for Phenomenus, Bulk, and Skull, who are still being chased by the demonic toy car. At the park, Ashley is caught off guard by her grandmother, who brings photos of suitors to find her granddaughter a husband. Panicking, Ashley pulls Carlos aside and lies, claiming he is her boyfriend. The charade is interrupted when Mamamite, Astronema's monster, scatters termite eggs across Angel Grove. The Rangers destroy the creature with the Quadro Blaster, but the eggs are still ready to hatch. Suspicious, the grandmother forces Ashley and Carlos to go on a date and spies on them. The date is cut short when space termites erupt in an earthquake, devour the Rangers' weapons, and merge into the giant termitus. Ashley leaves her grandmother with a cop and joins the fight, but the stubborn old lady hijacks the police cruiser and rams the monster to save her granddaughter. Losing control of the car, she forces Ashley to jump onto the hood to hit the brakes. After the scare, Ashley tells her grandmother she loves her just the way she is. Astronema makes termitus grow. The monster splits into thousands of insects that swarm the Astro Megazord. Andros calls in the Delta Megazord to gun down the swarm. Forming the Astro Delta Megazord, they freeze and shatter the creature. In the end, the grandmother gives up on marrying Ashley off and starts looking for a husband for Adele instead. The search for Zordon leads TJ, Carlos, and Cassie to a desert planet, a trap set by Ecliptor. Before the villain can strike, Darkonda appears to stir up trouble. The two argue, but when the Rangers arrive, Darkonda releases a beryllium bug that stings Carlos, forcing the team to retreat. On the Astro Megaship, Carlos's arm begins showing marks. Andros recognizes the venom that devastated his home planet, KO-35, turning everyone into monsters. The mutation accelerates, and the only salvation lies in an antidote hidden in the planet's ruins. During the trip, Carlos transforms into a beryllium bug and hunts his friends through the ship. In the chaos, he stings Cassie, risking losing her too. Andros and TJ land on KO-35 and breach the lab, but Darkonda is waiting for them. Andros uses the Battleizer to hold the villain off, while TJ rushes back with the cure, injecting Carlos and Cassie right before they can destroy the bridge. Furious, Darkonda destroys the remaining cure and unleashes a giant bug. The Rangers summon the Astro Megazord and slice the creature with the saber. On the Dark Fortress, Darkonda poisons Astronema's mind, suggesting Andros is the only real threat. On KO-35, Andros gazes at the ruins, feeling closer than ever to finding his lost sister, Corone. The Rangers are playing basketball in the Simu deck, where TJ and Andros execute a practiced play. Their downtime is cut short when they arrive at the planet Brokaya to install an interstellar scanner to track Zordon. The scanner detects Dark Specter's ship, but Darkonda is secretly watching everything. On the fortress, Darkonda taunts Ecliptor, and Astronema sends them both to destroy the scanner on Brokaya. They blow up the equipment before the Rangers arrive. During the fight, Darkonda stabs Ecliptor and uses energy cables to merge with him, creating the powerful Darkliptor. The villain freezes the girls, and TJ takes a violent blow to the head while protecting Andros. The Red Ranger flees carrying his unconscious friend. In the infirmary, TJ wakes up with complete amnesia. Darkliptor issues an ultimatum demanding the two Rangers. Andros goes alone and gets thrashed. On the ship, TJ sees the basketball basketball and a team photo. Acting on instinct, he morphs and heads down to the planet. While helping Andros, he takes another hit to the head and his memory returns. Remembering their basketball play, Andros vaults off TJ, and the impact separates the fused villains. Astronema makes the monster grow and reconstructs the fusion. The heroes summon the Astro Delta Megazord. Before the final blow, Darkonda uses Ecliptor as a shield, shrinks, and flees with his rival's body to maintain his own version of events with Astronema. Back on the ship, with the scanner gone, Carlos and Ashley try to trick TJ in basketball, but he just smiles, ready to get even. A nightmare makes Andros realize that Darkonda kidnapped his sister, Caron. Disguised and without warning anyone, he heads to Onyx, a planet crawling with galactic scum. Darkonda is also there, extorting a strength potion from a strange figure, unaware it's Ecliptor out for revenge with a fake vial. In the casino, Andros and Darkonda sit at the same table with a monster holding Zordon's keycards. The game goes south. Darkonda swipes the cards and confesses to Andros that he kidnapped Coroni, claiming she is still alive. Andros's identity is blown, sparking a massive bar fight. The Ranger steals the cards back and escapes on his glider. On the ship, the team discovers the truth and heads down to the planet. Confident, Darkonda drinks Ecliptor's potion. His body collapses and he flees in agony. In an alley, Ecliptor reveals it was poison. However, instead of dying, Darkonda undergoes a massive mutation, gaining a new form and creating a monster. The Rangers summon the Astro Delta Megazord, but the enemy's strength is overwhelming. The hero's Cyclone attack neutralizes Darkonda's poison, making him even deadlier. The monster counterattacks and topples the Megazord, leaving the Rangers in dire straits. With the Megazord down, Alpha 6 decodes Zordon's keycards, revealing a superweapon hidden on one of Jupiter's moons. The Rangers leave Alpha in the Astro Megazord to hold the line on Earth while they blast off in the Delta Megazord. Astronema finds out about the cards, sends the monster after them, and follows with Ecliptor. The Rangers shake the monster off their tail and reach a space station. While Andros hacks the hangar doors, Astronema and Ecliptor spring an ambush. Following a shootout, Cassie escapes through the newly opened doors with the cards. The hangar lights up, revealing an entire fleet, the Mega Vehicles. The team takes control and launches toward Angel Grove. En route, the monster ambushes Andros, forcing them to land on the moon, where they debut the ships and decimate the monster. On Earth, the Astro Megazord powers down completely. Just as Darkonda moves in to destroy it, the Rangers arrive. The vehicles combine into the Mega Voyager, which unloads Megavii 3's missiles and destroys Darkonda. The cost is high. The Astro Megaship and Deca sustain critical damage. Detecting the heroes' depleted power levels, Astronema declares it is finally time to invade Earth. Piranhatrons enslave the living cars Lightning Cruiser and Stormblaster. Lightning shoots the chains and Stormblaster escapes into space. Divatox alerts Astronema about the breakout, but the villainess decides to keep the car if she finds it first. Stormblaster heads to Earth and is surrounded by Quantrons. The Space Rangers try to protect their ally, but the monster Lionizer attacks them. TJ orders the car to flee as the team is captured. Meanwhile, Justin, missing his friends and sad that his dad canceled their weekend plans, is surprised to find Stormblaster parked at his door, calling him for a mission. At the warehouse where the heroes are being held hostage, the car delivers a spare turbomorpher to Justin. He morphs, defeats the Quantrons, and frees the team. TJ reveals himself as the Blue Space Ranger, and the two Blue Rangers fight side by side against Lionizer. When the monster grows giant, the Mega Voyager obliterates it with a missile. The Rangers and Stormblaster travel to the prison planet to rescue Lightning Cruiser. They say goodbye to Justin, who returns home just in time for his father to cancel work so they can finally go fishing together. In the park, Andros gives Ashley a silver necklace for her birthday, adapting to Earth customs. In space, Dark Spectre threatens Astronema for results. She uses the body switcher, which turns her into an exact copy of Ashley. Quantrons capture the real one, and Astronema takes her place. Tied up, Ashley tricks the monster into turning her into Astronema, loses Elgar, and escapes. The fake Ashley struggles to play nice on the megaship. After receiving a music box from Alpha and throwing it away in a fit, she isolates and locks up Carlos, TJ, and Cassie. Andros grows suspicious, but the imposter fakes an attack on Earth. Down there, she tries to shoot him in the back, but the real Ashley, wearing the villainess's face, interrupts. In the standoff, Andros asks what he gave her for her birthday. The fake one stammers, and he fires, revealing Astronema's true form. Alpha rescues the other Rangers. The body switcher grows giant and is destroyed by the Mega Voyager. Astronema flees in a rage. Back on the ship, the mood is heavy. Andros goes to a secret room and stares at a cryogenic pod containing a body. On Cadix, Andros and Ashley are collecting plants. Attacked by natives, the megaship sustains damage. During repairs, Cassie and Carlos find the secret room open with the cryogenic pod. Andros reveals it's Zane, his best friend who sacrificed himself for him and is now in a coma. The problem arises when the plant hatches into a monster in the generator room. The ship malfunctions and crashes on Cadix. They now have to deal with the natives outside and the monster inside. In the chaos, the life support short circuits and Zane's monitor flatlines. Desperate with grief and rage, Andros attacks everyone with unprecedented aggression. Suddenly, a heartbeat returns. Zane wakes from his coma fighting, saves Alpha, and destroys the creature attacking the team. The monster grows. Zane watches in awe the formation of the Mega Voyager and the use of the Delta megaship to finish it off. With the victory, Zane introduces himself by kissing Ashley's hand, his charm fully intact. Andros ignores the flirting, just relieved to have his brother in arms back. Darkonda resurfaces and decides to unleash toxic monsters called crocotoxes on Earth. On the megaship, Andros wants to ask Ashley to watch an eclipse, but sees her training with Zane and gets jealous. The drama is cut short when a crocotox attacks the beach. Zane dominates the fight, but as he tries to deliver the finishing blow, his armor suddenly powers down. The team saves the day. Ashley praises Zane, fueling Andros' jealousy even more. The team tracks down Darkonda's lab. Driven by jealousy, Andros leaves Zane out of the mission. The five fall into a trap and are captured. Ignoring the order, Zane goes down to the planet, faces Ecliptor, manages to morph, runs the villain over with his silver cycle, and breaches the lab. Andros uses the battleizer to free the team, and they take down the guards. Zane destroys another crocotox, but his armor fails again. In space, Astronema is alarmed to discover the Silver Ranger is alive. On the ship, Andros apologizes to Zane and finally gets his date with Ashley. The lingering issue is the dangerous glitch in Zane's powers. Analyzing combat footage, Astronema discovers that Zane can only stay morphed for 2.5 minutes. She sends the Mantis monster to stall the Silver Ranger to his absolute limit. Alpha 6 confirms the glitch to Zane. Andros and Cassie overhear half the conversation and assume Zane only has minutes to live. Trying to protect him, they sideline him from battles. Zane discovers the misunderstanding and fakes dying just to be pampered by the team. Meanwhile, Astronema gives the monster a time bomb set exactly to Zane's time limit. Alpha discovers that Zane needs a massive electrical charge. Ignoring the risks, Zane climbs a mountain during a thunderstorm and lets lightning strike his morpher, successfully recharging it. He arrives on the battlefield as the team is taking a beating. Mantis pins Zane down, and the bomb explodes. The team despairs, but Zane emerges unscathed on his cycle. They destroy the giant with the Mega Voyager. Later, Alpha reveals the lie. As punishment for faking a terminal illness, Zane is forced to drink spinach juice and is demoted to the ship's janitor. The Rangers fight a bull-like monster, while Zane faces Astronema and a Destructoid. Zane taunts the villainess, who misfires and hits her own monster. The beast turns on her, and Zane swoops in to save her on his glider. They crash land in a forest. When Astronema wakes up, Zane has built a campfire and offers her a marshmallow, brushing off her threats. The chemistry is undeniable, and she leaves with a quiet thank you. The Rangers fail to notice that an enemy crystal has scanned and copied their weapon data. Astronema returns distracted. Ignoring Ecliptor's warnings about the crystal, she goes to Earth in disguise, bumps into Zane, and leaves a note on an arrow asking him out on a date. Without his boss, Ecliptor sends a monster equipped with the neutralizing crystal to Earth. The team gets completely thrashed. Zane, who was getting ready for his date, is called in and turns the tide as his weapon wasn't copied. The monster is destroyed. Arriving late, he finds a furious Astronema. He says he had to fight a monster, but since she didn't send one, she assumes he's lying. She incinerates his flowers and vanishes. Heartbroken, Zane is devastated, while Astronema privately tries to preserve a photo of the Ranger she just can't bring herself to throw throw away. On Centaur B, a sandstorm divides the team. Cassie, TJ, Ashley, and Carlos find coral-covered rocks on an otherwise waterless planet. Local guards arrest them. Ashley realizes the colony is the power source they've been searching for. Cassie sees the corals infecting wounded people. Guard Yatru, on Dark Specter's orders, plants false evidence to frame the Rangers for the outbreak. Leader Kinwan demands a trial and throws them back in their cell. Astronema receives orders to eliminate Andros and Zane, but conflicted over the Silver Ranger, she sends Ecliptor instead. The two heroes defeat the Quantrons and escape. In the caves, Kinwan catches Yatru meeting with Dark Specter and gets infected. The Rangers escape and the colony blames them upon seeing Kinwan collapsed. Just as they are about to be executed, Andros and Zane arrive and reveal that the colonists are actually refugees from KO-35. Yatru summons Coralizer, who spreads the infection. The Rangers retrieve their morphers. The Astro and Delta Megazords obliterate the monster, curing the infected. Zane pursues Yatru, exposing him as Darkonda in disguise, and destroys him. The refugees must abandon the planet. Zane decides to stay behind to protect his people. Andros feels the sting of the separation, but the mission must continue. Hunting the monster Liz Wizard. The villain's dirty tactics trick Carlos, who accidentally strikes Cassie head-on after the monster switches places with her. With Cassie in the infirmary, Carlos is crushed by guilt and loses his confidence. In space, Astronema sends Liz Wizard back to attack Professor Phenomenus. Carlos watches, frozen with self-doubt. Adam Park, the veteran Black Ranger, steps in to help. Deeply shaken, Carlos hands over his morpher. Adam tries to train him, but a mental block holds him back. Liz Wizard attacks Adam in Alpha 6. Surrounded, Adam makes a suicidal decision. He uses his damaged morpher and power coin to become the original Black Ranger, frying his suit due to the severe instability. Seeing this sacrifice, Carlos grabs his morpher from Cassie and joins the fight. When Liz Wizard attempts the same switching trick with Adam, Carlos anticipates it, uses Adam as a springboard, and strikes the monster. The battle ends with the Astro Megazord destroying the giant. In the park, Adam smiles at Carlos, proving he has overcome his trauma and is officially back in the game. In the forest, Andros unleashes his hatred on Darkonda, Caron's kidnapper. The villain laughs, but Andros subdues him. A twig snapped by Ecliptor distracts Andros, allowing Darkonda to escape and set an explosive trap. On the Dark Fortress, Ecliptor tries to keep Astronema focused, claiming the Rangers destroyed her family, but her doubts are growing. During the monster Batarax's attack, she sees Andros protecting civilians and impulsively shoots her own soldier to save him, pulling back in confusion. Darkonda lures Andros into his trap. Blinded by rage, Andros charges, but Ecliptor attacks him. The shock makes Darkonda step on his own bomb, blowing himself up. Ecliptor warns Andros that he just saved his life, but he won't do it again. In the city, Andros crosses swords with Astronema and knocks off her locket. Batarax grows, and the villainess flees. After neutralizing its sonic attacks, the Rangers destroy the monster with the Astro Megazord. In the rubble, Andros opens Astronema's locket and is shocked to find a photo of himself and Caroni. Astronema tries to snatch it back, denying any kinship, but Andros reveals his own identical necklace. Astronema escapes, refusing the truth. Andros returns to the megaship, determined not just to defeat her, but to save the sister who was right in front of him all along. Astronema wanders the ruins of KO-35, experiencing flashes of her childhood. Andros tries to reason with her, but she fires at him and vanishes. Darkonda watches from the shadows, but Ecliptor appears, and the two duel. Ecliptor nearly wins, but Darkonda attacks him from behind, forcing a fusion into Darkliptor. Ecliptor's sheer mental willpower breaks the union, and he seemingly kills his rival, though Darkonda still has extra lives. Ecliptor confesses to Astronema that she was born good and taught to be evil, warning her that Darkonda is bad-mouthing her to Dark Specter. To prove her loyalty, she sends the monster Spiky to destroy Andros. Spiky knocks Andros's morpher away, leaving him defenseless. Seeing her brother about to die, Astronema is overcome with guilt. She tosses the morpher back and flees. The team arrives and destroys Spiky with the Megazord. Despite saving her brother, Astronema swears to Dark Specter that she will eliminate Andros, yet secretly sets up a meeting with the Ranger on KO-35. There, she claims to know where Zordon is hidden and offers to be his guide. Andros brings the villainess onto the megaship, TJ demands she be handcuffed. Astronema peacefully complies and reveals their destination, the planet Yotoba. En route to Yotoba, Andros and Astronema, locked in the engine room, share a genuine sibling moment reminiscing about their parents. A real glimpse of Corone emerges. Upon arrival, the Rangers pretend to be prisoners. Dark Spectre lowers the force field. Suspicious, TJ alters their course. The ship takes a hit and crash lands on the planet. Astronema vanishes in the chaos and the team fears it's a trap. In the jungle, they are ambushed by Darkonda. Andros is hit, and the team is overpowered until Astronema appears. She helps her brother, and they race to find Zordon. Ecliptor tries to stop them, but seeing his adoptive daughter's terror, he steps aside. Darkonda attacks them from behind. When they arrive, they discover Zordon was a holographic disguise set up by Dark Spectre. The team is captured, and Spectre orders Astronema to eliminate Andros to prove her loyalty. In a massive twist, she shoots Darkonda, proving she's on the Rangers' side. Ecliptor helps by blasting the villain again, staying behind to ensure Corone and the heroes escape. On the Dark Fortress, Ecliptor becomes Dark Spectre's prisoner, who promises to fix him. On the megaship, the team apologizes and welcomes Corone with open arms. Andros has finally gotten his sister back. Andros gives Corone a tour of the megaship. The team welcomes her on the bridge, giving her a purple space uniform as an honorary ranger. On the Dark Fortress, Ecliptor is crushed by Quantrons and undergoes a surgical attitude adjustment by Darkonda, ensuring he'll never betray Dark Spectre again. On Earth, Professor Phenomenus, Bulk, and Skull discover a lethal asteroid on a collision course. Dark Spectre issues an ultimatum. Hand over Corone or Earth will be destroyed. The Rangers fail to blow up the rock. They land on the asteroid to plant detonators, fighting off an attack by Darkonda. TJ arms the bombs. The team uses the Mega V Zords and escapes, but the asteroid survives completely unscathed. Out of options, Corone suggests disguising herself as Astronema, infiltrating the Dark Fortress, and diverting the asteroid. Andros reluctantly agrees. The plan fails the moment she steps aboard. Ecliptor, now purely cybernetic, captures her. With comms cut off, Andros has to focus on Earth. The heroes summon the Astro, Delta, and Mega Voyager Megazords to physically push the asteroid. In Angel Grove, Bulk, Skull, and Phenomenus steal a space shuttle to escape the impending extinction. While the Rangers use every ounce of the Megazord's power to push the asteroid, Zane arrives with the Mega Winger, a robot belonging to the KO-35 rebels. Together, they divert the impact and save Earth. Dekka locates the Dark Fortress. Andros and Zane infiltrate the ship disguised as Quantrons to rescue Corone. On the bridge, they find her fitted with cybernetic implants. Reprogrammed, she has reverted to the cruel Astronema and attacks. Zane is forced to drag a devastated Andros away so they can escape. Meanwhile, Bulk, Skull, and Phenomenus realize they never actually left Earth when they stumble upon a payphone. The monster Frightwing attacks them, but the Rangers arrive just in time. Astronema makes the monster grow, trapping the Mega Voyager. Zane swoops in, attaches the Mega Winger's wings to the Mega Voyager, and the newly formed winged Mega Voyager destroys the creature with a missile. Back on the ship, Dekka confirms that the implants are suppressing Corone's emotions. Despite this crushing blow, Andros vows to bring his sister back. After dispatching an owl monster, the team takes some time off on Earth. The alarm goes off, but it's a false alarm. Just the Copernicus 2000, a toy that sounds exactly like their communicators. The piece ends when the TV shows the Power Rangers destroying the city. The real team intervenes, and the imposters reveal themselves to be the ruthless Psycho Rangers. In the ensuing beatdown, the villains read the heroes' moves and fighting styles, until Zane forces a tactical retreat to save them. Back at the base, the Psychos track communicator frequencies, attacking civilians using the toy. TJ tries to warn Zane but exposes his position. The Silver Ranger is kidnapped by the black and blue versions and used as bait in a library surrounded by a force field. The Rangers send the Megatank as a decoy. The Psychos destroy it, only to find it empty. The heroes break the force field, but the enemies return in seconds. The massacre resumes. Just as the Psychos prepare the final blow, they suddenly vanish. Teleported away against their will, they reappear on the Dark Fortress, where Astronema reveals her true plan. The Psychos are draining energy from Dark Spectre. She is using their obsessive hunt to destroy the Rangers and kill her leader in the process, paving the way for her to rule the universe. Carlos drops his guard and gets caught morphing by Sylvie in a photo booth. During the fight against the lizard monster Data Scammer, the creature scans the Rangers' data and escapes. escapes, delivering it to Astronema and the Psycho Rangers. Carlos becomes Sylvie's hostage. She uses his secret to force him to play with her all day, eventually demanding he fetch her a moon rock. Frustrated by her spoiled blackmail while people are in danger, he scolds her and leaves. At the hospital, Ashley reveals that Sylvie's brother, who dreamed of being an astronaut, recently passed away and had promised her a moon rock. Guilt hits Carlos hard, and he flies straight to space. While visiting her brother's grave, Sylvie is attacked by Data Scammer. She sends an alert, and the Rangers destroy the monster with the Mega Voyager. The breather is short-lived. Psycho Red appears, nearly wiping out Andros. What saves the heroes is villainous dysfunction. Psycho Black interrupts the fight so Psycho Red won't steal all the glory, dragging him back to the base. Carlos gives Sylvie the moon rock, complete with a space ride. On the Dark Fortress, Astronema changes tactics. The Psychos will hunt one Ranger at a time, starting with the Pink Ranger. On the Astro Megaship, Cassie and Ashley get into a heated argument over chores. On the Dark Fortress, Dark Spectre demands an explanation for his draining power. Astronema pretends to investigate, hiding the fact that the Psychos are the ones draining him. Psycho Yellow and Pink ignore their boss's orders and set up their own hunt. Pink's target is Cassie, but Yellow captures Ashley first, leaving Cassie feeling guilty over their recent fight. The villainous alliance quickly crumbles. An infuriated Pink attacks Yellow for stealing her prize. Ashley escapes in the chaos and teams up with Cassie. Working in sync, the two focus their attacks on Psycho Pink's cracked visor until they take her down. The villain assumes her giant monster form. With the Mega Voyager and the help of the Mega Winger, the heroes unlock the controls while under attack from the villain's tentacles and destroy her for good with the Mega 5-3 missile. Back on the ship, peace is restored. Cassie and Ashley fake a new argument, just to trick TJ and the guys into taking over all the cleaning. With Psycho Pink destroyed, TJ deduces that the Psycho Rangers are programmed to fight only their respective colors. The obvious tactic is to swap opponents. In the next ambush, the plan disorients the villains for the first few minutes, but the stubborn Psycho Blue figures out the strategy, ignores the rest of the team, and ruthlessly massacres TJ. Not even Zane can stop him. Dark Spectre feels his energy draining and recalls his troops, saving TJ by a hair. In the infirmary, TJ notices a monitor glitching in monochrome and realizes he needs to mess with the enemy's sensors. When the villains attack, they are met by 5 Blue Rangers. To top off the confusion, a mysterious Psycho Silver arrives. The villains instinctively fight each other over who gets to annihilate the heroes. Psycho Silver helps TJ during an attack and is revealed to be Zane in disguise. The team reverts to their original colors and destroys their rival. Psycho Blue grows into his icy monster form and freezes the Mega Voyager. TJ instructs Andros to redirect the ship's heaters, thawing the Megazord. With the Mega Winger's help, Psycho Blue is turned to dust. Astronema now has only 3 Psychos on her leash. Tired of taking direct hits, the 3 remaining Psycho Rangers lower the heroes' vocal frequencies to hunt them in their civilian forms, Terminator style. Ashley escapes in time, but Cassie struggles with allergies downtown. Andros warns her to stay dead silent. She almost manages to slip past their radars but instinctively screams to save a baby stroller, alerting the villains. Cornered in an alley, Zane appears dressed as a clown and mimics her voice, brilliantly throwing the Psychos off. The team regroups and, with the numbers advantage, attacks in pairs, giving the villains a serious beatdown. Knowing defeat is imminent, the Psychos assume their giant forms. Zane brings in the Delta Megazord, evening the odds to a 3-on-3 fight. The Rangers hit them with everything they have and think they've won, but Psycho Black grabs the Mega Voyager and begins dragging it into a dark vortex. Losing control of the ship's systems, Carlos makes a tough call. He knocks out the stubborn Andros, and the team ejects at the very last second. They watch helplessly as the Mega Voyager is sucked into the abyss, handing Astronema the perfect trump card. The hunt for the stolen Mega Voyager leads Carlos and Ashley to the M94 galaxy. Zane goes ahead and lures out Psycho Yellow, who transforms into a computer virus, infects the Megazord, and takes full control. The evil alliance crumbles from within. Astronema wants to overthrow Dark Spectre, while Psycho Red ignores Ecliptor's orders and goes rogue, focused entirely on destroying Andros in a one-on-one fight. He forcibly drags Andros out of the Megazord. Alpha 6 arrives with the Astro Megazord for backup, allowing Andros to shock the Mega Voyager's system, forcing Psycho Yellow to eject. Blinded by rage, Psycho Red brainwashes his own teammates to force them to fight by his side. The team forms the Astro Delta Delta Megazord and makes the risky decision to absorb the villain's energy. With the Psycho Rangers drained, the Mega Voyager fires a missile charged with that very same energy, annihilating the evil squad once and for all.
I don't see them anymore.
Astronema lies to Dark Spectre, claiming she took care of the threat. On the megaship, Zane appears in the hallway dressed as Psycho Red and takes a hard tumble courtesy of Andros as payback for the ultimate bad prank. Andros stumbles upon an alien baby during his search for Zordon. The giant Jackarak soon appears, accusing Andros of theft. He escapes, but the creature stows away in the megaship's jump tube. Ashley adopts it and names it Seymour. The problem is that the creature devours the ship's entire food supply and instantly grows to full adult size. On the other side, Jackarak offers his petrifying powers to Astronema in exchange for help. He descends to Earth, turning victims to stone. Feeling guilty, Seymour flees the ship and is cornered by his former master. The Rangers intervene, but the fight goes south. Jackarak petrifies Andros's feet and absorbs Seymour into his body. 37 episodes later, Ashley finally remembers her armor's weak point scanner. She guides their fire, freeing Andros. Seymour fights from the inside out, weakening the villain. Astronema makes the monster grow, but the Astro Delta Megazord ends the fight with a flying punch. In the end, the Rangers return Seymour to his home planet, where he instantly finds a girlfriend. The ghosts of the Psycho Rangers haunt Angel Grove, unable to attack physically, but thirsty for revenge. Soon, the monster Vaxacker appears, abducting civilians. Professor Phenomenus, Bulk, and Skull get sucked up. Andros, Carlos, and Sylvie try to run, but also end up in the Secret City, a cybernetic prison controlled by Ecliptor, where their morphers are blocked. Sylvie manages to hide Andros's battleizer. On the outside, TJ, Cassie, and Ashley devise an analog plan, blowing up the force field's generator antenna using backpacks full of explosives. They shatter the antenna, restoring the team's powers. Andros admits he's afraid to use the battleizer's third function, but Sylvie loses her patience and pushes the button herself. He gains heavy armor with a jetpack, turning into a flying tank that steamrolls Vaxacker with a barrage of missiles. The team summons the Mega Voyager and destroys it. Before they can storm the tower, Astronema teleports the Secret City away, while the Psycho Ghosts continue plotting their return. Astronema builds a machine that turns people into playing cards and kidnaps the Secret City crew, including Professor Phenomenus, Bulk, Skull, and Sylvie. The Rangers storm the hideout with the Mega Tank, but the plan goes awry, and the whole team is also turned into cards, which Astronema hands over to Ecliptor. The ghosts of the Psycho Rangers find the machine, reverse the process, regain their physical forms, give Ecliptor a beatdown, and bring the Power Rangers back. The brawl is brutal. When the heroes fire their heavy weapons, it backfires, and the Psychos accidentally transform into giant monsters. Meanwhile, Zane breaks into the control room, defeats Ecliptor outside, finds the cards, and restores the civilians. The Rangers lure the Psychos back to the room, where Zane calibrates the machine and fires the laser, permanently turning the enemy team into cards. The system collapses, and the Secret City crumbles. The team makes a hasty escape, but Zane accidentally drops the cards, leaving them behind. On the beach, they celebrate their friend's survival, unaware that the evil deck has fallen right into Astronema's hands. A rescue mission on planet Forza proves to be a trap set by Darkonda. With the Rangers losing their powers and grounded in the dunes, Ecliptor traps the megaship in an impenetrable energy web. Alpha 6 tries everything in true Home Alone style to defend the bridge, but Ecliptor hacks the system and tracks the Mega Voyager to the moon Ganymede. Zane arrives on Forza in his galactic rover, running over the foot soldiers and temporarily killing Darkonda. Warned of the danger on Ganymede, Andros activates his battleizer to destroy the megaship's web, while Zane races to the moon. Ecliptor absorbs the ship's energy, turning giant and red. He destroys the Mega Winger, breaches the hangar, and annihilates the Delta Megazord with a brutal sword strike. The fight moves down to Earth. The energy overload takes its toll, shrinking Ecliptor back down. Even exhausted, he fights aggressively until Andros channels his rage over the lost Zords and finishes him off with a battleizer combo. Ecliptor explodes but survives. On Ganymede, the wreckage piles up. Zane promises to fix the remaining Zords, but the team's vulnerability is the perfect cue for the next attack. A demonic black Humvee chases Andros and Ashley at the movies and reappears the next day. Firing a laser that teleports Carlos to a hellish wasteland. Cassie and TJ investigate, but the car finds them, crushes their galaxy glider, and sends them to the exact same destination. The monster car, Tankenstein, rear-ends Andros and Ashley, who fight back with the battleizer, but are also teleported to the wasteland, bringing the entire team together in the worst-case scenario. On the sand, the Humvee launches a brutal assault, crushing the heroes until Zane swoops in on the galactic rover, engaging in a high-octane chase and blowing up the vehicle. Astronema fires the satellasers, transforming the wreckage into a giant mechanical monster. The Rangers summon the Mega Voyager, but the beating continues. Tankenstein rips off the Megazord's arm and ties it up. Pushed to the limit, Carlos diverts auxiliary power. The Mega Voyager grabs the monster and blasts into the atmosphere at top speed, where the circuits overload, blowing up both machines. The team survives the debris. With the total destruction of the Mega Voyager and the Delta Megazord, Earth's defense now hangs by a thread. Astronema triumphs, hiding her success from Dark Spectre. Dark Spectre summons the United Alliance of Evil for the ultimate cosmic invasion. Astronema takes the front line, ordering simultaneous strikes on KO-35, Earth, and across the rest of the universe, overwhelming forces like the Aquitian Rangers and the Phantom Ranger. Zordon remains a prisoner, forced to watch the destruction. Zane escapes the attack on KO-35 and warns the megaship about the apocalypse. On Earth, chaos ensues with civilians abducted and explosions rocking the city. The Rangers face heavy troops, but Ecliptor and Darkonda join the fray. Andros and Ashley are brutalized, and the Mega Winger is smashed against a building, forcing the team to retreat. On the Dark Fortress, Darkonda executes his final betrayal. He steals a lethal warhead and fires it straight at Dark Spectre. Thinking he has won the war, he takes aim at Astronema, but the colossal villain uses his final breath to swallow Darkonda's ship whole before exploding for good. With the leader dead, Astronema inherits the throne and proclaims herself the Queen of Evil. Zordon's energy is restored, and the fortress prepares to land and conquer Earth once and for all. The Dark Fortress looms over Angel Grove. Astronema demands the Rangers surrender by dawn, or Earth turns to dust. Bulk steps up heroically the next morning and yells, "I am the Blue Ranger," sparking a moment where all the civilians assume the heroes' identities. When the villains decide to execute the crowd, the real Rangers appear, and the civilians charge into battle led by Bulk and Skull. Andros infiltrates the ship's control room and finds Zordon, who reveals a harsh reality. Andros must shatter his energy tube, sacrificing his mentor to purify the universe. Shocked, Andros refuses. Astronema launches a deadly attack, but as he deflects a lethal strike, the blast ricochets and accidentally kills her. Ecliptor bursts into the room and goes into a vengeful frenzy. With no other options, Andros strikes down Ecliptor and shatters the tube. A golden wave of energy sweeps across the cosmos. Enemy forces are disintegrated, and classic villains such as Rita, Zed, and Divatox are instantly purified. Andros descends from the ship, mourning the loss of his sister, but the powerful light has healed Astronema, reviving her as Corone. Earth and the universe are safe. The team reunites once more with Andros, Zane, and Corone, bringing the heroic chapter of defending the galaxy to a triumphant close.